The Quirks and Magic by MysticMarty. Having long been told that his desire to become a hero was naught but a fanciful dream, Izuku Midoriya suffers a terrible accident that makes it seem more like an outright fantasy. However, he is soon shown by a certain sorcerer supreme that sometimes diving straight into fantasy is the best way to achieve one's dreams. Make way for Izuku Midoriya, future master of the mystic arts. Notes by MysticMarty. So hi. This is the first time I've posted a story on this site. In fact, I just joined today and am still getting acquainted. Please be patient with me if I happen to screw up any story tags and whatnot as I upload. I was originally posting this MHA Marvel crossover story over on fanfiction.net, but a beta reader for the story Total Command talked me into giving AO3 a chance, so here I am. My plan, if this works out, is to post a couple, or a few, chapters a day for the next several days, until this story is caught up with the original fanfiction publication. I hope you'll give my first ever fanfic a chance, and I doubly hope you enjoy reading it as well. Chapter 1. The Dare Gone Wrong. Chapter text. What's the matter, Deku? Bakugo said with a sneer, his voice laced with vehemence and contempt, as he uttered his favorite insult toward the green-haired boy that he tormented so frequently. The explosive blonde stood front and center, his arms crossed as he glowered down at the quirkless boy before him. His entourage of friends sycophants really stood behind him, mimicking his posture as best they could, as if they were hoping to capture even a fraction of the charisma and coolness that Bakugo exuded in their eyes. Don't tell me you're scared. Midoriya shuddered as all eyes were on him. He had followed Kakin with an uncanny reverence for years, despite the humiliation that was wreaked upon him day in and day out, but he hated being at the center of attention like this, in front of more condescending glances than usual. It usually meant Kakin was going to degrade him worse than he normally did. It helped that they were in the middle of the woods, though. Slightly, anyway. Midoriya knew that at least if he ended up crying, which he was apt to do, he wouldn't be made a spectacle of in the middle of the park or the schoolyard, which is typically where Bakugo reveled in his bullying of him. Still, Midoriya shrunk under the gaze of Bakugo and his gang of followers. He always felt so small and beneath them all, especially Bakugo, but wasn't that why he always followed after them all followed him in spite of everything? So long as he followed the boy who he always thought was a model case of victory and strength, couldn't he, too, a quirkless weakling, become strong as well? I'm not scared. Midoriya stammered in the face of their malicious smirking. His shaking body said otherwise, though, and Bakugo knew it. Oh? Bakugo said with a sickeningly sweet tone. Then what are you waiting for? Get to it, Deku. Bakugo stomped toward Midoriya, gripping his shoulders and whirling him around before giving his backside a rough shove. Midoriya caught himself before he could face plant into the slick, mossy ground beneath his feet, a loud creaking noise, causing him to stare up with trepidation at the looming, decrepit mansion rotting forlornly before them. The abandoned mansion was the entire reason Bakugo brought him and the rest of his gang out into these woods in the first place. Midoriya glanced all over the decaying outer husk of the building. Brown and white paint particles were flaking off unceremoniously. Rotted wooden planks on both the walls and the front porch looked as if they were forcibly rent and twisted off by turbulent, stormy winds. Vines alive and dead had victoriously covered and consumed huge swaths of the walls and roof, which also had gaping holes in it, and what windows remained looked cracked beyond repair. All the kids in the neighborhood knew it colloquially as the Haunted Mansion, and it wasn't uncommon for kids to dare other kids to go inside and creep around, much to the chagrin of parents and local authorities alike, who had deemed the building unsafe and off-limits for years. Long before Bakugo and Midoriya were born, even. You want to do something fun? Midoriya thought back to Bakugo's words from earlier. How about we go check out that haunted mansion before the storm hits? The chorus of oohs and ahs followed, as if Bakugo's suggestion was scandalous. Midoriya went along with it, as did everyone else, but he hadn't picked up on the snickering, and the nefarious glances being cast his way as they traipsed through the darkened woods. Now the boy knew. Bakugo waited for a soon-to-be stormy day like this to goad him into exploring the haunted mansion. Alone. The sudden drop of precipitation landing on his shoulder rocked Midoriya out his thoughts. He slowly tilted his head up at the dilapidated building towering above him. He hadn't even entered yet, he was standing on the torn-up porch, hesitating directly in front of the foreboding door. Deku. Bakugo snarled, making the poor boy jump up in fright. Hurry up. Or else we'll leave you here in this storm. Bakugo said that last bit with a nasty grin, and Midoriya knew better than to call his bluff. Slowly, Midoriya shuffled forward, placing his hands on the great wooden door. If Bakugo and his gang made him feel small, then this huge, rotten building made him feel microscopic. He gave a half-hearted shove, and the door gave little resistance as it creaked open, much to his surprise. He stepped in, giving a cursory look around the decayed foyer and the staircase directly in front of him, before turning back to the other boys, giving them a friendly wave as newfound courage swept through his body. Bakugo's followers whispered fervently amongst themselves, surprised that Midoriya hadn't cowered out like they expected. Even Bakugo looked surprised for a second, but said nothing, opting to instead grit his teeth in frustration. A sudden breeze blew through the forest before Midoriya could yell anything out, causing the door to swing shut in his face, causing him to jump back and yell in fright. The slam from the door seemed to shake the entire building, eliciting a slight groan from the structure, as dust rained down from the flaking ceiling. Midoriya quickly shook himself free from the clinging grime. Alright, I'm in, Midoriya thought. Now what? Thinking back, Bakugo had never explained what exactly he was supposed to do once he entered the mansion. He had only told him to go in. But Midoriya didn't think Bakugo would be really impressed with him if he simply left right this moment. No, he'd at least explore a bit. To say the interior of the building was dark would be an understatement. The two rooms flanking both his left and right side were completely shrouded in darkness, and the foyer had barely any light, as it was Midoriya chalked it up the brewing storm outside. The pitter-patter of falling rain was more audible, spurring Midoriya toward the stairs. He certainly wasn't going to be left behind if he could help it. With careful steps, Midoriya slowly ascended the stairs to the upper foyer. Its stability was questionable at best, but it still seemed capable enough to support his weight, which he was grateful for. He stuck near the crumbling railing and inched his way toward a side room. The upper foyer extended all the way to the back of the building, stripped bare of even the most basic decor furniture. The large circular window crisscrossed with a strange series of arcs seemed to offer a view of the woods behind the house, but the impending storm blocked view and light alike, leaving the second story even more bleak than it was bare. The clap of thunder and a blinding flash through the window startled Midoriya. He really needed to hurry, but he wanted to make sure Bakugo would be impressed with how long he had stayed inside. Not lingering any longer, Midoriya slipped into the closest side room, promising himself he would leave right after to ensure Bakugo wouldn't leave him behind. The room was more compact and square-shaped, though just as dusty as the rest of the house. The walls were lined entirely with grand bookshelves touching all the way to the ceiling, splintered and barren of whatever texts they might have been decorated with in the past. Except... wait, what? Midoriya blinked and approached a bookshelf that ended in the far corner of the room. Hiding in the shelf's shadow and coated beneath a thick layer of dust was a single book. Midoriya's curiosity took over as he reached out to fetch it. He stared at the cover for a good minute before flipping it over and studying its backside and spine. Midoriya discovered the leather cover of the book was a brilliant shade of red beneath the dust covering it. There were no words written on the cover, and when he flipped it open to a random page, he was greeted with lines and lines of indiscernible text. What language is this? Midoriya wondered. It's not Japanese, or even Chinese for that matter. The sound of thunder struck again, this time reverberating through the shelves and causing the entire room to shake harder than the foyer had just moments prior. Without even thinking, Midoriya slammed the book shut, tucked it under his arm, and bolted out of the room and down the stairs. The pelting of rain and the howling wind that accompanied it was louder than ever, and Midoriya felt a surge of panic at the prospect of Bakugo abandoning him here to ride out the storm in the night. He'd certainly have some explaining to do to his mother the following day if that were to happen, provided she didn't die from worry first. Midoriya burst through the door and nearly yelled out in relief as he saw Bakugo standing in his exact same spot, along with his other friends behind him, though they looked more desperate than their leader to seek shelter from this storm. Bakugo's natural scowl only deepened as the quirkless loser finally emerged from the house after roughly 8 tense minutes. About damn time, shitty Deku. Would you look at that, one of Bakugo's cohorts muttered as he wrapped his arms and elongated fingers around his torso, shivering in the blustery rain. Quirkless kid went in and came out just fine. Oi, Deku. Bakugo barked. He leveled his glare directly at the poor boy, not looking or feeling impressed in the slightest. In fact, all he felt was frustration that Midoriya had succeeded. We're leaving. Without even waiting for the green-haired lad to respond, Bakugo turned and stormed off, his hands in his pockets as his followers flocked around behind him. Midoriya wasted no time in bounding across the mossy forest floor now, waterlogged from the incessant rain to catch up with the rest of the group. In a few minutes' time, the group of boys found their way back along the ravine that held the creek they had played around so many times in years prior. They always followed the creek back in the general direction of the park whenever they decided to play out here, but the sight before them made the drenched youths linger in awe. The ravine before them no longer held the gentle creek they had seen an hour before, but instead contained a rampaging torrent of rapid floodwaters, filled to the brim with mud and debris, and that was just on the surface. The kid with the elongated fingers turned toward Midoriya, noticing the red spine of a book nestled in his armpit. Whoa, Midoriya even managed to sneak something out of the mansion. For the second time that day, Midoriya shrank as all eyes were on him. It didn't matter that they didn't have looks of contempt on their faces. He was simply conditioned after so many years of bullying to feel uncomfortable and brace for the worst whenever this happened. The worst, unfortunately, was about to come. Bakugo growled, pushing the boys that were crowding around Midoriya, and inquiring about his find aside, so he could see it for himself. Sure enough, tucked in snugly beneath the boy's arms was a thick red book. Midoriya was shielding it as best he could from the rain, but Bakugo saw it as Midoriya trying to keep it away from him. Naturally, his anger surged. Well, Deku spat. I never pegged you to be a thief and a loser, Deku. Midoriya blinked as the words reverberated inside his head. Thief. And you want to be a hero. Deku was sporting his trademark crazed grin now. How can you even play the role of a worthless one-up hero when you steal things like a villain? Midoriya clenched his eyes shut and backed away from the boys, as Bakugo's words stung his brain like a hornet. Like a villain, like a villain. Immense guilt swelled inside Midoriya as he took another step back from the gang of boys, moving away, just as Bakugo was reaching out to grab hold of the book's spine, earning him a murderous glare. Give me the book, Deku. Bakugo growled. He clenched his fists. He might not be able to use his quirk as effectively in the rain, but he could still throw a hell of a punch. Keikaking. Midoriya yelled out in protest, taking another step backwards toward the edge of the ravine. I need to return this. What you need to do is fork that book over. Bakugo growled with even more anger. Was it even possible? Of course it was. Kakin. Whatever protests Midoriya was about to yell were lost as he felt the earth give way beneath his foot with one final step back. Gravity took full effect as his body tumbled backwards, with the last thing the quirkless boy seen before submerging into the murky depths below, was the look of absolute shock on Bakugo's face. Help. Midoriya sputtered desperately as the torrential floodwaters tossed and turned him like a load of laundry. He lost his grip on the book, but he hardly even noticed as he was flailing his arms wildly trying to keep himself from sinking. He parted his lips the moment his face was met with air and not water, gasping for breath as he looked around, beleaguered and distraught about his predicament. Midoriya whimpered before being pulled back under by the raging current. There was no one to be seen running along the ravine edge. Bakugo and his followers were gone. He was going to die, and he was going to die alone. Something solid and hefty suddenly rammed into his side, knocking what little breath he had out of his lungs, but fortunately also propelling him back to the surface. Midoriya instinctively clung to the object, a log large enough for him to hold onto as he was swept away. He kept his eyes tightly shut as rain, wind, and muddied water battered his face relentlessly. Midoriya suddenly yelled out in pain. A searing, scratching sensation ran up his right cheek, where the pointed tip of an errant branch being danced around the raging waters sliced across his skin. The hapless boy only clung to his makeshift lifeboat harder, even as the waters began banging the wayward log against what Midoriya could only surmise to be other logs and whatever debris he could imagine. With his eyes clenched shut, the boy could only guess what the chaos swirling around him in the muddied waters looked like. Midoriya sputtered and sobbed as he was tossed so mercilessly down the ravine, but his sobs soon gave way to horrid blood-curdling screams, as his log rammed straight into a derelict tree trunk entrenched in the depths of the river, his hands being pinned and crushed between both splintered wooden surfaces. In the wake of the blistering pain, Midoriya yanked his eyes wide open as he screamed out, only to be met with a splattering of muddied water to his face. The muck blinded him, and he slipped limply off his log the moment his crushed hands were released from the vice. I'm going to die. Midoriya thought hopelessly. I'm going to die and I'll never become a hero. Now back to being tumbled back and forth by the unyielding waves, Midoriya could only gurgle out his screams whenever he was plunged back into the murky depths. The final thought that flashed into his mind before losing consciousness was his mother, and how heartbroken she'd be whenever his body was recovered. The splashing of a wave stirred him out of the all-consuming darkness. His eyelids cracked open, blinking repeatedly in a vain attempt to clear out the gunk that blurred his vision. Am I alive? Midoriya thought weakly as he swiveled his head around, taking note of his surroundings as best he could. He was laying on his back, that much he knew. It seemed he had miraculously washed up on the bank of the ravine. Casting his gaze down toward the water, he could see it still churning ferociously, though the rain had lessened a considerable deal. With a grunt, Midoriya tried lifting his body up, but found he had no energy to do so. He tried settling for his arms instead, but winced in pain. A surge of adrenaline was felt as Midoriya realized he could not even feel his hands, let alone move them. Midoriya coughed and let his head drop back down. His body couldn't even handle that minuscule rush of adrenaline it seemed, and he could already feel his consciousness slipping away from him again. That is, until some movement above him caught his blurry eye. Phew. He croaked out but felt his mouth clam up. It came as no shock that he also lacked the energy to even speak. Don't move, a gruff voice replied. Midoriya released a sigh he hadn't even realized he was holding at that moment. He strained to get a good look at his savior before everything faded. The only precise details he could make out was a gentlemanly face, a blue tunic, and a flapping red cloth that gently wrapped around his body, coating him in what felt like an otherworldly warmth. Midoriya let his eyes flutter shut as he drifted peacefully to the sensation of being slowly lifted to safety. Chapter 2. Crushed Hands, Crushed Dreams. Darkness and warmth were not typically things Izuku would normally correlate with one another, yet the waves of warmth that washed over his body, inundating him with a serene sense of calmness, had not waned in the slightest as he drifted through sleep. The gentleman, the tunic, the red cloak capturing his body in such a gentle embrace, those were the last things he saw before darkness once again robbed his senses. Well, his normal senses, anyway. Izuku could hardly explain it, even as he was set adrift among the ether of his own unconsciousness, but he could still feel that cloak wrapped loosely round his drenched form, and a comforting heat that seemed to literally pulse out of his fibers. And further beyond the gentle radiance of the cloak was the other sensation he had detected before his mind slipped away. That of being lifted off the sludgy riverbank by the gentleman he had caught a glimpse of. Or was it the cloak? Now that he thought about it, it had seemed like the blue-robed gentleman and the red cloak were almost like two different entities. Did that cloak belong to a second individual? Had someone else besides the gentleman slipped down into the ravine to fetch his exhausted body without Izuku even noticing them or their features? A sudden shift in sensations forced Izuku to file that thought away for the time being. The shift rippled all through the darkness he was floating in. What was happening? The feeling of being lifted had ceased, and now he was sinking. The last thing he had felt against his backside before the heat was the slick mud of the riverbank, but now his back was being pressed against what had to be a cushion of some kind. He was sinking into it, but not to the point where Izuku feared falling into it entirely. And speaking of the heat of the cloak that had undoubtedly saved him, that, too, had dissipated. Izuku despaired and imagined himself reaching out into the abyss, hoping that it was not totally beyond his grasp, but there was no vestige of heat left to be felt. And then a stirring. And Izuku finally opened his eyes. Beep. 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 Where there was once a safe cocoon of darkness surrounding him, Izuku now found himself blinking helplessly beneath the white light. Blinding, intense, and invasive. What? Izuku thought as his eyes reoriented themselves, his vision no longer obstructed by the muddied muck of the river. Where am I? The glare of the light faded as his eyes became more adjusted with each blink. He was in a hospital room. The white walls, ceiling, floor, and bed were probably what made the light of the room so initially blinding. Beep. 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 Izuku tilted his head toward the sound. An EKG monitor was to the right of his bed, beeping in tandem with his pulse, causing Izuku to be grimly aware of the wires and tubes connected to his body. Thankfully, his mouth was clear. A television was mounted on the wall before him, and a few posters of doctors and health-related phrases dotted the walls here and there. It didn't make the room seem any less blindingly white, though. Ah, so you awake at last. Izuku nearly jolted at the gruff voice that spoke to his left. Wait, that voice. Izuku snapped his head in the voice's direction, eyes widening in shock at the man that sat beside him. Blue tunic, red cloak draped over the hospital chair, the meticulously trimmed goatee, decombed. Well-kept hair. This was without a doubt the man he had seen after washing up on the riverbank. Why you saved me? Izuku sputtered as he tried sitting up in his bed, though his body's muscles protested with great pain, and a well of newfound tears threatened to spill forth. The gentleman was up in an instant, placing his palm against Izuku's chest, and gently nudging him to lie back down. With his backside pressed against the cushion of his hospital bed, Izuku realized that this must have been the sensation, the soft sinking one he felt before waking up. Yes, I did save you, young man, the stranger said after ensuring Izuku was placed back into a fully resting position. His lips became taut, and his eyes took on a studious yet grim look, as if he was observing the green-haired boy, but was crestfallen by what he saw. Though I'm afraid I did not save you in time. Izuku's breath got caught in his throat, and the monitor beside him began beeping a bit more rapidly. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. What do you mean? Izuku managed to rasp out before descending into a harsh coughing fit, turning his head away from the man who had saved him. When Izuku turned back, the strange man had a piping hot cup in his palm before him. The vapors wafted across Izuku's face, tickling his nostrils before he took the hint, and parted his lips for the steaming liquid that the man was offering him. Izuku couldn't decide which was worse. The burning heat of the drink or its goddamn saltiness. Much to his relief, however, the man only offered a sip out of the diminutive cup before pulling it away. His taut lips loosened into something akin to a forlorn smile, as Izuku struggled to keep himself from spitting the salty concoction all over his clean, white hospital sheets. Butter tea, the man said as he set the cup down on a small table nestled in between Izuku's bed and the chair he was sitting in. The table, Izuku noted, had a sizable stack of what could only be get-well cards and a second teacup, filled with the same brew he had just been subjected to. The heat and the salt combined will help keep your throat clear of mucus. I wouldn't give you too much, no need for you to fall ill to dehydration when you've already almost drowned. Midoriya blinked and nodded his head numbly before turning his attention toward the stack of cards resting beside the butter tea. The gentleman followed his gaze to the cards and seemed more than willing to push their conversation along. Ah, yes, you've received quite a few of these, the man said, picking up a pink-colored one and holding it open in front of Izuku's face for him to read, much to the boy's confusion, though he said nothing as he perused the card. It was very monotonous and bland, with a generic get well soon scribbled in the middle of the card, with a nearly incomprehensible name signed on the bottom. Izuku recognized it as a student from his class, but why they would send him a get well card was beyond him. No one even gave him a passing glance besides Bakugo and his ilk. Izuku shuddered and felt his gut sink in, as if it had been punched at the mere thought of Bakugo. Memories of his recent ordeal began flashing through his mind. And the most terrifying realization that had come to Izuku when he was being battered by waves and logs alike, was not just that he believed he was going to die, he truly thought he was going to die alone, abandoned by the boy he had so reverentially followed for so long. The man flipped through card after card for Izuku to look through. All of them were the same. Bland, repetitive colors, generic wording, lazily written signatures. Izuku was sure by this point that the cards weren't made willingly, that they'd been crafted by the order of his homeroom teacher. Adding further insult to injury was the fact that in that whole stack, there was not a single card from Bakugo. Izuku visibly winced. Maybe Bakugo really had left him for dead. Maybe he really didn't care if Deku had died. "I'm grateful for what you've done for me, sir," Izuku said, a feeling of exhaustion swirling in his stomach. "But you don't have to feed me tea or hold the cards up for me." Izuku tried raising his arms to push the empty gesture that was his classmate's card away from him. And then he froze. "And my hands." Izuku had a terrified expression etched on his face as he gaped at his thickly bandaged hands resting atop the covers. How had he not noticed this earlier? Was he still that exhausted? Izuku grunted as he tried flexing his hands beneath the layers of gauze covering them, but it was no use. He felt pain as he tried lifting his arms, but his hands. He had hardly any feeling in either of them. He shakily turned his head back toward his savior, his wide eyes seeking desperately for an explanation. But the grim, taut face returned to the blue-robed gentleman as he sat back down and stared at the boy's ruined hands dismally. There was a glint of empathy in the man's eyes, as if he understood Izuku's predicament all too well. "I'm afraid I did not save you in time." The words rang clearly in the boy's head as the realization dawned on Izuku that this must have been what the gentleman was referring to. His hands, they were beyond any hope of repair. The young man. All he got in response was a whimper from the boy. The gentleman grimaced, furrowing his admittedly stern-looking brow, as a series of shakes and hiccups overtook the child in question, gazing disconsolately upon his broken hands. "Izuku!" A high-pitched cry reverberated through the room, snapping the two of them out of whatever musings they were stuck in, as a homely-looking woman barged through the door and flung herself at the bedridden boy, sobbing uncontrollably. The boy's mother, no doubt, the man thought as he looked on, watching the boy resting limply in his mother's grasp, his eyes looking more and more drained by the second. After a few racking moments of indecipherable mutterings of concern mixed with a questionably unhealthy amount of sobs, the woman Inko, he believed her name was, based on past visits, finally pulled herself away from her son. He simply laid back lifelessly into his bed without uttering a word toward his mother. "You've been out for 2 whole days, Izuku," Inko cried while wiping away the continuous wave of tears spilling down her cheeks. "When I got a call from the doctor that you were beginning to stir, I came right over." 2 whole days. Izuku thought blankly as he processed that information. That would certainly explain the cards from his classmates. 2 days would have been more than enough time to hastily put 20 or so cards together and mail them to the hospital. "And who might you be?" Inko said, sniffling as she turned her attention toward the man in the blue tunic. The man blinked in surprise before swiftly standing up to give her a courteous bow. "My apologies, where are my manners? I've kept watch over the boy, and I've yet to formally introduce myself." "My name is Stephen Strange," the man, Strange, said. "Dr. Stephen Strange." "The doctor?" Inko asked with a small smile, feeling slightly more at ease by the display of politeness from Strange. "Are you one of the doctors that worked on my son in the emergency room?" "Alas, no," Strange said with a tone of resignation. "I am merely the man who retrieved your son out of the ravine Anduv." Inko had blindsided Strange with a tackling hug, throwing her arms around him as she buried her face into his tunic. He could both feel and hear the waterworks of her tears kicking into action once more right after she had gotten them under control, too. "Thank you," she sobbed. "I will never be able to repay you for saving my boy." Strange struggled to keep himself from collapsing under the crushing weight of Inko's hug, but he still managed to work her way back down, or up, from her inconsolable display of grief. Strange gave his tunic a few brushes with his hand after she had calmed down, and tried his hardest to conceal his small grin of amusement to the fact that his guard now sported a noticeable tear stain on it, after being subjected to the woman's tear ducts for no more than a minute. "I assure you, there's no need to thank me, ma'am," Strange replied graciously. "I'll not hear you selling your own actions short," Inko replied sternly. "You saved Izuku's life. If you hadn't been there." Izuku merely laid in his bed as his mother reaped her accolades on Strange's shoulders, who in turn shrugged them off as humbly as he could. He wasn't listening to their conversation, all of his attention was focused squarely on his hands. His rent, broken, bandaged, lifeless hands. Izuku had always been called weak and powerless throughout his childhood by others. It had been expected he was quirkless, after all. But even though he had suffered through numerous instances of bullying and beatings and taunts over the years mostly from Kaken, Izuku had never truly felt powerless until the moment he laid eyes on his shattered extremities. "So the worthless Deku wants to be a hero, huh?" Izuku tried curling his fingers once more, and dismayed when he could not. Give up on that shitty dream of yours, you quirkless loser. He clenched his eyes shut. He didn't want to shed tears uncontrollably like his mother had just moments prior. How could he become a hero without his hands? How could he help people save people like All Might if he couldn't use his hands to lift people up, to hoist and carry people to safety, to punch villains into the dirt? And his doctor said that within another day or two, the bandages can come off permanently. Izuku perked up as Strange was most definitely talking about his hands. Oh, thank goodness, Inko sighed, clasping her hands together. I'll be sure to take him straight home once he's been cleared. And then what? Izuku weakly muttered, causing both adults to turn towards him with startled expressions. Izuku? Inko whispered worriedly. And then what? Izuku repeated, staring up at them with despondently hair-turning eyes. Look at my hands. I can't become a hero after this, Mom. The dumbstruck Strange glanced back over to Inko, only to catch her before she could collapse to the ground. Her facial expression looked as if something inside her had visibly cracked and shattered. How can I help people if I can't use my hands? Izuku wailed, the tears he had tried so desperately to keep bottled up, finally pouring down his cheeks, the monitor beside him beeping dangerously fast. Chapter 3. Teach me. Strange had barely settled Inko's slumped form down in the chair beside the bed, before the door to the hospital room burst open, a small cadre of nurses rushing in to cease the boys' wailing and thrashing, trying their damnedest to get Izuku to compose himself. The boy, to his credit, did not put up much resistance, as the nurses successfully restrained him, administering medicine to forcibly calm his obviously frayed nerves, as well as checking and documenting all of his vitals. Turning his attention back to Inko, Strange tilted her body back, so her head rested against the wall behind her, ensuring she would not slide out of her spot and collapse to the tile floor. Confident the woman was safe where she sat, Strange turned again toward Izuku to monitor over the nurses, giving him aid. He fully intended on jumping into the fray himself, and administer orders to the cluster of nurses working diligently over the now silent child, against his better judgment, though he could recall medical knowledge just as readily as any spell from the Book of Ashanti. And it was not difficult for him to regress to his younger inclinations of being overwhelmingly authoritative given the hospital setting. It's under control, a dull-sounding voice said as a hand suddenly shot out in front of Strange, before he could take another step toward the bed. A rather bedraggled-looking man was standing beside the sorcerer. He wore the garb of a doctor, though Strange would have been hard-pressed to acknowledge him as such on first impressions alone, given the man's grizzled gray hair, loosely fit clothing, and slouchy posture. The man finally turned to face Strange, bright green eyes slowly dissipating back into a lusterless shade of hazel. X-ray eyes, the doctor explained with an unenthusiastic sigh. My quirk lets me scan through organic matter and pick up on any medical anomalies. He raised his hand over his shoulder and lazily bobbed his thumb over in Izuku's direction. He checks out. Just a panic attack. Another sigh. X-ray vision. Strange couldn't deny that such a quirk offered priceless utility in a medical profession. But to held by such an unenthusiastic fellow. Taoshi, the doctor said. I beg your pardon. Strange replied, snapped out of his musings. My name, the man, Taoshi, explained and limply offered his hand. Dr. Taoshi. Strange, the sorcerer said, gripping Taoshi's hand only for it to drop back down lifelessly, after what had to have been the worst handshake of Strange's life. Dr. Strange. Taoshi perked an eyebrow. I figured as much. You were here 2 days ago, when this boy was brought in. You were giving your recommendations to the other doctors. There was a sarcastic emphasis put around that word, recommendations. That would be the polite way of putting it. Strange thought back to when the doctors were rushing Izuku into the air. Strange was spouting orders to the men and women around him, who looked at him dumbfounded, but carried out his demands without resistance. It must have been a strange sight indeed, to both doctor and patient alike, to see a man in a blue tunic and a red cloak, shouting out precise medical jargon and procedures to everyone around him. Strange knew if Wong was there he'd have told him to be at least a little sheepish about his behavior that day, but Strange stubborn man that he is couldn't bring himself to regret his abrasive actions. In that instant, watching that young man suffering from wounds so startlingly similar to those inflicted on him many years ago, Strange felt himself the Surgeon Supreme again, instead of the Sorcerer Supreme. Still, it was admirable, Taoshi drawled on. You know your stuff. You sure you want to continue being a pro-hero and not take over my job here? Oh, no, you mistaken, sir, Strange said after a few moments were taken contemplating Taoshi's statement. I am not a pro-hero. Oh? Taoshi's face morphed into one of confusion, a step up from his typical lukewarm expression, Strange noted. I had thought you were, considering. Strange saw Taoshi's gaze drop down to his admittedly unusual attire, understanding where the confusion was stemming from in an instant. It's complicated, was all that Strange found himself willing to offer his fellow doctor. Right, Taoshi said with a tone of apprehension before pointing over at Inko's wilted body resting in the corner of the room. And what about her? The boy's mother merely passed out after his fit, Strange explained. She should be fine after some rest, but if you'd like to formally examine her. No thanks, Taoshi quickly waved the suggestion away. Less work for me to do. A tap suddenly came against Taoshi's shoulder from one of the nurses, indicating that they had finished their work. She handed him a clipboard which he perused with thinly veiled disinterest. Well, that's that. Stabilized and analyzed, Taoshi said, handing the clipboard back before speaking to Strange again. Feel free to stay if you wish. Just don't overstay. I don't have to tell you the importance of rest for a patient in his condition. Taoshi lazily swiveled toward the door, shooting Izuku a glance as he pushed it open. TCH, importance of rest, Taoshi muttered before finally departing for his next chore. I wish I could just lie in bed all day. The nurses bowed before Strange one by one before exiting the room in the same manner. Strange, chivalrous as always, returned the courtesy to them. Languid loud, Strange muttered under his breath as the last nurse departed, silently thankful that Taoshi was not one of the surgeons who had operated on Izuku's hands. Strange was back to Izuku's side, watching the boy now resting peacefully in his bed, a far cry from the thrashing, sobbing mess he was just a few minutes ago. His eyes lingered on his tear-stained freckles before sliding his gaze down to his bandaged hands. A painful pang of remembrance jolted through Strange's mind. In that instant he saw not Izuku lying in the hospital bed, but himself, despairing over the ruined state of his hands, and the ruined state of what was once his prestigious surgical career. I could have done better, Strange thought of that pathetically bitter whimper he had uttered when perusing the work done to save his own hands, work that Strange had, at the time, been convinced was botched and amateurish. Strange shook his head clear of such distasteful memories. He would not pedantically comb over every inch of skin that Izuku's surgeons had worked on. He would simply have faith that the surgeons had done the absolute best they could. Have faith, Strange said quietly to himself, chuckling at the irony of that statement. Where would he be today if he hadn't lacked faith in the aftermath of his operation? His lack of faith helped set him off on a grand naive adventure to right the wrongs of his grievous injuries. Lacking faith is what ultimately led him to Camertage in his most desperate bid for treatment. Lacking faith is what set him on the path to becoming Sorcerer Supreme. Strange felt a twinge of movement and saw one of the bottom tips of his cloak of levitation curl up toward Izuku's face, gently wiping away what tears remained on his cheeks. You've taken a liking to him, haven't you? Strange asked unabashedly. The enchanted cloak bristled with confirmation before settling back into place lifelessly upon Strange's backside. Strange couldn't help but chuckle again. As have I. Strange connected the tips of his middle and index fingers at an angle, curling his thumbs into his palms. The tips of his connected fingers sparked with a radiant orange energy before he briskly drew them apart, downwards, and then together again, drawing a large square shape in the air with his fingertips. When his fingers reconnected, Strange's magic rushed inward, filling out the empty space of the diagram with energy. There was a bright flash, and a blanket had materialized where the mystical square had once been. Plucking the fluttering fabric out of the air, Strange set it loose over Inko's sleeping body, letting it settle nicely on top of her. She, being the boy's mother, deserves some comfort in all of this, too. Strange then raised his hands, stretching his left one out and curling the fingers of his right, circulating them up and down, as his magical energy swirled before him like a vortex. The space then split apart, opening wide to reveal his sleeping quarters in the depths of his sanctum. His portal opened, and Strange prepared to step through and retire for the day when suddenly, how can I help people if I can't use my hands? Izuku's declaration of despair rang through Strange's head, the words giving him pause as he placed one foot through the portal. Those words, despite what similarities Strange had noted between Izuku and himself, those words highlighted a great difference between the two. Izuku possessed a far more impressively selfless nature than Strange could have hoped to have had when he suffered his injury. Where he had been distraught over the loss of his hands, Strange knew now, and could admit without shame, that what truly destroyed him that day was what that loss represented. His lucrative and wealthy career, built up meticulously over many years of dedicated study and practice, lain to waste in a single day. It was easy for Strange to see and understand the loss that Izuku surely perceived when he gazed down in abject horror at his own broken hands. He had lost the simplest, kindest way to offer help to another person. Where the Stephen Strange of the past had viewed his own two hands as little more than tools for maintaining the aggrandizement of arguably the world's greatest surgeon at the time, Izuku viewed his own two hands as the simplest, yet best, way to offer any aid he could spare to others. Strange understood this clearly. And now he understood what he had to do. Izuku Midoriya, he whispered to himself as he stepped fully through his portal. I failed to rescue you in time, but I refuse to simply stand aside and allow such a pure dream to perish where you lie. Giving the boy one last glance, Strange flicked his fingers in the direction of his sleeping quarters. The two teacups he had placed on the hospital desk suddenly levitated, propelled by his unseen magical energy, and darted through the portal right as it closed. I will give you pity no longer, Izuku, Strange thought as his eyes slowly adjusted from the bright white of the hospital to the darkness of his sanctum. I will instead offer you what my master offered me all those years ago. He allowed the cloak of levitation to remove itself from his back. Strange wasted no time in retiring for bed to get plenty of rest for tomorrow. The path to follow. Izuku wished he'd gotten plenty of rest for today. When he groggily regained his senses after being restrained by the nurses, nighttime had already arrived. His mother, couched in the same chair as the gentleman that had saved him, greeted him with familiar teary eyes. She looked significantly worn out, though Izuku was lacking a mere right in that moment, and couldn't imagine himself looking that much better. "Sweetie," Inko said tiredly. "A nurse came by earlier, but you were still out. Would you like some dinner? I know hospital food can leave much to be desired, but it might not be a bad idea to at least get some food in you." Izuku visibly tensed and jerked his head away, resting his gaze squarely on his still bandaged hands. No, Izuku thought. They've been replaced with clean bandages. Did it happen while he was rendered unconscious by the nurses? It didn't really matter, he'd suppose. He was just grateful to not be awake when they did it. "I'm not hungry," Izuku grumbled, turning his face away from his mother's. Inko reached out, her lip quivering as if to say something in protest, but whatever was bubbling just beneath the surface managed to stay there. Inko didn't argue or press the matter any further. They sat in silence, with the sole exception being the beeping from Izuku's EKG monitor, for what felt like an hour. The sound of stirring caught Izuku's attention, forcing him to face his mother again, only to see her standing up and stretching her arms. How long had she sat there watching over me? How long had the gentleman? "It's getting late," Inko said, leaning down to plant a motherly kiss on Izuku's forehead, while she glided a hand through the curly green sea of his hair. "Dr. Taoshi said I can take you home tomorrow, so long as you don't have another." She bit her lip, struggling to finish her sentence. "Break down," Izuku dejectedly thought for her. Unsurprisingly, Inko left her sentence hanging in the air. She creaked the door open slowly, almost as if she was trying to open it as slowly as possible as she gave her son one final forlorn smile for the night. Then she proceeded to close the door at an agonizingly slow pace as well. The door finally clicked shut. It took another minute before the sound of his mother's footsteps faded down the hall. And Izuku was finally alone. Beep, beep, beep. Not quite alone, he guessed. "Midoriya," Dr. Taoshi said sluggishly as he sauntered into the room with the nurse without even looking at his patient. His eyes were glued to whatever data or information was on his clipboard, though he looked at it with equal indifference. "I hope you've slept well." Izuku cracked his eyes open in Taoshi's direction, hoping the bags beneath his eyelids would speak for themselves. When Taoshi finally looked up at him as if he was actually expecting a verbally given answer, Izuku responded, "I slept well." The time on the clock was now 9 a.m. Izuku had stayed up for 12 hours straight, fidgeting the night away in his bed. Oh sure, he tried to catch some sleep last night, but sleep was not just elusive, it was non-existent. How was he supposed to get any decent sleep with that damn monitor beeping all goddamn night? "Oh, cripes," Izuku thought. "I'm starting to think like Kakin now." Good, Taoshi's voice dripped with apathy. "Well, everything seems to be in order, so let's not waste any more time, shall we? I do enough of that clocking in every day." The nurse, a far younger-looking woman with long, blazing red hair, bounded forward after that, practically skipping toward Izuku's bedside with a saccharine grin plastered across her face from ear to ear. "Morning, Izuchin," the nurse said, quickly disconnecting the monitor and shutting it off before leaning down closer to Izuku, who had a blanched look smeared on his own face. "I'm Nurse Kuchi, and I'm going to help take your bandages off. Would you like tea, JT? Dr. Taoshi, help me." Izuku screamed in the deep recesses of his own head. Before he could stammer out a protest of any sort, Kuchi puckered her lips and planted a sloppy kiss directly onto Izuku's forehead. What the followed by a tingling sensation consuming his whole body that Izuku could have sworn was just a natural reaction. "How's my quirk feel?" Kuchi giggled. "My quirk is called numb. People lose all sensation in their bodies whenever I kiss them. That for a second I thought I was just. This way you won't feel any pain when I take your bandages off." Kuchi interrupted his thoughts. "Not that you should feel any pain, but one can never be too careful. Let's get this over with," Taoshi sighed. Layer by layer, the doctor and nurse unraveled the long strips of bandages covering Izuku's hands. The shock and embarrassment from Kuchi's kiss helped to distract him from the slow, gentle procedure. "All done," Taoshi said dully. Any lingering embarrassment Izuku held over Kuchi's kiss was swiftly swept away by a visceral wave of shame and remorse. Taoshi, to his credit, said nothing and looked back at his clipboard, though Izuku couldn't decide whether it was for lack of caring, or if he didn't want to seem rude by staring, while Kuchi offered him a sympathetic smile. "Hang in there, Izuchin," Kuchi said, kissing her fingertips before tapping them against his forehead. A simple way to show affection while getting around an obvious drawback of her quirk, Izuku noted. "Yes, we're done here," Taoshi said, tucking the clipboard into his armpit. "Your mother already called ahead, she's coming to check you out. Once she's here and you change out of your hospital clothes, you'll be free to go." Izuku said nothing, but nodded to show that he understood. Taoshi grunted and left without another word, Kuchi following right behind him, but making sure to blow Izuku another kiss before she, too, left. Izuku wanted to say it helped somewhat, but that would have been a filthy lie. Alone once more, Izuku stared at the only thing he wished he could bring himself to nod. His superfluous hands, scarred far worse than he imagined they would be. They looked absolutely gnarled. Izuku ran his hands over each other, delicately touching the indentations of the scars on both his palms and on the back of his hands, even though Kuchi's quirk hadn't worn off yet. Even the squiggles of his knuckles seemed indistinguishable from the rest of the scars. Oh? Izuku blinked as the numbing sensation suddenly began to fade away, first from his forehead, then spreading down across his body. And then reaching his arms. Izuku audibly gasped as feeling crept back into his hands and digits like a hand fitting snugly into a glove for the first time in months. He hadn't possessed any sense of feeling in his hands yesterday, and already he could bend his fingertips and feel the movements. He gingerly ran his hands back over each other again. Maybe this wasn't a complete disaster, he told himself. Maybe I can still use my hands after all. He felt relieved. Maybe I really can still become a... And then the shaking started. At first Izuku was confused. He could still bend his fingers and move his hands, he could still feel all of that, so then why? No, Izuku quietly whimpered as he sat there, watching helplessly as his hands shook and trembled uncontrollably. No. No, no, oh no. Because that was the real source of his problem now, wasn't it? Sensation returned to his hands, just as he'd hoped, but fate decided to hoard away that which he desperately needed most of all. Control. A scarred hand he could lift. A scarred hand he could flex. A scarred hand he could use. But a scarred hand, trembling uncontrollably, unable to even properly grasp and lift up the edge of the bed sheet he was lying on. Izuku bit his lip and choked back a sob as he laid his unsteady hands down on the bed sheet. He couldn't bear to lay them directly on his thighs, and feel the shakes throughout his whole body. The world seemed determined to strip Izuku of any means possible to become a hero. First, fate robbed him of a quirk. Then it took his hands. What could be next? A cruel reminder of his debilitating condition immediately after he discovered it, apparently. Kuchi swept back into the room with an elongated tray of food, placing it before Izuku, by clasping its bottom onto the handlebars on the side of his bed, a simple yet nifty method to give patients mostly relegated to their beds, a way to eat food that didn't require getting up or leaning over to a side table. Sausages, a rice bowl, orange slices, a carton of milk, all looked appetizing, well, as appetizing as hospital food could be, anyway. Except he couldn't stand to even look at the food, let alone eat any of it. I didn't order any breakfast, Izuku muttered. You didn't, Kuchi said softly, her once bubbly personality now somber as she looked over Izuku's trembling hands. He wished she wouldn't look at him with such pity. Your mother's down in the lobby, Kuchi continued. She'll be up shortly to help you with this. She demanded that you put some food in you before leaving. And with that, Kuchi left again, but not before blowing him another kiss. Izuku had stopped paying her any attention. Izuku looked back up at the clock, trying to look at anything in the room other than his hands or the food. 9:10 a.m. But the steam from the freshly cooked sausages and rice wafted into his nostrils, enticing him to eat. Izuku's stomach grumbled loudly, and even though Izuku kept telling himself he wasn't in the mood for food, his rumbling gut forced him to turn his attention back to the breakfast spread before him. There was just one problem, though. His hands. Izuku placed his hand over the pair of chopsticks that had come with the rice bowl, grasping at it as best he could. They, too, shook whenever he tried picking them up. They clattered out of his hands and back on the tray time after time, the lack of results and progress, slowly eating up Izuku's patience, as he failed to grasp and pick up something as simple as a pair of chopsticks after dozens of attempts. Damn it all, Izuku angrily cursed under his breath, uncharacteristic of him as it was. Now the world was just mocking him, of that he was certain. The chopsticks dropped back onto the tray, clattering a final time as Izuku finally embraced defeat. How many minutes were spent trying to pick them up? And where was his mother? How long did it take to get to his room from the lobby? Izuku glanced back up at the clock. 9:10 a.m. What? Had the clock broken just now? What were the odds of that? I'd start with the sausages if I were you, a familiar but no less startling gentlemanly voice spoke to the left of Izuku, causing the poor boy to jolt and thrash around to see the source of the voice, knocking the tray loose from the handlebars in the process, and sending the food and milk splattering to the tile below. The tray rattled around the floor before eventually coming to a halt, leaving Izuku shocked panting, as the only audible sound left in the room. He stared wide-eyed at the figure with the same colored blue tunic, red cloak, and well-trimmed face as yesterday. The Doctor Strange, Izuku panted. He seemed surprised to see me, Midoriya, Strange replied from his seat, the same chair he had been sitting in yesterday as well. I didn't, Izuku stammered. How long have you been there? Did you not hear me come in? Strange responded inquisitively, his eyebrow perked. I didn't even see you come in, Izuku said, feeling as exasperated as he was hungry. Interesting, said Strange, as if such a logical response was something to muse over as he looked down at the mess on the floor. I apologize for ruining your meal. Allow me to fix that. Strange placed his hands together, curling his pinkies and thumbs into his palms. His index fingers were pointing straight up, while his middle and ring fingers connected with each other, forming a rhombus-like shape. Izuku watched the scene curiously. What was the doctor going to do? Strange then slid his hands past each other, while maintaining the positions of his fingers. A rumbling hum caused Izuku to blink in confusion. The room rumbled. What was happening? He glanced back over to the doctor, and was he wearing that amulet yesterday? Draped from his neck was a shimmering amulet, opening like a golden eye, and revealing a radiant green light from within. Strange reconnected his hands, his thumbs parallel to each other, with his other fingers spread wide open. He rotated them clockwise, like a key being turned in a lock, and a resplendently emerald pattern appeared before his hands. Strange pulled one of his hands back, and the pattern was pulled along with it, coating his other arm like a bracer of slowly swirling emerald energy. Izuku could only stare on, fascinated at the intricate display before him. Strange took a step back, allowing the green radiance from the amulet to illuminate the ruined breakfast on the floor. He slowly waved his hand across the air to his right, the swirling pattern adored on his arm, layers upon layers of squares and circles, intricately placed within each other, moving in tandem with him. Izuku could hardly believe the spectacle he was witnessing. As Strange slid his hand, the fallen tray began rotating again before floating back up. The sausages and orange slices bounced off the floor a couple times and returned to their place atop the tray. The spilled rice was seemingly pulled back into the bowl, and the puddle of milk was sucked back into the now straightened and unperturbed carton. Izuku sat, dumbfounded and blinking, at the fully restored breakfast tray before him, still fresh and steaming, as if it were none the wiser of its plummet to the floor. Breakfast, Strange said while dispelling the green energy, the amulet closing shut tightly as well. Dessert. Izuku didn't immediately respond. He sat still, looking up at Strange in awe for what had to have been several minutes, though the clock still read 9:10 a.m. Dr. Strange, Izuku finally managed to speak, a hint of excitement in his voice. I've never seen a quirk like that before. Strange bowed as if he had given an elaborately staged performance, which, of course, it was, and the performance had only just begun. You flatter me, young man, Strange said with thinly veiled amusement. Though I must inform you that what you just saw was not caused by any quirk. What? Was all Izuku could utter before Dr. Strange began levitating cross-legged above the end of his bed. Your quirk is levitation, Izuku said with a slack-jawed expression. Strange shook his head. Not levitation, no. Strange flicked his index and middle fingers up, a chunk of the rice floating out of the bowl and toward Midoriya's mouth. The boy winced as he was suddenly reminded of the deplorable state of his hands, preventing him from eating without assistance. Telekinesis, then? Izuku asked with a little less enthusiasm. Wrong again, Strange said with an unreadable tone and expression. Eat. Izuku grumbled something indiscernible before reluctantly taking the floating ball of rice into his mouth and, immediately struggling to swallow it down. Hot. Hot. How is this rice still this hot? Strange was openly grinning now, and Izuku found the open carton of milk floating daintily in his face. Izuku latched onto it with his lips, and quickly slurped it down, panting as the scorching hot rice was washed down with it. Care for some more? Strange asked mildly, giving another wave of his fingers that was far more complex for Izuku to follow this time. More? Izuku was about to ask before he felt a sloshing against his lips. The milk carton was completely refilled. Izuku released it from his mouth and pulled his head back in shock. The carton simply floated back down, resting lifelessly once again on the plastic tray. Do you not like oranges? Strange playfully inquired. Perhaps you would prefer something else, like Strange moved his fingers up and down in a circular motion, a dazzling orange energy sprouting from his fingertips, and opening up in a rift which Strange calmly reached into, pulling out a bunch of bananas to show Izuku. Izuku simply sat in stunned perpetual silence. But perhaps you're more a fan of. Stop. Izuku finally shouted. Strange and Izuku stared long and hard at one another. Strange was studying Izuku's eyes intently. There was no apprehension or even excitement in those green eyes of his, only a desire or demand for answers. Strange inwardly smiled, pleased by what he saw. Who? Izuku started to ask before closing his lips, searching for a better word. What are you? Strange didn't miss a beat. I am Dr. Stephen Strange, master of the mystic arts, sorcerer supreme over this reality. Everything you've seen and everything I've done was, and is, achieved through the use of the ambient energies that flow through and around everything in this dimension, as well as every other dimension in the multiverse. I rely solely on this mystical knowledge, for I, like you, possess no quirk. The air became fraught with tension, lain thickly by the growing silence between Izuku and Strange. Izuku had lowered his head as Strange explained himself honestly and earnestly, his curly green bangs covering his eyes. You don't have to lie, you know, Izuku whispered, eliciting a deep frown from Strange. You don't have to make stuff up just to try and make me feel better. Young man, I assure you. How could you even say all of that with a straight face? Izuku suddenly exploded in anger and tears, glaring daggers at the levitating Strange. You already know I'm quirkless. My hands are shaking and ruined. I can't even eat on my own. And now you're telling me that you're quirkless despite having so many abilities. Strange was still, silent and frowning, as Izuku laid bare his heart and the frustrations and bitterness that had enraptured him so thoroughly during his stay in the hospital. I don't want to hear any of that, he shrieked. Yes, I do. I don't want to be told that a quirkless loser like me can have that kind of power. Yes, I do. I don't need you feeling sorry for me. Please help me. Izuku raised his shaky hand, struggling to keep his fingers curled, as he pointed at Strange accusingly. I don't need your pity. Strange suddenly dove toward him, his movements almost too fast for Izuku to perceive. Izuku glanced down just as Strange thrust his hand into his chest and yanked him upward, sending him soaring into the air. Except he was floating, instead. Listlessly, Izuku watched in confusion as he felt himself floating closer and closer to the clock on the wall. 9:10 a.m., the clock said mockingly. What just happened? Izuku asked aloud before reaching out to stop himself from floating into the wall. Only to stare at his glowing, transparent arms with a mixture of amazement and horror. Izuku turned his head toward the blank television screen next to the clock, taking in his reflection. His entire body was floating, entirely transparent, and emanating a golden, wispy luster that rolled off this ethereal form of his like waves at the beach. He looked into the reflection and saw behind him, too, Dr. Strange, floating above his body. His body was still lying, wide-eyed and motionless, on his bed. He saw Strange curl his fingers back downward and then felt himself being forcibly sucked back down. Izuku blinked as he jolted in bed, his heart beating in his ears as he panted loudly, struggling to catch his breath and simultaneously go over what just happened. What did you just do? Izuku demanded. I merely pulled your astral form out of your body for a few moments. Strange replied plainly. Izuku grit his teeth in frustration as a fresh batch of tears peeked out of his ducts. This again. Why are you doing this to me? Izuku pleaded. Why are you showing me all this? To show you that dreams aren't ruined just because your hands are. Strange whispered, placing his hands above Izuku's face. And to show you that power is never beyond your grasp. His hands. It can't be. Izuku thought in stunned disbelief. Izuku had initially thought the doctor's hands to be wrinkled and calloused, but no, they were indeed covered with scars, like his were. They were faded with time and not nearly as pronounceable as his freshly rent hands, but they were scarred nonetheless. Open your eye. Strange uttered, placing his thumb on Izuku's forehead. Izuku's breath caught, he stared gaping as the room seemed to twist and stretch beyond recognition. And Strange sent him propelling through the window with a violent crash. Izuku felt his body spinning wildly out of control in a sea of shattered shards, after being sent careening through the window. He screamed in fright, trying to protect his face from the glass splinters, as he plummeted toward the ground. That is, until Izuku looked down and saw himself careening away from the earth and into the abysmal vastness of space, with naught but the surrounding stars keeping him company. Am I falling up? This isn't real. Izuku shrieked as he barreled through the howling void. This isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real. Izuku's acceleration crawled to a sudden halt as an all-might bobblehead figure floated by. Incredulous, Izuku reached out, pushing the head away, only to be violently sent flying in a different direction as the head snapped back. Izuku's screams returned, the space before and around him twisting and contorting into a convulsively swirling maelstrom of sights and sounds, colors and energies, amalgamations of which Izuku could hardly begin to comprehend. You think your lot in life is predestined? Izuku heard Strange's voice echoing in his ear, the tempest of loud colors and brightly lit sounds enveloping his body, consuming him, rendering his very being little more than a crusty paste before the frenzied vortex, snapping him back whole as he crashed through the singularity. You think powerlessness is your inevitable fate? Strange's voice echoed again as Izuku soared through a never-ending deluge of frigid, misty tendrils of fire and charred, smoldering waves, threatening to scald him with every scorched splash. The damp fires and blazing waters collided, erupting into a miasmic whirlpool of solid steam, pulling Izuku in deeper, deeper, deeper. At the root of existence, where mind and matter meet, strength can be gleaned and grasped. Strange echoed yet again. Such strength is off limits to no one, not even you. Izuku rocketed through the steam and into a pulsating corridor, of which an endless number of gnarled gray hands shot out of the pulsing mass, grabbing him all over and disintegrating his body upon touch. A flurry of ashes, Izuku was swallowed into the throbbing mass, falling further and further along, as the turbulent energies reconstructed and deconstructed his form repeatedly. Will you succumb to the temptations of power? Strange's voice asked. Or will your selfless disposition persevere in the wake of your boundless prowess and potential? The raging spectrum spit Izuku's body out distastefully, sending him spinning through an endless kaleidoscopic sea of enormous diamonds, shifting and writhing in limbo as their razor-sharp edges shimmered in the distortion. Izuku braced for a painful skewering, but bounced harmlessly off the gelatinous gem and shattering through another, swirling once more down the ethereal drain. In the infinite vastness of the multiverse, Izuku, powerlessness is chosen. Izuku winced as the vortex drew narrower and tighter, brighter and louder, closer and closer. With a final yell, Izuku burst through the shining veil at the end of the astral corridor, stopping only as his body crashed onto his hospital bed. Izuku, shaken beyond belief, ran his trembling hands all over himself and his bed to confirm he had indeed returned to his world. So Izuku, Dr. Strange, still levitating in the exact same spot above the bed, said, "What do you choose?" The disheveled and thunderstruck Izuku forced his shaken body onto his knees, looking up at the Sorcerer Supreme with bewilderment as his tears flowed freely. "Please," Izuku said, daring to hope once more. "Teach me." Chapter 4. A Step into a Sanctum. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. Inko whispered frantically to herself, racing as fast as she could through the maze of marble white halls and reflective floors and panels of the hospital. She moved as if she were fleet of foot, in spite of her rather diminutive stature, through throngs of doctors, nurses, patients, and visitors alike. Third floor, room 313, she mumbled to herself, choosing to dart between two conversing nurses, rather than be slowed down, uttering hurried apologies as she passed right on by. Inko clutched a tightly wrapped plastic bag to her chest, the textile contents jostling with every hurried step. 9:10. She hadn't meant to be late. She hadn't anticipated being held up in the lobby. Inko silently hoped her baby boy's breakfast hadn't cooled off by the time she got there. It would have seemed cruel, telling a nurse to deliver food to her son that he couldn't eat on his own, with the expectation that she would be there on time to help feed him, and then turn around and be late herself. Izuku already had crushed hands and dreams to worry about. Inko certainly didn't want her son to think for even a second that she would seem negligible when he needed her now more than ever. Room 311, room 312, room 313. Inko burst into her son's hospital room and it was honestly difficult to take everything in all at once. A tray of assorted breakfast foods lay unceremoniously scattered across the tile floor. Her precious son was in his bed and on his knees, openly weeping to be taught by the man who had rescued him, Dr. Strange. She remembered the gentleman introducing himself as to her. And said gentleman was levitating while cross-legged by the foot of Izuku's bed. But even with all of that to take in, Inko still found her attention drifting to the barrage of sensations cascading around her body. The entire room felt incredibly energized for some indiscernible reason, as nothing seemed out of place or off besides Izuku, Strange, and the spilled food. Inko could only stare wide-eyed at the other two occupants of the room, as the bag of fresh clothes she had brought up for her son threatened to slip out of her previously iron-tight grasp. For a moment, the two Midoriyas and Strange could only stare at each other, with one looking frantic, another looking particularly overwrought, and the other looking surprised, but not at all displeased. Small wonder that Izuku, Strange, and herself suddenly began talking at once, with Strange greeting her, and apologizing for causing yet another mess on the floor, Izuku yelling out for his mother while waving his arms. And Inko calling back to Izuku frantically before reciprocating Strange's greeting with a soft tone. Naturally, both Inko and Strange gave deference to Izuku, allowing him to have his say first. However, "Mom," Izuku shouted with and Inko felt her heart crack what sounded like renewed hope. "I can still become a hero." What tightness Inko had in her grip finally gave way to slack, and a bag of clothes she was carrying dropped to the floor with a soft rustle. "The Dr. Strange told me." Izuku motioned toward the still levitating man with his scarred hand, though Izuku hardly seemed to care at the moment. "He can teach me magic even though I'm quirkless." Inko's white eyes followed Izuku's hand in the direction of Strange, who said nothing as Izuku raved about how his dream hadn't died after all. No, Strange was instead looking over at Inko in an almost contemplative manner, as if he were gauging her reaction to her son's sudden dropping of that bombshell of information. Then there was this maelstrom of fire, water, and steam. No, Inko inwardly quivered. Strange's lips twitched, his eyes as gentle but firm as they were boring straight through her, as if she were perfectly transparent, feelings and all. And there were these crystals, but they were made of jelly, I think. Just how much more hope can you stand to endure, Izuku? Inko despaired to herself. And I was even flying through space, and... Izuku! Inko suddenly yelled out, interrupting the boy's excited rantings. She took in a deep breath, compassing all her motherly thoughts and feelings as best she could, while leaning down to retrieve the bag of fresh clothes. "Take these clean clothes into the restroom and get changed." Izuku was startled by her sudden interruption, but he shakily accepted the bag without any arguing or retorts of any kind. He slowly shambled into the adjacent restroom, giving his mother and Strange one final look of dejection before shutting the door. Even after that, Strange said nothing still, continuing instead his studious analysis of Inko as she stared right back, though with far less confidence. "Dr. Strange," Inko began. "I will be forever grateful that you saved my son's life, but it's irresponsible to give him false hope like that." Inko felt something akin to a phantom gut punch as the words exited her mouth. It may have seemed a callous thing to say, but she remembered quite clearly her son from nearly 10 years ago. How hopeful he was at getting his very own quirk, and how it would undoubtedly set him on the path to being just like his idol, All Might. But she saw his tears and heard his despondent sobs even more clearly. How shattered her son was to learn he'd never exhibit a quirk of his own, all because of something as seemingly trivial as a toe joint, and how shattered she was to understand that there was little she could do about it. As much as she treasured her son, didn't he deserve something better than constantly crushed dreams? I understand the dangers that can be posed by dreams, Strange said after an additional moment of silence. His mind wandered to that ethereal entity dubbed Nightmare who he has clashed with on numerous occasions over the years. But I also see how Izuku's dreams have molded him into the pure-hearted young man that he is today. And I know that you see that, as well. I wish to teach him and nourish those dreams in that heart of his. You offered to teach him magic? Inko inquired, her voice laced with skepticism as she wrung her hands together out of discomfort. I understand your reluctance to lend any sort of credence to the existence of those things considered mystical and arcane, Strange said, casually conjuring 2 floating teacups and saucers in midair with a wave of his fingers. Such skepticism is to be expected when one has been a sorcerer for as long as I have. Inko could only gape in astonishment as the diminutive teacups materialized out of thin air, hovering daintily above Strange's outstretched hands, whirling around where it floated as if for additional effect. No, it hadn't simply appeared, Inko thought. It was as if the space around the strange doctor's hands had actually warped, and the teacups had merely slipped through the cracks, for lack of a better description. Inko could only blink as one of the teacups gently levitated over to her within grasping distance. She reached up and accepted it, despite her mind still racing through countless thoughts and possibilities. Only when she accepted the cup and saucer and it started jittering in place, did she realize that her hands were even shaking at all. Ah, doctor, there's no tea in here, Inko said lightly. An obtuse oversight on my part, Strange said with just the barest hint of a knowing smirk gracing his lips. One snap of his fingers later, and Inko was staring down in amazement as steam billowed from the bottom of the cup, followed by the pulling of a dark liquid that steadily rose until the cup was filled. The steam wafted into her nostrils invitingly, and Inko took a quick sip for herself, if only to ensure the brew wasn't some illusion cast by the strange doctor. It has a dense consistency, yet it's delicious, Inko said before taking another sip. Strange offered a quiet chuckle. Your son had a very adverse reaction to that very same tea. I hardly blame him, though Tibetan butter tea can be quite the acquired taste. Strange sipped out of his own teacup, and gave another intricate wave of his fingers, allowing both cups to refill with brew anew. Inko was certainly bedazzled by Strange's display of tricks. Is all this you must be using your quirk to do all of this, correct? Inko asked after another sip. The words had come out almost instinctively. After all, how could any ability in this power-riddled world of theirs not be the byproduct of some quirk? And yet the back of her mind was being nipped at by the voice of her own doubts that none of this was caused by a quirk. The doctor's levitation, his conjuring of teacups, the materializing of tea from seemingly thin air, none of it seemed related. She did not have the superb analytical skills regarding quirks and powers that her son possessed, and could not think of any correlation between any of Strange's tricks. Magic, her voice of doubt reasoned. A lot to take in, isn't it? Strange said softly as his body drifted downwards, his legs stretching out to meet the ground as he resumed his standing position, though the teacups remained floating. Most people in the world are so entrenched into a reality instilled by quirks that they fail to realize or even entertain the possibility of there being so much more. Strange extended his hand out as both fire and electricity consumed it. The fire spun wildly around his open palm before leaping off and covering the room's walls in its erratic fire dance. The lightning zipped between his fingertips before ultimately leaping up onto the ceiling, coating it in a dazzling array of blue sparks. Inko was rooted where she stood out of fear and reverence for the sudden showing of power. Another simple snap of Strange's fingers, and it had all faded away. No more heat, no more light, and most impressively of all, there was no damage to any of the walls of the ceiling. Inko felt her legs shaking, and she found herself suddenly sitting on the edge of Izuku's bed, before she could even register any sensation of either falling or being whisked to safety by Strange. These magic abilities, Inko said while keeping her eyes glued to the floor. If Izuku were to have these powers, he could pass as having an actual quirk of his own, could he not? What is this feeling? I cannot deny that it would indeed be somewhat similar, Strange said after pondering her question for a moment. Though his skills will not be particularly distinctive from anyone else who is the least bit proficient in the mystic arts. The spark I'm feeling is the soap. If you were to train him, could he become strong? Inko blurted out as she tried to contain a great surging of emotion welling up behind her eyes. Izuku, can I bear the burden of hope like you have for all these years? Undoubtedly so, Strange replied. Given his young age, he could even come to surpass my own skills with enough training. Then he can become a hero with magic. A few droplets fell down her cheeks and to the floor before Inko tearfully looked back up as Strange. It's Izuku's dream to become a hero like All Might, but he doesn't have a quirk of his own to help him get there. For nearly 10 years I've been unable to help my son achieve the life that he wants, so please. Inko shocked the doctor by falling to the floor, bowing to Strange almost reverently. Please teach Izuku. Teach him to become a hero. Strange looked on, his expression undecipherable yet erudite in his ponderings. He offered Inko a gentle hand and helped her back up, allowing her to regain her composure, and to take her spot back on the edge of the bed before speaking. It is beyond my power to teach Izuku on how to become a hero. Strange raised his hand to prevent Inko from interrupting, and he continued. I am offering to train your son in the skills of the mystic arts, so that he might have more than enough power to help realize his dream. But whether or not he actually attains this goal will be entirely up to him and him alone. Strange offered a knowing smile to reassure the boy's mother. I place my faith in the boy to use the power I have to offer for good, and I can see you, too, are not bereft of hope for your son. And I would not dare attempt to train him without his guardian's express permission, which I can see you are also willing to give. Let's bring Izuku back in here, shall we? Strange asked among a chorus of sniffles and thanks from the depleted woman. Strange made his way over to the bathroom door, rapping his knuckles against the wooden frame with a series of quick knocks. He heard an eep on the other side before the door swung open, and a rather sheepish-looking Izuku stepped out. He was sporting a grey shirt and green sweepings, clothes easy enough for him to slip into given the state of his hands. Was he listening in on the conversation? Strange thought to himself as he noticed how flustered Izuku looked, as if he was about to explode with exuberance. So, Izuku began, his hands shaking from possibly as much excitement as nerve damage for now. Are you going to train me? Strange grinned and planted a hand onto Izuku's green mop of hair, ruffling him gently. As of this moment, we are master and student, young Midoriya. Izuku's whole body shook and he opened his mouth to cry, but not before his mother slammed into him, embracing her son in the mother of all hugs, as they both sobbed joyously, leaving Strange the sole witness to the uncanny deluge of waterworks that seemed to be par for the course for the Midoriya family. After several minutes of sobs, hiccups, pats, and the passing around of handkerchiefs by Strange, Inko finally managed to pull herself away from her son. Oh? Izuku, Inko choked out as her sobs finally subsided. This was sent to the apartment yesterday. I thought it best to bring it here rather than leave it there. Inko slipped a hand into her handbag and procured a shiny card. Izuku reached out to take it but stopped short given his hands. Can you? Izuku left his question hanging in the air, but Strange understood what he wanted. Izuku still hadn't completely come to terms with his still unusable hands, and the sorcerer doubted he would until his training produced results. Say no more, Izuku, Strange replied and levitated the card before the boy, so he could read it without impediment. Izuku's eyes scanned the card, growing more and more wide as he took its contents in. It was a get-well-soon card that was signed, the Bakugo family in big, bright calligraphic letters. It was bright and colorful, not at all mundane and bland like the cards sent in by the rest of his classmates. And at the very end of the card were several giant explosion stickers slapped on. Only one person from the family could have done that. Kakin. He did care. Since we're in the middle of sharing cards, Strange spoke up as Izuku was gushing over the Bakugo's gift. I have one of my own to give. A small card, businesslike in size, appeared with a flick of his wrist, which he handed promptly to Inko. What is this? Inko asked as she gave it a look over. One side was bare except for a strange symbol. It was a circle with a series of 4 swooping lines in its interior. The back side of the card had a tea recipe printed on it. With this card, you may get into contact with me, Strange informed. Running your finger clockwise along the circle will alert me to your location. If you need to convey a verbal message, run your finger counterclockwise along the circle, then speak into the card. And the tea recipe on the back is for the butter tea that you sampled earlier, Strange said with a smile. During his training, Izuku may have to go into deep meditation. You can use that tea to pull him out of his meditation if you need to. Does the tea contain magical properties? Inko asked. Oh no, Strange said, leaning in close to whisper to Inko. Your son just absolutely abhors this stuff. Izuku, I know you're excited, but please calm down a moment. Inko called after her son, who was positively bounding all around the apartment the next day. Given the nature of his injuries, Inko had managed to procure time off for her son until the beginning of the following school week, more than enough time for him to get acquainted with whatever training regimen Dr. Strange had in store for him. As much as I would like to jump straight into using lightning or fire spells, it's far more likely he'll start me off small with something akin to his levitation before anything else, and then I can move on to more practical uses, Izuku mumbled on as he paced around his abode excitedly. His exasperated mother watching on helplessly as her son engaged in monologue with himself. Deciding not to interrupt his deep murmurings, Inko pulled out the card Strange had left her with, remembering his instructions. I will come by tomorrow to give you both a cursory tour of my personal sanctum, Inko recalled Strange's words. I think it would be both beneficial and fair for you to see where I will be training your son. For now, though, allow yourselves to rest with what remains of the day." Inko hadn't any time to respond before the space before Strange split apart and opened up in a swirling mass of energy, directed by Strange's very hands. Strange offered one last gentlemanly bow before stepping through, the portal closing behind him, leaving an even further stunned mother and one overjoyed teenager. And rest they certainly had. After finalizing Izuku's release from the hospital, Inko drove herself and Izuku back home where they promptly crashed, no doubt exhausted by all that had transpired that morning. But the next day, they were fully rested and dressed presentably, though Izuku squirmed quite a bit as he needed his mother's help to get fully dressed. Inko ran her thumb clockwise along the edge of the circle on Strange's card. Almost immediately, a portal sprang into being in the middle of the apartment, and Strange strolled into their living room, red cloak and all. "Very quaint," Strange said with a small smile as he took in the Midoriya's abode. "You'll have to invite me over for tea one day, but for now," he glanced over at Izuku who was still muttering to himself at the table. "Izuku, are you ready?" "Ah. Yes. Dr. Strange. Oh, or should I call you Sensei now? That's not too much, is it? I hope that's okay. Sensei. I'm ready to begin." Izuku stammered profusely as he snapped back to attention, bowing his head low, to which Strange reassured the boy as best he could. As Strange assured her son that calling him Sensei would be no trouble, though maybe too formal for his American sensibilities, Inko peered into the portal Strange had opened up. Beyond the shimmering veil appeared to be a forest. It didn't seem all too bizarre in hindsight, Inko thought, since Strange seemed like a very private man who would need to practice his seemingly arcane abilities away from the prying eyes of the general public. She just hoped he didn't actually live out here. "Ladies first," Strange said politely, extending his arms toward the portal and inviting Inko to step on through. Inko did after a moment's hesitation. She tried to crouch through so as to avoid touching any of that blazing energy that the portal seemed to be made of. She landed on a squishy bed of moss as she abandoned the air-conditioned comfort of her home for the muggy warmth of the surrounding forest, followed closely by Strange and Izuku. "And behind us is my own abode," Strange spoke, dispelling the portal as the Midoriyas turned around only to yell out in shock, though both did for very different reasons. "H who lives in such a dilapidated building," Inko internally shrieked. "H who lives in the mansion Kakin had me sneak into," Izuku internally wailed. Indeed, the building before them was the very same building Izuku had snuck into, and explored briefly that fateful night he had lost all functioning use of his hands. Izuku visibly wilted. He couldn't let his mother know what he had been roped into doing, and he was most certainly praying that his new sensei wouldn't spill the beans either. "Its appearance is indeed shocking, but I assure you, it's entirely intentional," Strange informed them. As Inko turned and looked at him questioningly, he elaborated. "The ruined building you see before you is merely an illusory spell cast to ward off any would-be intruders. The illusion affects even the interior, so even those who step inside will not be privy to the true appearance and secrets of the sanctum." At this, he cast a knowing look toward Izuku, who shrank sheepishly under his gaze. "The sanctum?" Inko asked. "Yes, the sanctum sanctorum, as it's known among the practitioners of the mystic arts," Strange replied. "This is one of 3 in the world, and the one I personally preside over. Its location here is temporary. It is usually located in New York." He moved an entire building from New York to Japan, Izuku thought before immediately berating himself for even being surprised. Of course he could do something like that. "Stand back a moment," Strange instructed the Midoriyas as he stepped toward the ruined mansion, hands stretched out. As he parted his hands in an arcane movement, a sudden rumbling echoed from the house. The structure began to shake as if roused from a deep slumber. To Izuku and Inko's amazement, the building seemed to stretch and flex, as the peeled-off wooden beams miraculously snapped back into place. The holes in the roof seemed to patch themselves whole, and the flaked-off paint re-emerged with a brand-new coat of mahogany and brown. The mansion then stretched upward, and where there were once 2 stories, now there were 3, sporting pristine window panes. The 3rd floor sported a giant window pane that was circular with 4 swooping lines, an identical symbol to that on the card Strange gave Inko. "Let us tarry no longer, shall we?" Strange asked in a nonchalant tone as he strode toward his mansion, leaving mother and son to collectively shelve their continued amazement of the doctor, so they could catch up. "The architecture isn't anything I've ever seen." Izuku gawked to himself as Strange stepped aside, allowing his guests to enter first. But he did say it was from New York, after all. Izuku and Inko removed their shoes at the door. Cultural norms and whatnot despite Strange, urging them that it would fine regardless, and looked around the foyer with bewilderment. Intricately tiled floors, luxuriant frames adorning the walls featuring landscapes completely unrecognizable to Izuku. Furniture of a most ostentatious sort, and a number of relics on pedestals and behind glass cases alike. The grand staircase filled in the whiter-than-expected room quite nicely, and the arched doorways flanking the staircase seemed to house living and dining room areas respectively. My, Dr. Strange," Inko said bemusedly. "This is all quite a bit." And this is only the first floor, Izuku added, as he perused the various artifacts in the room, though he made sure not to touch any of them. It never truly ceases to amaze me either, Strange admitted with a nod. My position as Sorcerer Supreme has blessed me with many privileges, while also burdening me with many responsibilities. The protection of the many relics here being one of them. Izuku flinched away from the cauldron, fearful of causing any damage before being led to the second floor by Strange. What's down that hallway? Inko inquired while pointing toward a room filled with many shimmering panels. That, Strange said, his eyes gleaming with fondness as he led the Midoriya toward the end of the hall. Is the Rotunda of Gateways. What is this? Izuku asked aloud as his gaze drifted from window to window. Each window in the round room depicted a different environment of sorts, ranging from desert to jungle. The Rotunda can be used to open a direct portal to wherever the window is showing, Strange informed them. So what we're seeing right now is... Correct, Strange nodded. Every environment depicted is an actual location somewhere on the planet that you can travel to via this device. Not only that, Strange placed his hand on a dial protruding from the wall and gave it a spin, seemingly taking the rest of the room with it. When Inko and Izuku regained their bearings, they saw that each window was now displaying a different location somewhere urban this time, too. You can manipulate the location of each portal. Izuku shouted out as he became more and more filled with excitement. Indeed, Strange said with a knowing smile. With the Rotunda one can appear virtually anywhere one desires, whether it be this world or another. Izuku nearly felt his knees buckle when Strange gave the room another spin, and he was suddenly gazing at the gates of UA High through the window in front of him. This world or another? Inko asked dubiously. Are you saying you can use this room to travel to other dimensions? Strange interjected. Yes, you can. Other dimensions? Izuku's eyes widened in sheer delight. Can you show me? Not now, Strange's voice clipped with an uncharacteristically morose tone. He quickly regained his composure and took a deep breath, turning to face Izuku with a more reassuring smile. When you are deemed ready, you will be permitted to use the Rotunda in such a way. Let us continue. And so the tour continued, with a brief look into the various living quarters, and the several library and study rooms dotting the interior of the sanctum. Izuku absorbed everything in the same studious manner he did for heroes and their quirks, and while Inko was receptive of what Strange was showing them, she still found herself lingering on that sudden change in tone he had in the Rotunda. Dr. Strange, Inko suddenly called out to him as they descended the staircase back into the foyer. These sessions you're going to put my son through, will they be dangerous? Strange was giving her a firm stare as he pondered her question for but a moment. I will not lie to you, ma'am, he said. Devoting oneself to studying the ways of the mystic arts will never be without risk to a practitioner, even if said risk is usually marginal or negligible. He took a step toward her and gave a deep bow. But I swear on my life that I will keep your son safe while he remains under my tutelage. Please raise your head, Inko stammered, feeling a bit ashamed as she thought she may have come across more dubious and offensive than she had intended. You've already saved my son's life once. I more than trust you to keep him out of harm's way, Doctor. You have my word, Strange reiterated as he regained his posture, looking between the relief on Inko's face and the barely constrained enthusiasm on Izuku's. Izuku, Strange called out to his new student. Why yes, sir. Izuku snapped back to attention and stood up straight. Do you know what today is? Strange asked. Ah. Izuku blinked. The date. Today is August the 26th, Strange said matter-of-factly. The entrance exam you'll be eligible for takes place in exactly 18 months. I assume you'll want to begin as soon as possible, yes? Izuku nodded furiously. I see, Strange said with a smirk. Then we shall begin post-haste. Notes. For context, Izuku begins his training in this story during his second year of junior high, about 7 to 8 months before the Sludge Villain incident, which takes place in early April, according to the MHA timeline. Izuku is also 14 years old as of this chapter. Chapter 5. The Science of Magic. Izuku fidgeted with his clothes as his mother helped him slip into his training uniform. He was oddly silent, staring into the mirror intently, taking in the tunic he had been granted by Strange, his new sensei. His tunic was completely white, marking him as the rank of novice, as Strange put it, and flowing briskly whenever he fidgeted. It felt and moved comfortably, and it breathed. All in all, the tunic felt pleasant to wear. You look dashing, Inko cried, interrupting Izuku's musings with the sudden flash and click of the camera. Your first day of training, I'll need as many pictures as I can take for this. Oh, just imagine the scrapbook years from now. Mom, please. Izuku's face flushed red, and he promptly turned away, hiding his face in his trembling hands. I am ready, so we should call Sensei here while it's still early. And early it still was. The sun had just barely peeked over the horizon, and with all the buildings surrounding their apartment, the sky still glowed in vibrant and iridescent hues of red and yellow, as the sun itself was not yet visible. Izuku thought back to his sensei's explanation of what their first training sessions would entail. They were to be longer than the lessons Izuku would come to expect while school was in effect. Izuku still had 2 more days before he returned to school to resume classes on a normal schedule again, but Strange had planned to use those 2 days to the best of his ability, covering as much of the basics for his new student, while laying out the foundation of what would become his training regimen. Of course, none of this training shall take precedence over your regular school work, Izuku recalled Strange saying. You'll need to remain diligent as a student at school as well, Izuku. Inko certainly snapped to attention at that, assuring the doctor that she would not allow her son to falter when it came to grades, eliciting a small smile from Strange. I know. Inko pulled her son's attention back to the present for the second time that morning. It's just training. Magic. This is all so new for you. And also me. I can't even imagine. Izuku cupped his mother's cheeks. Mom. I'm excited, too. I'm more excited than I've been about any other day in my life. Now let's call Strange before I literally choke on this excitement. Inko nodded and fetched her purse, rummaging through it to retrieve the calling card Strange had gifted her. She ran her fingers clockwise along the edge of the symbol as instructed. And a good morning to the both of you, Strange's voice echoed through the living room. A bright swirling flame sparked into existence, opening up the fiery portal with which Strange walked through, decked in his usual attire. Sensei, I'm ready to begin, Izuku said, offering as formal of a bow as he could muster. Cordial to a fault, Strange thought as he turned his attention to Izuku. The flowing white robes of the novice, Strange remarked on the attire he had gifted the boy. Hopefully by the end of next summer you will have instead the crimson robes of the apprentice. I will have your son return home with his expectations of training and assignments before sundown. Strange spoke to Inko before motioning for Izuku to follow him back through the portal and into the sanctum. Izuku stepped toward the portal, his mother tearfully waving him off from behind, and his new sensei watching him expectantly from the other side. He paused momentarily. He balled his trembling hands into fists. This is it, Izuku thought, determination flooding his mind and spirit. Stepping through this portal will be like my first step toward becoming a hero. And step through he did, only to have his view obstructed by a floating tray carrying biscuits and tea, with a nonchalant Strange speaking on the necessity of breakfast. To make matters worse, it was that damn Tibetan butter tea again. Izuku blanched. Not a good start for a first step. As with any field requiring study and practice, Strange spoke to his student. It is essential to start with the theoretical before transitioning into the practical. As contradictory as it may sound, magic like any science must be studied to be understood. And more importantly, it must be studied to be controlled. Strange sat cross-legged on the floor of the second-floor study, with Izuku sitting on his knees across from him, nodding his head as he took in everything Strange had to say. A studious mind, Strange noted. Good. He'll need it for what's to come. If it suits your fancy, Strange continued. You may also view magic as a language, one that has existed since the dawn of civilization and, long before the emergence of the powers we call quirks. The use of this language has traditionally been called spellcasting since the days of the ancient masters, Strange went on, weaving his hands through the air, and conjuring lines of dazzling energy from the tips of his fingers. Though if you prefer more contemporary description, magic can be likened to a program. It is the source code that forms the foundation of our reality. The energy began taking shape as Strange talked, linking and chaining into an intricate mandala design before Izuku's eyes. Sorcerers harness this energy from our universe and from other dimensions, to weave spells into existence, to conjure shields and weapons to our aid, to make magic. Strange flicked his hands towards his student, and the mandala he had constructed so exquisitely rumbled, as its energy was released in Izuku's face, engulfing him in a shower of fizzling embers and ethereal warmth. Izuku released a breath he hadn't realized he was even holding in. These displays of magic that he'd been audience to never ceased to amaze him. He glanced at Strange's hands, the faded scars being nearly indiscernible from wizened and calloused age and hard work, and traced his eyes down to his own quivering palms, the scars still fresh and startlingly visible and apparent. Even if I tried to do what you just did, Izuku said after collecting his thoughts, my hands would just be waving around in the air. How do I get from here? He motioned to the white tunic symbolizing his blatant inexperience. To where you are now. It's as I said, Izuku, Strange responded. Study and practice. Before I was a sorcerer, I was a surgeon, and I would have given the same answer to anyone desiring to follow in my footsteps. Given enough time and dedication, there will be nothing you cannot reshape using the energies within you or the different energies around you. Different energies. Izuku blinked in confusion. There are 3 different energies that can be used in magic, Strange said while holding up 3 fingers. The first are the personal energies. Energy that is derived from a sorcerer's life force. This kind of energy can be used to develop mental powers, such as the astral projection technique I showed you back in the hospital. Izuku recalled clearly having his astral body ripped from his physical body by Strange when he was displaying his power. However, Strange intoned warningly. Constant use of one's personal energies can prove fatal, even to the most skilled master of magic. Therefore, it is necessary for sorcerers to learn to harness external energies through meditation and training, so that we may use magic without posing any unnecessary harm unto ourselves. Izuku gulped. Strange did say that there was always a risk when studying the arcane, after all. One of these energies that can be harnessed and the one that we will be working on the most to train you in are the universal energies, Strange said, gesturing to Izuku and then the entire room. These are the energies that flow all around our world and around ourselves. Even at this very moment, our bodies are surrounded by an infinite amount of pure energy that one need only grasp in order to use. At that, Strange reached out and clenched his hand on thin air, as if grasping the hem of a fabric and pulled. It was barely visible to Izuku's eyes, but he still managed to make out a thin sheen of light that became more apparent as Strange balled the energy up into a sphere. Strange inspected the glowing globe he had whisked into existence, and promptly let it go, watching his student's entranced face with amusement as the globe dissolved into a multitude of fading white specks. It is with the universal energies that the majority of your spellcasting will come from, Strange said. The majority. Izuku picked up on his word choice right away. There's another type of energy that can be used, right? You said there were 3 kinds. That I did, my pupil, Strange replied, his grin faltering enough for Izuku to notice. The third energy. Dimensional energies. These are energies derived from other dimensions rather than our own and also from the entities that dwell there. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that his sensei was alluding to something grim. Entities. Izuku, Strange spoke with a deathly seriousness. I have no intention of teaching you how to harness dimensional energies. Not until you reach the rank of disciple, that is. Dealing with forces that exist outside of our natural universe can open oneself to a host of otherworldly influences and corruptions. I understand, Izuku said with a sullen nod. Dimensional energies aside, training in the personal and universal energies should be enough to flesh out your magical repertoire. By the time the entrance exam rolls around, Strange moved the conversation along a bit quickly, possibly to put the tension he had just laid out to rest. Izuku wasn't going to push the issue of dimensional energies. He figured he would cross that bridge when he got there. If he got there. My repertoire? Izuku asked aloud. Just how many skills can be used through the use of magic? Where to even begin? Strange scoffed. Astral projection, divination, spellcasting, portals, transmutation, the list goes on and on. You've already seen firsthand the versatility that magic can grant a practitioner. And you're going to train me in all those skills? Izuku asked incredulously. In time, yes, Strange said, the corners of his lips threatening to curl into a grin. Why not simply train me in one skill at a time until I master it before moving on to the next? Izuku asked. At that, Strange wagged a finger at Izuku. Because a jack of all trades a master of none is a far better deal than a master of one. Izuku couldn't say that he was a fan of riddles, but he got the gist of Strange's words well enough. It would be more beneficial to show competence but not mastery over a vast array of skills, than to exceed at one skill, and be extremely poor in all others. This was especially true for himself, being quirkless and whatnot. He was aiming for UA, and only the best of the best could get into the best school. He would need to develop a diverse skill set if he hoped to stand on equal footing with anyone else skilled enough with their quirk to get into the famed hero course. Kachin Izuku's mind invariably wandered over to Bakugo. He possessed an extremely powerful quirk that seemed suited for heroics, no one could deny that. But even though Bakugo could likely get into UA through brute strength alone, Izuku knew his old friend would never rely on just that. Bakugo was smart, his grades showed that, and he knew how to be terribly creative with his explosion quirk when he wanted to be. Izuku resolved to be just as creative with his magic if he hoped to surpass him and aim for the top. Then let's get started. Izuku yelled out, startling Strange with his sudden burst of enthusiasm. Where will I begin first? Strange had to fight a visceral urge to beam a great big smile at his energetic pupil. Now, don't get ahead of yourself. We have to start small. Which means starting with this. Strange dug his hand into a pocket on the waist of his tunic and pulled out a diminutive item of some sort. Izuku leaned in closer to get a better look. The object appeared simple, with 2 looped openings that seemed melded together and with a flat top. It was golden, but extremely dull in its luster. What is it, sensei? Izuku inquired. This, Strange replied, is a sling ring. And it is one of the first steps toward using magic. Chapter 6. Surrender, Izuku. Izuku slipped the 2-fingered ring onto his index and middle fingers respectively with a little trouble, as his hand was shaking as usual, looking the object over inquisitively. Mastering this small, unassuming tool would be his first step into the foray that was magic. It seemed almost contradictory to the boy that the most mundane object he could possibly find in the sanctum would have such importance into learning what Strange had to teach. Although, I suppose, Izuku thought, I should get into the habit of expecting the unexpected. I don't want to let Dr. Strange down by fumbling on the first lesson. Mastery of a sling ring is essential to delving into the mystic arts, Strange explained. As a practical tool for beginning sorcerers, a sling ring can allow one such as yourself to travel through the infinite expanse of the multiverse. The multiverse, Izuku yelled, furiously waving his hand in a desperate attempt to shake the ring off. He'd already been sent hurtling through the multiverse once. He had no desire to go through that again anytime soon. Calm down, Strange reassured his young protege, lightly grasping his quivering hand to cease his panicky shaking. The sling ring is a tool that allows for the controlled opening of portals. And as you are now, you will not be capable of performing such a feat. The opening of portals, in and of themselves, poses little danger to you, Izuku. Although closing them is definitely another matter altogether, Strange internally reminded himself in the back of his head, vivid flashbacks of witnessing bodily dismemberment, both accidental and intentional, briefly popping out from the depths of his memory. Not to mention what creatures or foes might lie beyond your mystical gateway. Memories of the dreaded Dormammu appeared this time. Strange hurriedly buried those thoughts away. There would be no need to weigh Izuku's mind down with such bothersome concerns. They would cross that bridge when they got there. Strange had to remind himself yet again to start small with Izuku's training. He wouldn't besiege him with power that could potentially lead him astray. He wouldn't rush through Izuku's training and ultimately fail him like he had that boy. Baby steps, Izuku, Strange continued as his student visibly calmed down. The first milestone for your training will be opening a portal to a location within the confines of this sanctum. Under my careful watch, of course. Izuku seemed to be definitely comforted by the confidence with which Strange spoke. The man was Sorcerer Supreme, after all, even though Izuku knew little about what such a title actually meant. Baby steps, Izuku, he reminded himself. Still, Izuku spoke up. Doesn't it seem kind of advanced for me to be jumping into portals right at the start? I would have thought opening portals would be for more advanced sorcerers. Izuku, Strange said with an undecipherable glint in his eyes. By the time your entrance exam rolls around, the lessons I'll have you working on will make you wish you were still learning portals. The words didn't seem inherently foreboding, and although there was no malice in Strange's tone, Izuku's hands shook harder all the same. The lesson soon gravitated down a floor and into the main foyer of the building, before the grand staircase and the front entrance. It was actually more akin to levitated, as Strange's cloak carried him down the whole way. He seemed concerned that beginning at portals was too great a leap for a beginner such as yourself, Strange addressed Izuku. But remember the function of the sling ring. To harness magical energy and to use it to open a portal of your own design and destination. Can you imagine why, then, it is important for you to begin your training with this tool? Izuku crossed his arms as his face adopted his usual quizzical, analytical visage. In hindsight, Izuku would recall this as the precise moment he began incorporating the applications of magical abilities into his mumbling, alongside his typical obsession with quirks and their uses. Well, the sling ring works to open portals by harnessing energy, ostensibly through one's fingers where the ring resides. Izuku. And this energy that can be harnessed exists naturally all around us at any given time, though it can't be felt under normal circumstances. Izuku. Then I can rationally conclude that a sling ring isn't merely a tool for opening portals, but can also be used to help beginners detect minute levels of the energy in their surroundings. Izuku. Which means the sling ring's first real function is not the creation of portals but... Izuku. Strange roared again, this time successfully bringing his student's mumbling to a crashing halt, only for it to be replaced with a rambling apology. Analysis is always appreciated, but it would be far more beneficial if said analysis was spoken aloud and discernibly. Alright, Izuku said, regaining his composure. I deduce the sling ring would be the best place for me to start, since it will help me sense, feel, and harness energy, before actually using it to create portals. The tips of Strange's lips turned upward into a grin of approval. An excellent deduction, my student. But I have it on and I still don't feel anything, Izuku said with a frown, looking down at the sling ring on his hand, as if expecting some sort of reaction. It's never enough to simply possess a tool when it comes to using magic, Strange said. Even with one as basic as the sling ring, it must be used. It is not the sling ring doing the actual work, Izuku. You are. The ring is merely a focal point through which to draw the energy around you. It will be up to you to reach out for it. At that, Strange extended his hand and closed his eyes, his focus tightening. He uncurled his fingers and they began glowing, like small flowers blooming beneath a gentle morning sunlight. A shiver ran up Izuku's back as he watched his sensei draw an energy around and across his fingers and open palm. It wasn't anything quite nearly as tangible or bright as the mandala he was shown earlier, but the harnessed energy still managed to give off a gentle static that emanated throughout the entire sanctum. More than that, Izuku noticed, was that it felt so warm, and that warmth made it all the more inviting for him to finally give it a try. Reach out for it. The words practically floated out of his mouth on whispered breath as he mimicked Strange's hand movements, closing his eyes, uncurling his fingers, and trying to will the energy to collect into his open palm through his sling ring. As this, Izuku was feeling something. Something soft and warm was beginning to wrap around his finger. Izuku chuckled slightly as he flexed his hand out, the twin sensations of softness and warmth creeping down his palm. It even felt a bit sinewy. Oh? Izuku yelped, clutching his hand where he felt the swift whack land. Glancing up, he saw one of the bottom tips of Strange's magical, seemingly sentient cloak wagging at him like a condescending finger. Izuku felt equally ticked and embarrassed. It was only the fabric of his sensei's cloak that he was feeling the entire time. What was that for? Strange replied with a wry smile. Oh, don't mind that. It does that from time to time. I was just getting my hopes up, thinking I could draw on magic on my first try, Izuku muttered dejectedly. Izuku, Strange said sternly, getting the boy's attention real quick. From a practical standpoint, everything you just did was entirely correct. What you lack is experience and discipline, not potential. Remember that. Izuku nodded, though his concerns seemed less assuaged this time around. The theoretical will come to you easily enough, Strange said as he floated to the ground crisscrossed, patting the floor beside him, and motioning for Izuku to join him. If discipline is what you require in order to properly manipulate the energy around you, then look no further than meditation, Strange said as Izuku mimicked his posture. Clearing one's own mind and attuning oneself to their environment is the surest way to not only establish one's connection with the mystical energies that they wish to use, but to also deepen said connection through continued contemplation. Meditation, Izuku muttered as he straightened his back and closed his eyes, although clearing one's mind was easier said than done. After several minutes of agitated fidgeting and wondering thoughts, Izuku cracked open an eyelid and turned to his sensei for guidance. Sensei, sensei. Izuku blinked as he looked over at Strange. The man looked positively serene as he meditated, floating in the air like a buoy bobbing about on docile ocean waves, his cloak softly rippling in the air for extra effect. One cannot clear one's mind through talking, Izuku, Strange said plainly as he fluttered back to the ground, the aura of serenity wearing off him. I know, it's just the whole clearing your mind part is coming across as more difficult than I anticipated. Strange pondered where to go from here. Perhaps you should focus less on clearing your mind of all thoughts, and instead focus primarily on pushing any distractions you may have to your periphery. Distractions. Izuku clenched his trembling hands into trembling fists. That was definitely one distraction he could not easily ignore. Perhaps I can give you a nudge in the right direction, Strange said, reaching out with his hand and pressing his thumb against Izuku's forehead. What are you? Izuku felt a pull from within that was not too unfamiliar to what he felt before being hurtled across the multiverse, but before he could utter any dissension, he simply fell. Reach out for it. There was nothing around him. Izuku was surrounded by an infinitely expansive white nothingness, and he could swear he was falling, but he could still feel. He could still sense his real surroundings. The stiffness of the floorboards he sat upon, the charged stillness of the air around him, and the many dimensions of the sanctum, be it wall, staircase, hanging ornament, or secured relic. And when Izuku reopened his eyes, he was greeted to a most shocking sight indeed. A shower of ethereal sparks emanating from his fingers and around the sling ring, fizzling out of existence almost as soon as he laid eyes on them. Was that? Izuku couldn't even finish his own words. He instead turned to Strange, as if looking for confirmation. Correct, Izuku, Strange said with the most proud smile. You just use magic. And so Izuku's lessons at the sanctum with Dr. Strange continued, even with his schedule made tighter by returning to regular classes and the standard homework, taking a priority over his extracurricular studies with his sensei, as Inko rightfully mothered over his schoolwork. Even getting him a recorder to use in lieu of notes since his hands made it virtually impossible to effectively write in class. And as the days grew into weeks, and the weeks became several months, and the end of the year drew nearer and nearer, so too did Izuku's concerns and anxiety over being a beginner in the ways of the mystic arts compound into open frustration at his own lack of progress. True, he had managed to feel energy and briefly summon a brilliant array of magical sparks, on his first day, no less. True, as the weeks passed by, he became better at sensing and feeling energy with his sling ring, and his meditation techniques became more refined. But he had still not yet successfully opened a portal by his own volition. Focus. Visualize, Izuku recalled Strange's instructions with using the sling ring. See the destination in your mind. The clearer the picture, the faster your portal will form. And every time Izuku tried to focus his mind and use his sling ring properly, he couldn't get over the hurdle that were his always shaking hands. And therein lied his frustration. Weeks and weeks were going by, and he had still not completed the first step toward mastering magic. At this rate he couldn't possibly be capable of making a strong impression at the entrance exams, and get into UA. Izuku thought how disappointed Strange must be in him, although the man never showed it. Quite the contrary. Strange seemed delightfully pleased in spite of Izuku's lack of progress, and the boy couldn't wrap his mind around his teacher's encouraging attitude, no matter how hard he tried. Come to think of it, Izuku thought to himself while his mind still lingered on his sensei. There's a lot about Dr. Strange I can't quite wrap my mind around. The fact that the man professed to be quirkless was at the forefront of his thoughts. Perhaps Izuku could kill two birds with one stone when they next met. Strange could help him find a way to sift through his frustrations in order to finally open a portal on his own, and he would get to learn more about Strange's quirkless background. And Izuku would find his chance late afternoon the next day, when he and Strange were in the middle of their meditation session. Sensei. Izuku finally worked up the courage to broach the subject to his teacher. Yes, Izuku. Strange replied, not quite snapping out of his meditative trance. What was it like for you? Izuku asked. Growing up quirkless. Now that definitely snapped Strange out of his meditation. He looked over at his student questioningly. What brought this about? Izuku fidgeted uncomfortably, though he pressed on. I mean, I'm just being curious. Since I'm quirkless, too, I figured we would have had similar experiences. You are referring to bullying and discrimination. Strange said, causing Izuku to wince at how bluntly he dove right to those subjects. Why yes. Strange stroked his goatee as he pondered. He seemed deeply reflective, and not necessarily on memories he liked to remember. To be perfectly honest, Strange began at last. Bullying and discrimination were never really problems I personally had to deal with. Not in the long run, anyway. No, my problems were more self-inflicted. What do you mean? Izuku asked, feeling genuinely caught off guard by his teacher's admission. Growing up, I was never isolated by the bullies among my peers, Strange explained. Rather, I isolated myself with my own intelligence and ego. Sure, there were taunts and teases here and there early on, but... Hey Strange. He could still recall the driveling, sneering voices of his dull classmates, as if it were yesterday. How does it feel to be quirkless while the rest of us all have powers? Oh, I don't know, the young Strange retorted with an exaggerated eye roll. How does it feel to be second-rate in grades compared to me? You take so much pride in your quirks, but not nearly enough pride in your own futures. Honestly, those quirks are wasted on you all if you ask me. The students all looked to be either angered or horrified at the blatant disrespect Strange was giving them, but they were all perturbed enough to leave him be from that moment on. Strange was smarter than them all, there was no doubt about it. They knew it, his teachers knew it, his future employers it, and most of all, he knew it. Even at a young age, he had a singular vision about his life's path, and he would attain it no matter what childhood louts and distractions be damned. Perhaps I was too smart for my own good, Strange addressed Izuku. My intelligence was my greatest asset, but the ego that I allowed to come with it became my greatest detriment. It was my ego that I had to overcome in order to properly walk down the path of the sorcerer. Just like it is your frustrations and doubts that you must overcome in order to follow in my footsteps. What? Izuku asked, flustered at having his inquiry suddenly turned back on him. Your intentions are as blatant as the freckles on your cheeks, Strange said with a knowing glint in his eyes. By inquiring about my past and how I got to where I am today, you'd hope to ascertain some clue to help speed along your progress. Not a bad idea, if I say so myself. Izuku stammered. His hands were shaking badly again as his frustrations bubbled to the surface, and he clenched them shut to try and contain their movements. I just can't seem to open up a portal. I try to force the energy into a portal over and over, but my hands are preventing me from making any progress. I can't shake the feeling that I'm failing you and wasting this opportunity you've given me. Strange was silent for a few moments. I see, he said at last. You feel that your biggest obstacle are your hands. Yes, precisely. They're not, Strange said sternly. How can the issue not be my hands? How did you get around this problem? You cannot force the energy into forming a portal any more than you can beat a river into submission, Strange said pointedly, and the parallel to a river was not missed by Izuku, echoing back to the tragic day he effectively lost the normal use of his hands. In order to use that power as your own, you will need to surrender to its current. Controlling magic by surrendering control. Izuku's head was thoroughly spinning now, and Strange's insistence at using a river as a parallel wasn't helping in the slightest. Izuku had no desire to be reminded of that day when his hands already did that. That doesn't make any sense. And you'll come to find that not everything has to when it comes to learning magic, Strange said. Your empirical intellect will go far in helping you understand the quirks of heroes and villains alike, but it will do little to help you understand magic if you do not surrender control. Izuku grunted as he tried to understand the meaning behind his teacher's words, eliciting a sigh from Strange. I'd hoped to avoid this, but Strange thought. Come with me, Izuku, Strange said as he picked himself up from where he sat, prompting his student to scramble to follow him down the sanctum's halls and toward the rotunda of gateways. The rotunda? Izuku pondered. Why is he taking me there? Just like I had to silence my ego, you will have to silence your own self-doubt, Strange explained as he twisted the dial governing the rotunda, causing the room to spin until the mirror directly before them settled on the scene of a raging river. Silence your self-doubt, and your power will undoubtedly rise. Strange swung the mirror open, causing Izuku to instinctively shield himself as a frothy wave spray splashed against his face. As I'm sure you're aware by now, it only takes 3 to 4 minutes for a person to drown, Strange said while taking a step back from the mirror. Wait a second. But it only takes 20 seconds or less for a struggling person to submerge fully, Strange said, whirling his fingers and stepping through a portal of his own creation, before Izuku could comprehend his intent and turn around himself. Wait, sensei. Izuku called out. Surrender, Izuku, Strange reminded his student before the portal closed fully. I'll be waiting at the bottom of the staircase. And the portal closed just as the raging river swept fully into the hallway, sweeping Izuku off his feet and into the clutches of its torrential current. Izuku tried to yell out for Strange's help just as a wave crashed down from above, sending him tumbling and whirling through murky depths before managing to resurface. Izuku looked frantically for anything to hold onto like the log, as the current raged down the hallway, and... Guess how long was this hallway now? To Izuku's terror, as he caught glimpses whenever the river would permit him to, it seemed as if the hallway leading down to the rotunda was infinitely stretched out, with no end in sight. Izuku's mind began flashing back to that rainy day, the muddied water staining his face and eyes, and the trees and stumps battering his body and his hands as the river he was currently trapped in battered him against the walls, and occasionally the floor, whenever a large wave forced and dragged him back down under. I'll be waiting at the bottom of the staircase. Izuku widened his eyes as Strange's words finally registered with him. He broke for the surface and took in a deep breath of air before he could get pulled back down. All he had to do now was focus. Visualize. Strange gave him a destination he was well aware of and could see clearly in his mind. Now all he had to do was move his hands properly and not lose the sling ring to the furious current like he just had. With a panicked gurgle, Izuku dove back down, swinging his hands wildly in his attempt to relocate his missing tool. Luckily it was in the same current as he was, and every couple seconds, Izuku would feel a quick bump of something metallic against his arm or his leg. Izuku was fully submerged as he reached around wildly in the barraging depths for the ring. He just felt it slip past his fingers. Just one more reach and... Strange, true to his word, stood uncomfortably still at the bottom of the staircase, stealing glances up to the second-floor hallway that led to the rotunda every few seconds. He could hear the roar of the rampaging river from where he stood, but not any cries from his students. He'd resisted taking a page out of his master's handbook when it came to training for a while, now, and he doubted Izuku would see being stuck in the middle of a raging river as being objectively better than being stranded near the peak of Mount Everest. Should I go fetch him? It's been a solid minute. Right as Strange opted to intervene and raised his hands to go through the motions of portal creation, a blazing display of sparks erupted in the air before him. Strange stood, feeling simultaneously dumbfounded and proud, as the sparks coalesced in a swirling fashion and opened up. The rampaging river gushed through, carrying Izuku with it, and only nearly missing Strange. The wall of water burst open the doors of the sanctum and spilled out into the surrounding forest, dumping Izuku unceremoniously with a splash onto a bed of now soggy moss. He shakily coughed his airway clear, propping himself onto his hands and knees, as Strange rushed to his side. Izuku rolled onto his back and stared up at Strange with teary eyes. I did it. He proudly exclaimed, raising his dripping sling ring as high as he could muster. Strange exhaled and plopped down on the ground beside his student, surveying the receding floodwaters. Yes, you did it. After several moments of nothing but exhausted panting from that ordeal, master and student alike suddenly burst out into laughter right where they sat. For Strange, it was because Izuku ultimately did have to go through a similar trial in order to draw his power out. And for Izuku, it was because all of this was done in order to get him through the first lesson of wielding magic, and his journey to becoming a sorcerer had only just begun. The only one not laughing, however, was one Kasuki Bakugo, who was crouched behind a gnarled tree and glaring two piercing red eyes into the back of Izuku's head. He had witnessed the entirety of the tail end of Izuku's ordeal, from the water bursting through the doors to him laughing like a damned fool with that weird old man. What the actual fuck, Deku? Chapter 7. Bakugo's Scrutiny. Kasuki Bakugo believed in two things above all else. That might made right and the concept of destiny. These beliefs were spurred on by the very heroes he'd spent idolizing in his childhood, especially the greatest among them All Might. No matter where he went, no matter who he faced, no matter what odds seemed stacked against him, All Might always emerged victorious because he was the strongest. That kind of power, the kind that always resulted in a hero's victory, and a villain's defeat, made him destined to be the #1 hero. It all made perfect sense to Bakugo. Those with power were destined to rise to the top as the best of the best, and he would be the greatest among them all. And why wouldn't he? Didn't he have an objectively superior quirk? The power to make explosions with your bare hands. His entire life since he got his quirk, he'd been lauded by family, friends, teachers, and strangers alike, with how amazing his quirk was, how he was destined to grow up and become a hero, how he'd be the greatest. Those with power were destined to rise. And those without power were destined to get in the way. Such was Bakugo's perspective of, well, nearly everyone around him. His fellow classmates at Aldera Junior High's so-called friends were the worst. He tolerated them because they stood behind him rather than in his way, but their constant and incessant praise of his powers began to come off as brown-nosing. After so many years of non-stop praise, he didn't need a bunch of nameless, forgettable nobodies telling him he was destined for greatness. He already knew that. They simply weren't respectable in his eyes. He had long since recognized them as sycophants, neglecting their own quirks entirely in favor of exalting his own to the point of irritation. It was pathetic, really. But at least they weren't so pathetic as to forget their place. At least they weren't Deku. Bakugo can't help but grit his teeth in frustration at the mere mention or thought of that green-haired nerd. Deku also followed him around constantly like some of his other classmates had, since they were little kids, too. Deku also heaped mounds of praise and adoration on him, because of the strength of his quirk, just like all the others. But Deku forgets his place in the back, where all the others are content to stay and watch as Bakugo progresses closer and closer to becoming a hero. Deku always has to go too far. Why? Why wouldn't he give up his ridiculous dream of becoming a hero? Deku is not content to just merely sit back like all the other pebbles and watch him become the greatest hero. No, he doesn't even need to look back anymore to tell. He just knows that with each step he takes, Deku is right there behind him, practically nipping at his heels with how goddamn persistent he is. He might have respected Deku for it if he had a useful quirk to justify holding on to such a lofty dream. Or if he had any quirk at all. And that was what made Deku so infuriating to deal with. How could a quirkless loser not just get it? How could quirkless Deku keep thinking he had what it took to be a hero? Bakugo took each heroic declaration from quirkless Deku as a personal affront. Why? Is he really just that stupid? Bakugo seethed, though he knew Deku's grades were nearly as high as his. Was there some kind of hidden malice in his words instead? Was Deku somehow looking down on him all this time? Is he mocking me? The more he thought about the conundrum that was Deku, the more he struggled to understand him. The more he struggled, the angrier he got. And the angrier he got, the more determined he became to stamp this fantasy of a dream that Deku held on to so dearly into the dust. Bakugo didn't see it as bullying. And neither did anyone else, student or teacher alike, seeing as how nobody bothered to even try to stop him. And so for nearly 10 years, Bakugo tried his damnedest to put quirkless Deku back in his place. For 10 years he tried to force Deku to dream realistically. For 10 years he used every possible opportunity to kick Deku aside like the pebble in the road that he was. Until one day, when Bakugo felt that somehow he'd gone too far. "Give me the book, Deku." Bakugo growled, clenching his fist in preparation of a pounding he was sure to give Deku, once he forked that damned book over to him. "Keikakin." Midoriya protested with that insipid nickname of his while stepping back. "I need to return this. What you need to do is fork that book over." Bakugo seethed in anger at Deku's continued defiance. "Kakin." And when Midoriya slipped off the ravine edge, all the anger slipped off Bakugo's face, with only a stunned expression remaining. "Oh shit. Oh shit." One of his sycophants, the one with the gangly finger quirk, yelled out in a panic, rushing close to the edge, but stopping short just as Midoriya was swept away and submerged beneath the frenzied waves. "Bakugo," he yelled out, turning back toward his boss. "What do we do now?" He fell over the edge. Midoriya's gone. And amid all the hushed tones and fidgety kids that looked like they just wanted to bolt from the scene of a crime, Bakugo just stood still. Shocked. Processing. What the fucking shit, Bakugo thought as he stared down the ravine, frozen into stillness. This wasn't supposed to happen. Bringing Deku out here and goading him into exploring the haunted mansion was just to scare him. It was just another means to put him in his place. He wasn't supposed to. Bakugo didn't mean to. "Young man." An Oridan voice called out among the panicky whispers. Bakugo turned his head toward the sudden voice. His followers stood gawking at the man now in their presence. A blue-robed gentleman, red cloak flapping in the wind, arms crossed, white temples, slicked hair, oh, and he was floating. A pro-hero, perhaps. Not one Bakugo could recognize, though. "The book that was removed from my mansion," he said sternly. "Where is it?" His mansion. Between Deku getting swept away and this floating man claiming to own that wretched building, Bakugo could hardly formulate an answer. He tried to raise his shaking arm and point toward the river, but gangly fingers beat him to the punch. Midoriya had the book, but he fell into the ravine with it. The gentleman hardly missed a beat and took off flying down the ravine edge after Midoriya, his cloak violently flapping from behind as he zoomed in low in his search. A flight quirk, Bakugo assumed. Not flashy, but you never could go wrong with them. When the gentleman took off flying, so, too, did most of Bakugo's gang take off running out of the forest, and far away from the ravine. Only Bakugo and Gangly Fingers, an appropriate nickname in Bakugo's eyes, were slow to depart. For Bakugo's part, it was mainly because he was still reeling in shock over the possibility that Deku could very well be dead because of him. As for Gangly, he was still in shock that Bakugo was even in shock to begin with. And no, not because of me, Bakugo hurriedly thought. If Deku had merely stayed in his place like he should have, none of this would have happened. By the time he and Gangly had arrived back at a park adjacent to the forest, thoroughly soaked but otherwise quiet, an ambulance was already there, the bundled up body of Deku being loaded into his back. Bakugo and Gangly breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It looked as if Deku, though definitely roughed up and muddied beyond belief, was still alive. The blue-robed guy was there, briefly speaking with some paramedics before they took off. When they did depart with Deku in tow, the man turned toward Bakugo, looking as if he wanted to approach and speak with him, but seemed to decide otherwise at the last second. The man turned heel in the rain, rounded the nearest corner, and was promptly gone. Out of sight and out of mind, because Bakugo wasn't paying the gentleman the least bit of attention. All his racked mind could think of was the fact that Deku was alive. That's good. Bakugo's mind was reeling defensively and desperately searching for that silver lining. Maybe now Deku will give up on his shitty dream and stay in his place for good. He didn't even hear Gangly say goodbye, nor notice him leave. He hardly noticed his own 2 legs walking himself home to an overly worried father and an overly bitchy mother. After all, it wasn't my fault, Bakugo told himself repeatedly until it became like a new mantra. It wasn't my fault. I am sorry to have made everyone so worried. Midoriya bowed his head deeply to his fellow classmates upon his first day back since the incident, eliciting a scowl from Bakugo. It seemed as if his timid personality hadn't changed in the slightest during his time away. I received all your cards while I was in the hospital. Midoriya flashed a smile amid a chorus of greetings, some more half-hearted than others, and crossed his hands across his waist. I greatly appreciated it. Bakugo's eyes drifted down to Midoriya's hands as he approached each desk on the way to his, stopping to personally thank each student he passed. They were gloved. And shaking. That certainly piqued Bakugo's curiosity a bit. When the hell did that loser ever wear gloves? He certainly never did before the accident. Bakugo could have swore his gut leaped into his throat at that very moment. Never let it be said that he wasn't a hell of an intuitive guy. His consistently high grades were more than enough proof of that. Whatever happened to Deku the day he was swept away by the river, Bakugo reasoned, he certainly didn't away scot-free. Kakin Deku's voice snapped Bakugo out of his musings. Ha! Bakugo glowered at the boy as he stood by his desk sheepishly. The hell do you want? I just wanted to thank you for your card, Deku said with that damn friendly grin of his. I appreciated it. I thought it was the best out of all of them. Of course it was the best. Bakugo snapped. You didn't think it was gonna be the best, who the hell do you think I am? No, it's not that. Don't get it wrong, Deku. Bakugo said wide-eyed and with a crazed grin. I only did it because the teacher made us all make one. And I only put in the extra effort because my damn mother was up my ass about it. Got that? Of course. Deku said timidly and hurried past Bakugo to get to his seat, as their teacher restored a semblance of order and got on with the day. And so Bakugo finally managed to focus on something different like schoolwork, even though Deku's mannerisms and behavior were grating the back of his brain like an itch just dying to be scratched. But he managed to push it down and ignore class after class, subject after subject, and then lunch passed, until that focus was inevitably broken. Midoriya, their teacher called out to the boy of the class before lessons for the day ended. Why aren't you taking notes? Bakugo shifted his view to the side just enough to catch a glimpse of Deku at his desk, angrily wondering why that loser was breaking his focus right before the day was almost over. He nearly dropped his pencil right as Deku dropped his and then shakily tried to pick it back up with his still gloved hand. Deku repeated this several more times as he offered their teacher a weak smile. Sorry sir, it's a bit difficult right now. Bakugo turned back toward the teacher. A look of realization, followed by a look of pity, had washed over the man's face. Well, alright, he said. We'll discuss it after class, then. And so they did. After the last of the students trickled out the room, Deku had stayed behind to talk with their teacher. Bakugo was looking just outside the door, curious as all hell, but certainly not dumb enough to barge in, or make it obvious that he was eavesdropping, just so he could hear things more clearly. He would try to settle for mumbling. After several minutes of tolerating wave after wave of incoherent sentences, Bakugo had finally had enough and opted to risk a peek into the room. A peek couldn't hurt, right? But just as Bakugo tilted his face in front of the window on the door, he nearly jolted as he saw Deku showing his gloveless, trembling hands to his teacher. To Bakugo's horror, though he would never admit it, they were scarred beyond belief. Deku offered the teacher a bow before seemingly being dismissed and turned toward the door, with Bakugo ducking out of sight before he was spotted. "Hey," was all Bakugo said as Deku opened and closed the door behind him, catching the green-haired boy off guard, as they were the only ones in that hallway at the moment. Kakin. He had yet to re-glove his hands, and scrambled to slide them back on, but Bakugo was too quick for him, and he tightly grasped Deku by the wrists, forcing his hands up for him to look at, scars and all. "Holy fuck, Deku," Bakugo said as Deku squirmed uncomfortably. "Kakin, please." "No wonder you couldn't take notes earlier," Bakugo continued, leveling a glare right at him. "Should have known you wouldn't get out of that river unscathed, useless nerd." Deku fell silent, Bakugo's glare driving his own eyes down toward the ground instead. Bakugo blinked in surprise. Was he finally going to give up, after all this time? Had Deku finally learned his place after losing the use in his hands? "Now do you understand, Deku?" Bakugo growled, tightening his grip on his wrists as he went in for the proverbial kill. "You still think you can be a hero without your hands?" "I will," Deku uttered back defiantly, yanking his arms out of Bakugo's grip with a sudden renewed strength that caught him off guard. "Even if my hands never recover fully, I haven't given up." Normally this was the part where Bakugo angrily exploded on the boy, burying him under a mountain of belittlement and physical intimidation. But nothing of the sort came, there was merely stunned silence from Bakugo. "I appreciate your concern, Kakin," Deku said before beaming a big smile at him, one that seemed more real and honest than any other smile he'd ever given. "But I won't let this stop me from becoming a hero." It wasn't my fault. Bakugo's mantra suddenly rang through his head, and he suddenly realized why Deku's behavior was so off-putting to him, and grating his very nerves more so than usual, and that damn bright smile of his made the problem all the more clear. Deku turned away and promptly left without another word, leaving Bakugo to stew in his realization that Deku bore no ill will whatsoever over what had happened. "Why wouldn't you give up?" Bakugo asked in his head over and over again, as the guilt swelled up in his gut like a well of lava, pushing for a cataclysmic release. But deeper down, the depths of his subconscious was repeatedly asking and burying a question that was far more problematic for him. "Why aren't you angry with me?" If Bakugo was expecting an answer to those questions soon, he was bound to be disappointed. The days turned into weeks. And the weeks turned into months as he was left stewing in his guilt and frustration, guilt over what happened to Deku and frustration over that fact that he wouldn't give up already, damn it. But his frustrations did not blind him to those of Deku's, either. If anything, his defiant declaration only made Bakugo scrutinize him even more. The very next day after their initial confrontation, Deku began bringing a recorder to class with him, and his inability to write notes down was never brought up again. But even still, Bakugo couldn't help but notice the weird amalgamation between determination and frustration that Deku had become over the weeks after his declaration. While in class, Bakugo would steal quick glances and notice uncharacteristic behaviors from Deku. Clenched teeth, furrowed brows, angry, defeated looks as he pored over his schoolwork. He seemed genuinely frustrated, but whenever he was approached by anyone, or vice versa, he perked right up, and every goofy grin of his seemed genuine and real. Bakugo had to resist clenching his hair and letting out a yell, as he tried scrutinizing his assignments instead of the enigma that was Deku for a change. Why was that damned nerd so difficult to understand? Seeing Deku flip on a dime between being filled with frustration one moment and being filled with resolve the next didn't make Bakugo feel any better about his role in the situation. If anything, it made him feel even more guilty. More vulnerable. And Katsuki Bakugo hated feeling vulnerable more than anything else. Bakugo wasn't the greatest when it came to interpersonal relationships and the feelings, baggage, as he called it, that always came with them. He was determined to squash these feelings of vulnerability before anyone, especially quirkless Deku, could see that they'd manifested in the first place. At first, he'd been relatively successful, venting all his pent-up irritation into physical activities, whether it was gym class at school or punching a sandbag at home. But as Deku's anxiety seemed to grow for reasons Bakugo couldn't quite pin down, as he was sure it wasn't something related to school, so, too, did Bakugo's. It was then that Bakugo, exasperated beyond belief and at his wit's end, decided he'd have to try something he had hoped to avoid, if he wanted to deal with these feelings of insecurity accordingly. He'd have to return to the proverbial scene of the crime. Bakugo didn't know what to expect or feel when he returned to the ravine edge, all dried and cracked with what was once a raging river, now reduced back down to a relatively calm stream. He didn't know what to expect or feel by returning to the so-called haunted mansion, where he'd goaded Deku into sneaking around in, thus leading to the river incident to begin with. But he never expected to witness Izuku being carried out of the wrecked mansion by a wave of water, and crashing down on the mossy ground. The mysterious robed and cloaked man from before also floated over to his side to check on him. What the actual fuck, Deku? Why the fuck had Deku come flying out of the mansion on a wave of water? Why the fuck had Deku even returned to the mansion to begin with? Why the fuck was the older gentleman who'd saved him with him now? But more importantly, why the fuck are you laughing? Bakugo internally seethed. For what reason did Deku have to laugh in his condition? He was getting to the bottom of this right now no matter what. Oh, Deku. Bakugo roared as he stomped out from behind the gnarled tree he was situated behind. What the fuck is going on here? Kakin, a bewildered and dripping wet Deku, quickly scrambled to his feet as Bakugo approached with an angry scowl. The gentleman also picked himself up to his feet, and while looking genuinely surprised by the other boy's appearance, said nothing but watched on instead. What are you doing here? Don't answer my question with another question, you damned nerd. You answer me. He jabbed a finger in Deku's face accusingly. What the fuck is going on here? I was just, Deku stammered, looking between Bakugo and the gentleman, before staring back down at the ground like a scolded puppy caught chewing on the furniture. You were just what? Bakugo thundered, reaching out to grab him by the shoulder only for the older man to intervene, pulling Deku backwards and just out of Bakugo's reach. He was just in the middle of his training, the man answered coolly, eliciting surprised looks from Bakugo and Deku alike. Training? The word spread through Bakugo's mind like a virulent infection. His brows became furrowed. His lips twitched into the beginning of a sneer. What kind of training? Training that may help him become a hero, of course, the man again answered coolly, a strange and undecipherable twinkle in his eye as he replied. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Bakugo hissed, bullying his angrily shaking hands into fists hard enough to suppress any explosive sparks that may have come out otherwise. Training. So he can become a hero. Do you even know that he's quirkless? I'm well aware. The continued coolness of the man's tone infuriated Bakugo to no end, as if he were saying, yeah, who cares? So then why? Bakugo demanded, and for a split second couldn't decide if he was asking the man or Deku. He opted for the former. Why waste your time training a quirkless loser? The man's gaze became steely for a moment, and Bakugo couldn't deny that he looked downright intimidating in the brief flash of emotion. On the contrary, he said. I feel as if my efforts have been more well spent now than ever before. Oh yeah? Bakugo decided to dig a bit deeper. And how long have you been training that nerd? Since after his accident, the man replied matter-of-factly. TCH. That was a vague answer, but Bakugo knew he couldn't hound this man for answers like he normally could Deku or anybody else. And what exactly have you been training him in? Skills befitting his quirkless disposition. That doesn't tell me shit. Just who the hell are you? My name is Dr. Stephen Strange. Never heard of you, Bakugo cut Strange off. That definitely made Bakugo feel a little better, knowing that Deku was trying to get some training in with some nobody hero that he'd never even heard of. He wasn't the fanboy hero nerd that Deku was, but he still knew which big names were making the rounds in the media. He knew who the best of the best were, and he sure as hell could never recall any Dr. Stephen Strange anywhere near the top of the hero billboard chart. Which meant this relatively older-looking gentleman was somehow a newer, up-and-coming hero who was flying way under the radar for the time being, or... He's a totally lame duck of a pro-hero, Bakugo snidely derided the man in his mind. Where previously he felt incredibly livid that Deku of all people had snagged a private tutor ahead of someone way more deserving of one such as himself, he now felt some relief. Nothing had changed. He felt somewhat convinced that Deku was not going to make any progress toward his ridiculous dream, with training from a nobody flunky hero. But still that gnawing doubt sprang up once more. It remained bothersome that quirkless Deku was still so persistent, so much so that he pathetically roped a pro-hero, flinky though he may be, into supporting his unrealistic goals. Do you think this changes anything, Deku? Bakugo directed his vehemence toward the meekly boy. You think this gives you a leg up over me? And no, Kakin. Well good. He spat. You'll see soon enough that no amount of training will be enough for your quirkless hide. No amount of training gags like that water shit will get you anywhere. It won't get you into UA, and it won't help you become a hero. And unlike you, he continued while turning his back towards student and master alike, and storming off back home. I wouldn't abase myself by crawling to some flunky pro for help. While Bakugo felt like he'd gotten the last word in, he didn't exactly feel like he'd won, per se, which only made him angrier. That Dr. Strange fellow answered his questions vaguely, and he hated when people answered with technically truthful answers, but were really just trying to keep the desired information buried. It doesn't matter, Bakugo quietly seethed to himself. Deku will always be Deku. Just another pebble in my way. Strange had a seemingly perpetual frown etched on his face as he watched the foul-mouthed blonde boy stomp off back where he came. That was somewhat of a close one, Strange thought as Izuku fidgeted by his side. We'll be more cautious about allowing any training to stray outside the sanctum from this point forward. A bit of an oversight on his part, really. Izuku, Strange called out to his students. Why yes, sensei. Izuku replied. I was going to save this for right before your entrance exam because I was not expecting this to become an issue, but I was not expecting to be nearly found out so soon, Strange said. But I must ask you to refrain from divulging the magical nature of your training to anyone outside your immediate circle. Please be sure to extend this message to your mother when you return home. Are you worried Kakin will tell everyone about me getting training? Izuku asked. Because he won't. He seemed sure about that, Strange said, raising a brow. It's just how he is, Izuku said with a sigh. He wouldn't have it in him to tell others. Besides, I trust him. This is less a matter of trust, Strange retorted, and more of a matter of necessity. And speaking of necessities, Strange made a quick arcane motion with his hands, a similar-looking card appearing between his fingers. Is that? Izuku asked as Strange handed him the card. Another calling card of mine, yes, Strange affirmed. Just like the one I gave you, mother. You know how to send me a message at your location, correct? But Strange continued upon receiving a nod from Izuku. I think it necessary for you to have one of your own, just in case I didn't account for this happening, and I've taught you to expect the unexpected, haven't I? It's time I put those words into practice myself. And one more thing, Izuku, Strange said, getting his students' attention. I want you to refrain from socializing with that boy for the time being. I won't pry into the history between you two, but it's best to bury those complications for the time being, in order to better focus on your upcoming training, understood? Understood, sensei, Izuku said with another nod. Strange was right, in the end. The history between him and Kaken could really only be described as complicated, but it wouldn't do him any good if he'd let said complications obstruct his training. He knew that Bakugo wouldn't let something as flimsy as feelings get in the way with his training, so he'll try to do the same. And so Izuku heeded his master's advice, and did his best to limit interactions with Bakugo, while he continued his training into the next school term. Bakugo, likewise, limited the times he'd snap at Izuku, and the class-wide bullying and belittlement slowly but surely died down as well, as if the rest of his classmates could tell Bakugo was no longer directing the majority of his vehemence toward Izuku. And for a time, there seemed to be peace at Aldera Junior High, as the unofficial ceasefire between Bakugo and Midoriya took full effect. And this peace lasted all of roughly 4 months before a certain sludge villain attacked. Chapter 8. Enter. All Might. My boy. Izuku's mind was positively swimming. The darkness of encroaching unconsciousness and the overwhelming stench of the green muck that had been forced down his throat and into his airways were repressing his senses and clouding his mind in a near impenetrable fog. Young man. The sorcerer in training gave a start as he suddenly hacked what gunk remained lodged in his throat, rolling over onto his hands and knees, and trying to pick himself up as he tried racking his brains for answers. What just happened? Izuku thought, spitting out another green blob. Oh yeah. The last thing he remembered whilst walking home from school was getting snatched by a villain with a sledge quirk of some kind. It would have been an interesting enough quirk to analyze if it wasn't being used to kill him right then and there. Perfect, the slimy voice had hissed as he moved to force himself down Izuku's gullet. Your body will be perfect for escaping that grinning fool. The slime had engulfed Izuku nearly whole. He struggled to break free and weave a spell to aid in his escape, but his hands were bound. He could not conjure the energy necessary to use any useful magic. He could not even reach into his pocket and pull out the calling card Strange had gifted him with. His vision had faded right as another looming shadow crashed into the villain that had attacked him, and the last thing he recalled feeling was the solid brick ground below that he unceremoniously plopped down on. I'm glad to see you're alright, young man. That voice. Booming, boundless, brimming with energy. Izuku dared to look up at the man casting his colossal shadow over him. Have no fear. All Might roared with his flashy grin as held up dual bottles with the aforementioned sludge villain packed tightly into their confines. For I am here. Holy crap. All Might, Izuku shrieked with tears of joy threatening to spill forth. I was chasing this dastardly villain down for quite a while. All Might boomed loudly and followed it up with a hearty laugh. I'm fortunate to have arrived in the nick of time. No need to ask for an autograph, I already put one in your notebook. Izuku shakily scrambled through his notebook to verify. There his signature was, as large and loud as the man himself, on the very last page. And now I'm off to deliver this slimy evildoer to the police. All Might declared as he turned and crouched, preparing for a monumental leap. Wait! Izuku cried out. He had just been saved by his childhood hero and idol, the man he had revered for years above all other pros. Dr. Strange might have been the man who was training him in the skills that would allow him to properly attain his dream, and Izuku would be forever grateful for that, but All Might was still the man that molded that dream in the first place. All Might was responsible for Izuku's love of heroes. All Might was responsible for the hope that Strange had helped him recover. That kind of reverence is not so easily replaced or forgotten. Watching what could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity about to bound away, Izuku sprang forward. Despite Strange's warning, Izuku felt that he desperately wanted his idol All Might to hear him declare his dream and intentions. He wanted All Might to know just how important he was to driving Izuku forward to realize his dream. And so Izuku, in his haste, did the only thing that he could think of in that moment. He latched himself onto All Might's leg right as he took off. A few shrieks of terror and bewildered admonishments later, All Might had landed down on the nearest convenient rooftop to ensure Izuku's safety. That was dangerous and reckless, my boy. All Might scolded Izuku while still maintaining that trademark smile of his. I'm so sorry, All Might. Izuku pleaded as he caught his breath after such a harrowing ordeal. I just really needed to tell you something before you go. I see, All Might said, and Izuku noticed he was shaking a little bit. Very well, but please, make it quick, my boy. Thank you, All Might, Izuku said with a bow. I know you must hear this a lot, but I just wanted to tell you that you've been my greatest inspiration since I was a little kid. I'm going to be applying to UA next year, and I'll become a hero who saves lives with a smile on my face just like you, even if I am quirkless. Proof. All Might. Izuku blinked. Crap, ran out of time. It's fine, kid, pay no attention to Quirk. The gaunt man in All Might's place tried uttering before a spurt of blood ran from his mouth, eliciting a panic yell from the boy. Listen, kid, the man behind the All Might persona Toshinori Yagi said as he lifted his shirt, revealing a twisted wound across his abdomen. That outclassed Midoriya's scarred hands in every discernible way. It's never bad to dream. But you still have to consider what's realistic. The young man kept his gaze downward, but Toshinori could still see that the boy was visibly shaken. The man sighed. He hated what he was saying, but he thought it still needed to be said. Pro heroes are burdened by numerous responsibilities, Toshinori said while gesturing to his grievous wound. They must always be willing to endanger themselves to risk their very lives in order to save the lives of others. And without having any power to do that, you can end up being the one in need of saving instead. But I'm not powerless. The boy balled his hands into fists, raising his head to look at All Might, with an expression that blended defiance and desperation. I'm quirkless, Toshinori interjected before dropping his shirt back down and giving the boy a gentle grin. Listen, my boy. I'm elated to know that I've inspired such hope in your heart, and I'm not at all unimpressed by you vying for UA of all places. Heck, if you were to show good enough marks on the written portion, you might still earn yourself a spot in the general education department. Despite the heroic reputation and image UA gives off, quirkless students are not entirely unprecedented at that institution, whether it be general education, support, or business. Still, the boy seemed unconvinced. I know you're aiming to become a pro such as myself, Toshinori said, approaching the boy and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. But remember that one needn't be a pro in order to be a hero. Let's take the police as an example. They are no less heroic for being in a profession that is not nearly as flashy as mine, and there are plenty of quirkless police officers as well. Toshinori moved around the boy and toward the stairwell. I just want you to know that whether or not you're a pro, and whether or not you're quirkless, there will always be something one such as you can do to be a hero. The boy seemed to noticeably relax at that, and Toshinori grinned as he departed down the stairs. Hopefully his words resonated with the boy in a meaningful way. It wasn't until he'd reached the bottom of the stairs that Toshinori realized the bottles containing the villain he'd captured were conspicuously absent. There will always be something one such as you can do to be a hero. Izuku stood silent and alone on the rooftop, processing All Might's words for several minutes. They were certainly not the words he was expecting or even really hoping for, but he did not feel at all dissuaded. He was mostly definitely shaken, especially at All Might inadvertently revealing his true self, but if anything his resolve was stronger now than ever before. Like Haken before him, All Might was now placed on what seemed to be an ever-growing list of people Izuku would prove himself to. This list, Izuku had long come to expect, might never stop growing, but that didn't mean his determination would waver anymore. He made sure not to reveal the magical nature of his training, as per Strange's instructions. Nevertheless, it still felt relieving to unpack his dreams on his idol, and to have him listen. So few people ever seemed interested in entertaining the heroic aspirations of a quirkless boy. But All Might did. Even in spite of his rebuke of Izuku's declaration, he has still listened. Just wait, All Might. You, too, Kaken. Izuku reaffirmed to himself as he followed the stairwell to the street below. In time, I'll prove myself to you just like I will everyone else. I'll show that quirkless doesn't mean powerless. That time would come far sooner than Izuku would have ever expected, as a series of earth-shaking explosions sounded off many blocks away. It can't be as that, Izuku thought, stunned, as he approached the growing crowd that was gathering to watch the explosive commotion going on. They were held back at a safe distance by a line of formidable heroes that Izuku easily recognized, such as Kamui Woods and Death Arms. Normally Izuku would be flipping his notebook open to analyze battles and quirks, but quirk analysis was far from his mind at the moment. Flailing wildly about in the street, obstructed by billowing black smoke and twisted flaming debris, was the sludge villain that he assaulted him earlier. How? I thought All Might had him contained. Izuku thought frantically. Then a sinking feeling settled in his gut. Had his drastic actions earlier resulted in the villain slipping from All Might's grasp? Kamui Woods, Death Arms grunted. Can you use your quirk to momentarily restrain him? No, Kamui Woods replied with a groan. They're surrounded by fire, and that kid is letting off explosions every chance he can get. Explosions. Kaken. Izuku yelled out in horror as a gust of wind whipped the smoke enough for him to see what was keeping the heroes at bay. The sludge villain had Bakugo ensnared in his slimy grasp, using him as a shield from the heroes and police who had the scene surrounded. Izuku immediately bolted through the crowd and tried to run straight toward Bakugo, whose covered mouth was undoubtedly mumbling every expletive he could think of, but whose eyes were wide and screaming for help. Kakin. I wouldn't let you get killed because of me. But before Izuku could break off from the front of the crowd, a wooden appendage gripped him by the shoulder. It was Kamui Woods, who was stopping Izuku from going any further. Are you mad, kid? He exclaimed. Stay away from there. It's Kakin. Was Izuku's only tearful response. It's Kakin. Izuku flailed his arms wildly to try and break Kamui's hold, but the Arbor hero held on tightly, refusing to budge and give the boy another inch. If only I could just reach him. Kakin. Izuku threw his arm back, as if winding up for a monumental throw as it shimmered with a bright energy. It doesn't matter if I'm a pro. It doesn't matter if I'm quirkless. Izuku then threw his arm forward, and a spectacular array of fiery crimson bands flew from his fingertips and through the smoke toward Bakugo. The flame-like whips honed in on their target, wrapping around Bakugo's exposed arm. Bakugo grunted and instinctively let off another explosion, but the whips appeared unaffected. Izuku let out a tearful yell and yanked his arm back, ripping his former childhood friend from the grasp of the sludge villain, much to the shock of everyone in attendance. There will always be something I can do to be a hero. Izuku triumphantly recalled All Might's words. Kakin. Izuku used Kamui Wood's shot to rip himself from his grasp, and rushed forward to help Bakugo to safety. Bakugo sputtered and glared up at Izuku, pushing his savior off as he tried ushering him to safety. Deku. I didn't ask for your help. No, you didn't. Izuku said with a sniffle, ecstatic that he was mostly unharmed. But I gave it anyway. Isn't that what a hero does? Bakugo couldn't formulate any kind of response before the massive form of the sludge villain began bearing down on them. You impudent worm. He roared as he threatened to smother them with his slimy mass. I'll crush you for taking my meat shield away. Izuku shut his eyes and forced himself in front of Bakugo to take the brunt of the attack, but it never came. Detroit smash. One powerful shock later, and the sludge villain was simply gone. The smoke had dissipated. All that remained was smoldering debris, two shaking boys, and All Might towering above them. The crowd roared with approval and the heroes collectively sighed in relief as the skies darkened and droplets of rain came down, a testament to All Might's frighteningly incredible power. Izuku blocked it all out as he fell to his knees. All that mattered was that Kakin was safe. And, at least in his eyes, Izuku had finally proven himself. I shouldn't have to remind you of the ethics of public quirk usage, Detective Tsukauchi said stoically as he stood before Izuku, who was getting patched up by a medic. You seem old enough to know of such laws. Yes sir, Izuku said dejectedly. He'd already gotten an earful from the heroes that were on the scene, especially Kamui Woods, who had tried to stop him from running headlong into danger. Every so often he would glance toward where Bakugo was getting looked over, but he'd always flinch and turn his gaze away, as his former friend was glaring daggers at him every time he looked in his direction. You could have found yourself in a bit of trouble if it weren't for All Might, the detective informed Izuku. Izuku perked up at that. All Might. He informed me that he had prior interactions with you and that you are, or rather were, quirkless, Tsukauchi said, leaning down to Izuku's level. And I knew he was telling the truth because my quirk is human lie detector. When people talk to me, I know if they're lying or telling the truth. So Midoriya. Are you, or were you, quirkless before the incident today? Midoriya didn't miss a beat. Yes, before today, I was quirkless. Not technically a lie, just not the whole truth, he thought as the detective gave him a scrutinizing look. Late bloomers are not entirely unprecedented, Tsukauchi said with a sigh. I suppose it was the trauma of seeing your friend captured by a villain that unlocked it. Regardless, you'll get a pass today. But please be diligent in the future regarding the law, alright? And don't forget to get yourself registered. Izuku nodded and hopped off the ambulance he was seated in when the medic gave him the all clear. He looked around the bustling crowd, searching for All Might in order to thank him as well as apologize to, but the man was nowhere to be found in a sea of emergency workers, police, pro-heroes, and gawking civilians and journalists. Giving up, Izuku turned to finally make his way home. He'd only made it 5 blocks when an angry Bakugo caught up to him. Deku, you piece of shit. Bakugo snarled as he pressed Izuku against a brick wall with his forearm. Late bloomer my ass. You were hiding your quirk from me all these years, weren't you? Hey Kakin, please just listen for a moment. Izuku whined as he struggled against Bakugo's pressure. Is it because you think you're better than me and my quirk with yours? Bakugo growled, digging his elbow into Izuku's shoulder. Flame whips are fucking pathetic compared to my explosions. It's not a quirk. Izuku suddenly blurted out. I don't have a quirk. Bakugo was silent for a moment before suddenly releasing his pressure against Izuku and letting him drop to the ground. You can't even be fucking honest with me, Bakugo muttered morosely as he began sauntering away. I don't need the likes of a worthless Deku looking down on me. Kakin. Izuku yelled out, but Bakugo was having no part of it. He never looked back, and he was out of sight before long, leaving Izuku alone to nurse his aching shoulder. Izuku slowly picked himself back up to continue his way home, but he'd hardly traveled another 4 blocks before being interrupted yet again, this time by All Might in his true withered form. "Hey, All Might!" Izuku yelled out in surprise as he nearly ran right into him. "Young Midoriya, was it?" All Might asked solemnly. "I must apologize for the words I shared with you earlier." "No, I should be the one apologizing." Izuku shook his head. "It was because of me that the sludge villain escaped, wasn't it?" "Paltry compared to my wrongdoing," All Might responded. "Pathetic, I was pathetic. To admonish you in your dreams, but in that moment I was not heeding my own advice. To risk one's own life for the lives of others. To move before even thinking in order to save those in need. Those are the marks of a true hero." Izuku felt a great pang within his chest as his eyes welled with sudden tears. He had proven himself to All Might after all. "Young Midoriya," All Might continued. "You were the one who made the greatest difference in that situation. I can say now, without a doubt, that not only do you have the potential to make a splendid hero, but you have also shown that you are worthy to inherit my power." Izuku's mind crashed to a violent halt. "What?" "Midoriya, my boy," All Might said with sheer conviction in his voice. "I want you to become my successor." Midoriya could not formulate any sort of reasonable response as his mind reeled from All Might's statement. Inherit. Successor. He thought back to Dr. Strange and his progress as the sorcerer's student, and he mindlessly fidgeted with his sensei's calling card that he'd slipped out from his back pocket, circling his thumb around the card seal many times as he tried to think of how to respond to the #1 hero. Not even a moment later, the space beside Izuku and All Might erupted in a brilliant swirling of energy as Strange's portal opened up. The sorcerer stepped through, giving his student a quick look over. What seems to be the emergency, Aizu Strange suddenly cut himself off as he slowly turned toward a rather stunned All Might. The two men stared at each other in silence for a solid minute. "Steven." All Might blinked. "Toshinori." Strange blinked right back. Izuku's brain could hardly register this revelation properly. Dr. Strange and All Might know each other. Improperly. Dr. Strange and All Might know each other. Improperly. Dr. Strange and All Might know each other. Improperly. Dr. Strange and All Might know each other. Chapter 9. Sorcerers and Heroes. Toshinori rapidly blinked his eyes as he stepped through Strange's portal directly into his sanctum. He strained his eyes, allowing them to readjust to the sudden change from the radiant sunset to the dimmed interior of Strange's sanctuary, with minute amounts of light from the sunset outside, flickering in through what windows were visible, and those that weren't obscured by thick, ornate curtains that reeked of incense. He had come out into the dining room, first floor, and looked over at a table in the center of the room. Several books were splayed open and illuminated by a series of lights that were hovering above the pages. Floating candles, huh? Toshinori grinned. "Some things never change." "I see your habits haven't changed in the slightest since we last met, Steven," Toshinori said as Strange and a fidgety Midoriya walked through the portal behind him. The aperture slowed its whirling and fizzled out of existence. Strange clapped his hands, the floating candles shining brighter in response to better illuminate the room. "What is it that Stark always says?" Strange said as he had his books flipped shut with a wave of his fingers and levitate back onto the nearest shelf. "Do not fix what is not broken." "Don't forget that he also said to always improve whenever and wherever possible," Toshinori retorted jocularly. "A few light bulbs are not going to ruin your aesthetic, or is the Sorcerer Supreme worried about racking up a high electric bill?" Touché, touché, Strange conceded. "Geez, how long has it been since I've even last been in here?" Toshinori asked aloud, mainly to himself, as he approached the dining room entrance and peered up the grand staircase toward the true sanctum on the 3rd floor. "It's been at least 5 years, I think." It was right before that day, Toshinori and Strange thought simultaneously. "I figured it best to move our conversation to a place familiar to all three of us," Strange said, placing a reassuring hand on Midoriya's shoulder. "This way we may talk earnestly and comfortably amongst one another." "Same old Strange, always the rational one," Toshinori chuckled before turning his attention to a particular glass case tucked away in the corner of the room. Obscured by shadows it may have been, Toshinori widened his eyes as he still recognized the artifact locked securely within. "Is that the Wand of Watum?" Strange affirmed. "The Wand of Watum," Toshinori repeated softly as he ran a hand through his scraggly hair, glancing down at the artifact with a nostalgic look. "Man, does that take me back." "Well, we'll have plenty to discuss with Izuku over some tea," Strange said, summoning a set of 3 already steaming cups and saucers onto the table, with a snap of his fingers. "Oh please no," Izuku shuddered. All three took their seats at the table, with Midoriya and Toshinori sitting across from one another and Strange sitting at the end, flanking Midoriya's right and Toshinori's left respectively. "Tibetan butter tea, eh?" Toshinori said as he raised the cup to his lips, hesitating for a moment to allow the buttery steam to waft into his nostrils, before taking an eager sip. He closed his eyes as the tear ran down his throat, warming his insides. It's as good as I remember. Strange smiled, taking a gentle sip of his own tea, as Midoriya stayed still where he sat, staring down into the creamy ether of his drink with a thoughtful expression on his face. Now, Izuku, Strange said, turning to his student. I'm sure you have a few questions, but... You and All Might know each other, Izuku exclaimed, slamming his palms down on the table. I should have figured he'd start with that one, Toshinori's sweat dropped. It was not information you were privy to, Strange said nonchalantly, taking another sip of his tea. It would not have impacted your training in any meaningful way, and, in time, I would have introduced the two of you regardless. I apologize for approaching your student with my offer so suddenly, Toshinori sheepishly interjected as he rubbed his head. Fret not, Toshinori, Strange waved off his concern. Like Izuku here, you too, simply did not know, and I cannot fault you for that. Although I must admit, events are moving far quicker than I had anticipated. That much was definitely true, Strange pondered. It was only early April. Midoriya had just begun the first term of his final school year. There were still 10 whole months left before the entrance exam. Which meant that Midoriya was not even halfway through his training, and all of this was already being sprung upon his shoulders. Unanticipated, indeed. Still, the fact that you and All Might know each other is a bit, well, it's mind-boggling to say the least. Midoriya said. If you don't mind me asking, Sensei, how did you come to know All Might? Strange leaned back in his seat, a visage of reminiscence appearing on his face as Toshinori glanced back over at the wand of Watum, sitting idly by in its container. That, Toshinori said as he delved into the story of his first encounter with the Sorcerer Supreme. Takes me back nearly 20 years ago. The smiling symbol of peace is no match for the devil incarnate. A large explosion rocked the museum surrounded by police and civilian spectators alike. The officers took shelter behind their armored vehicles as suffocating smoke and debris came erupting out of the building's side. A lone figure, clad in a red suit with a blue cloak, soared out of the smoke, clutching a vintage box close to his body. Sideos, All Might. The rat-faced man sneered before flying off, quickly disappearing behind a row of nearby buildings. Right as he vanished, a second, muscular figure burst forth from the blackened fumes. With grace, the man landed before the police force with an ever-present grin. It's All Might. One of the officers exclaimed. Have no fear. All Might, clad in his Silver Age costume, triumphantly roared. For I am here. That dastardly villain. All Might continued. He managed to steal his target and fend me off with that tricky quirk of his. Flight and energy bolts. What kind of quirk allows one to do both? All Might. The nearest officer grabbed his attention. The criminal flew over the buildings in that direction. All Might beamed as he looked over to where the officer was pointing, crouching to prepare for a mighty leap. Many thanks, officer. And worry not. I'll have that crook apprehended in no time. Said crook was elatedly flying loops across the sky and cackling madly to himself as he clutched his prize. Cyrus, you sly dog. He thought to himself giddily as he tried to resist stripping the box apart right then and there. With this relic, Stephen Strange is as good as dead. The man Cyrus seethed at the mere thought of that pompous sorcerer, Stephen Strange. Curse the Ancient One for taking such a pain in the ass under her wing. Time after time again, Strange meddled with his plans and obstructed his growth as a sorcerer. For too long has that man derailed his many plans for arcane advancements. But no more, Cyrus raged as he landed on an nondescript rooftop. With this artifact, I'll become nigh unstoppable. I will grind Stephen Strange into the dust. I will even. New Hampshire. Cyrus whirled around just as All Might's towering shadow came into view in the sky just above him. Smash. All Might roared as his bulk suddenly slammed into Cyrus's side, sending them both crashing into the alley below and kicking up a ton of dust. All Might was far more graceful in his own landing, rolling upright and skidding to a halt as he surveyed the damage he had dealt. Incredulously, the crook struggled back to his feet. What was it I collided into? All Might thought as he sized up his foe. He actually managed to somehow absorb much of the force behind my New Hampshire smash. No enemy I've faced has ever accomplished such a feat. All Might's quarry, Cyrus, looked worse for wear and was coated in dust, though he still managed to pick himself up as he crunched his options through his head. I only just barely managed to summon a force field in time to take the brunt of his blow. Cyrus recalled the quick weave of his fingers that he gave right before getting slammed. Damn him. This situation looks grim. My magic alone in these tight quarters might not be enough to stop this behemoth. It was then the man looked down at his feet and recognized the tiny splinters of the box he'd stolen as well as the item he had sought to claim. And again, Cyrus thought with a malevolent sneer as he reached down for the small tool that was freed from his confines. This is the perfect opportunity to break this wand in like a new pair of boots. Foolish All Might. Cyrus cackled as he brandished the wand in his hand menacingly. You will be the first mortal man in a millennia to suffer the nigh omnipotent power of the wand of Watum. All Might tensed his body, ready to shoot forward like a rocket. Your paltry tricks won't work on me, villain. Cyrus clenched the wand as it and his body began to glow brightly as a tangible current of energy washed over them. Tricks. I'm all out of tricks. Now you'll bear witness to me and my power. All Might burst forward, directly into Cyrus's path as he raised his arms for a double-handed chop. Carolina. Cyrus extended the wand forward, a thick shield of energy erupting from the tip and blocking All Might's path. Smash. All Might cleaved his hands downward against the shield and was abruptly sent flying back against a concrete wall. NGH. Cyrus was practically hopping with glee, as All Might dragged himself out of the rubble for another go. Ah. All the legends were true. The wand really does amplify one's magical abilities beyond comprehension. I can hardly comprehend my own power. Magical abilities. What are you raving about, you fiend? All Might said with a grunt as he shook the last remnant of dust from his otherwise unsoiled costume. Of course, a mere mortal such as yourself would be too unenlightened to understand what a sorcerer of my caliber is saying, Cyrus said mockingly. But if it's a stress test you're seeking, then I'm more than willing to oblige. Cyrus gave a violent wave of the wand, and a multitude of yellow energy bolts emanated from the head, zigzagging toward All Might. The hero effortlessly leaped upward to avoid the charged bolts, only to yell out in pain, as the projectiles changed their trajectory and nipped at All Might's heels, striking his body with ethereal electric energy. Why you? Texas Smash. All Might swung his fist in a powerful straight punch that launched a massive gale straight towards Cyrus. But when the dust cleared, All Might grimaced as his foe had once again protected himself with that pesky near impenetrable energy shield of his. He would have to work out this bothersome quirk or else he'd have little hope of victory. Not that Cyrus would give All Might much time to think. He waved his wand back and forth madly, summoning forth bolt after bolt to strike All Might with. All Might raised his arms across his chest and head, blocking what blows he could, but the bombardment of ceaseless energy soon pummeled him into the ground. Do you see now? Hero Cyrus snickered as he flicked the wand toward All Might's body, creating yellow glowing threads that ensnared the hero, wrapping around his limbs and neck. You are no match for the mystic power that the wand of Watum grants me. It was of no use being cooped up behind glass in a museum, but in the hands of an expert sorcerer such as myself, its limitless power can be brought forth without end. An expert sorcerer such as yourself. A wry voice suddenly sounded out. You overestimate your capabilities, Cyrus. Both All Might and Cyrus looked up in surprise as another man floated down gently before them both. Another pro. All Might thought as he struggled against his bonds. He certainly had an appearance that indicated such that blue tunic and red cloak seemed incredibly professional, if not a bit bizarre, even by All Might's standards. I don't recognize him though. The man, Cyrus's enemy, certainly recognized him, however. Strange. He snarled and whipped his wand in a frenzy, shooting many electric beams at the young man. Watch out. All Might managed to cough out. Those projectiles can hone in on your position. Worry not, All Might, the newcomer replied calmly. The younger gentleman simply raised his hands and deflected the energy beams right back towards Cyrus, seemingly with his bare palms. Cyrus was quick to respond, leaping forward and raising up another force field to dissipate the repelled bolts. All Might grunted in realization as he stressed the glowing bonds nearly to their breaking point, ready to jump in at any moment. I think I've figured out a weak point in his strategy. I'll wait for the right moment to make my move. Cyrus Black. The newcomer Strange exclaimed. For too long have you conspired against the mystical balance of Camertage and the Ancient One. Your theft and subsequent misuse of the Wand of Watum shall not be tolerated. Silence, Strange. Cyrus raged, waving the wand and sending dozens of fiery, flailing lashes in Strange's direction. Go crawling back to the Ancient One with your tail between your legs like the dog that you are. Time seemed to slow as Strange uttered an incantation barely discernible to All Might's ears. With shield alone I lack reprieve. From powers conceived of darkened lore. Grant me greater screens to weave. The 7 rings of Ragadir. True to his incantation, 7 resplendent rings erupted and spun around the man's body, fending off and redirecting every fiery lash sent his way. With a twist of his hands, the fiery tip spun right back around and went hurtling towards Cyrus. Pointless. Cyrus spat, erecting another force field to keep his redirected spell at bay. Not even you, for all your prowess, can completely overcome the one's magic. If you're going to erect a barrier, All Might shouted as he sprung into action, snapping his bonds off and lunging at Cyrus from behind, before he could properly react. You do well to not cover only your front and leave your back exposed. No? Cyrus thought in alarm as the jaws of defeat came crashing down on him. Now? All Might raised a single hand. Feel my Missouri smash. All Might slammed his hand against Cyrus's shoulder in a straight, focused chopping motion, sending his body hurtling into the nearest wall. Strange flew into the air, capitalizing on All Might's attack, so that Cyrus would not have any hope of recovery and retaliation. In the name of the eternal Vishanti, let loose the crimson bands of Sidorak. Said thick crimson bands materialize from Strange's hands, circling down and ensnaring Cyrus's entire body, before he could pick himself back up. This can't be happening. Cyrus shouted out defiantly. Strange squeezed his hands, resulting in the crimson bands tightening until Cyrus dropped the wand, letting it fall harmlessly to the ground with a clunk. Omnipotent power. Strange scolded as he approached Cyrus, plucking the wand off the ground. The wand of Watum certainly can offer such incomprehensible strength. But that wand is still merely a tool. Only as good as its user. Damn you, Strange, damn you. Cyrus began yelling, but was suddenly cut off as Strange tapped his forehead, sending him crumpling to the ground without another word of protest. Victory is ours, my friend. All Might let out a hearty laugh as he slung the restrained Cyrus over his shoulders, and extended a friendly hand to his unexpected ally. This has been the craftiest foe I've faced in quite a while. But with our combined efforts, we managed to make short work of this maniac, Mr. Forgive me, your name has already slipped my mind. Please, call me Strange, the man returned All Might's gesture and shook his hand in earnest. Dr. Stephen Strange. A doctor, eh? Perhaps you can help patch up our mutual acquaintance here. All Might joked, jostling Cyrus who was slumped unconscious over his shoulder. Let us make haste then, Dr. Strange. We have a criminal to hand over to the police and an artifact to return to the museum. You may take Cyrus, Strange said with a knowing look. I've restrained his mental faculties so that he will no longer be able to use his powers. But I must return the wand of Watum to its true rightful place. All Might's trademark grin threatened to falter. Now, that's not for us to decide, my friend. We cannot make those kinds of judgments as pro-heroes. Come to think of it, I don't recognize you in the slightest. You must be a newer hero, correct? I'm afraid I'm not a pro-hero at all actually, Strange corrected him plainly. All Might seemed downright shocked at how casually Strange had admitted that. If you are truly not a pro-hero, then what you did was reckless. Not unappreciated, but extremely reckless nonetheless. Tell me, All Might, Strange forced the conversation along. What do you know of magic? Pardon? All Might said confusedly. Magic, Strange repeated. Or at the very least, what do you think of it? Now that you've seen the mystical capabilities of both Cyrus as well as myself with your own two eyes. Magic, huh? All Might chuckled a bit. I've never heard of Quirks referred to as such anywhere, let alone the States. As he chuckled to himself, Strange merely smiled, as if he were in on a joke that All Might was completely unaware of. With a quick rotation of his hand, Strange had opened a fiery portal before them, and suddenly All Might wasn't chuckling so much anymore. All Might peered through the portal into what looked like a wide open stone courtyard of sorts, and a frigid Himalayan breeze flew through, smacking All Might out of his stupor. We are very selective about which heroes we reveal ourselves to, Strange explained. But this situation with Cyrus Black made for an excellent opportunity. Strange stepped through, motioning for All Might to follow. Only the most trusted and pure-hearted pro-heroes are allowed a glimpse of the greater truth of the world, so that they might better defend it. At that time, All Might believed he was going against his better judgment in following this Dr. Strange fellow through the portal. And when he emerged from Camertage, with his captive Cyrus in tow, he realized that the greater world was so much bigger than he had ever thought possible. Heroes and villains, by themselves, seemed small by comparison. Midoriya sat completely slack-jawed and awestruck as All Might concluded his story. The man looked over to Strange in case the sorcerer would interject with his own details, but Strange simply nodded his head in remembrance. At times, he muttered. And so Dr. Strange here introduced the concept of the mystic to myself and a select group of heroes, Toshinori explained. The masters of Camertage Strange included decided that magical threats against our world were too widespread for them alone to stand against. We have not been taught to wield magic as you have been, young Midoriya, but we can better recognize when mystical forces or threats are on the move, so that we may act accordingly. That was a lot to take in, if Izuku was being honest with himself. Mystical forces pose a threat to the world, and it was up to Dr. Strange and those at this Camertage place to combat them, with certain pro-heroes like All Might aiding wherever and whenever they can. That certainly begged the question though. What other heroes are you involved with, Sensei? Izuku asked. Strange began shaking his head and opened his mouth to speak, but Toshinori spoke up before he did. Not many besides myself and the Avengers. You know the Avengers, too. Izuku slammed his palms down on the table again in excitement. The United States' premier pro-hero group, the group that All Might joined to help take down the villain Ultron. Ah, he's a bit of a fanboy, isn't he? Toshinori thought before noticing a look of disapproval being cast his way by Strange. Ah, my apologies Stephen, I guess you didn't want that revealed quite yet. Those are stories for another time, Strange said with a tone of finality, shifting his stern gaze over toward Izuku to cease his questioning. We're really here to discuss what occurred just earlier today. Ah, the sludge villain incident and All Might's proposal. Midoriya looked down morosely, and a stiff silence filled the room. No one knew who should begin this conversation. No one knew how to. I'm sorry, Izuku decided to begin, with an apology no less. I'm sorry for not trying to contact you sooner with the calling card, sensei. Strange visibly relaxed and offered his student a smile in response. It's nothing to apologize over, Izuku. While extremely precarious, you still came out of that situation safe and sound, not to mention that there was nothing I could have done to affect the situation directly. Huh? Izuku looked up at Strange, puzzled. How come? Remember, young Midoriya, that Strange here is not a legal pro-hero like I am, All Might interjected. He would not have been able to openly use his magic without catching the ire of the police, and the eye of certain authorities. The best I could have done in that scenario would be to use my magic in extremely subtle ways, so as to not catch anyone's eye, and my magic may have proven to be ineffectual if I tried to do that, Strange added. Izuku nodded. That made sense, he supposed. I hope you are beginning to understand the importance of the subtlety and secrecy that is necessary when it comes to dealing with the mystical, Izuku, Strange continued. All living things have an inherent connection with the natural mystic energies of the universe. With enough time, dedication, and training, most people would be capable of utilizing magic to some degree. Izuku gulped. There was a big but coming here, wasn't there? But, Strange said. If everyone were to learn magic, it would throw the mystical fragility of the world into chaos. We would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the threats posed by those who would either not fully comprehend their own power or by those who would use their powers for intentionally malicious reasons. Or even both. Both Toshinori and Strange involuntarily thought of that accursed all for one in that moment. It's a secret to keep the world safe, Izuku muttered. Because it's the world that could be at stake. The truth about magic will not be the only secret you will have to keep, I'm afraid. All Might leveled his stare at Izuku. Young Midoriya, let us discuss what I had brought up earlier. My asking of you to become my successor. Izuku began fidgeting again. He knew that this topic was going to be brought back up, but he'd rather not even think about it. He didn't even know what to think about it. I'm sure one such as you has wondered about the nature of my quirk, correct? All Might asked, eliciting a nod from Izuku. The truth is, mine is a special quirk. It is one that can be passed on from person to person. It is called One for All. Izuku's jaw dropped. A quirk that could be passed down, how was it even possible? Oh, right, this was a world in which he was being taught magic of all things. Of course, something as amazing as this would also be possible. Wait a moment, does that mean? Izuku asked, his lip quivering as he connected the dots. You were given One for All yourself. Indeed, All Might nodded solemnly. Like you, I was quirkless myself before I inherited One for All from my master before me. Izuku nearly fell out of his seat. All Might was originally quirkless. How many more revelations could his poor heart even stand to take anymore? I'm not powerless, I'm quirkless. Izuku recalled what All Might had told him. Was that why All Might inherited One for All himself? Had he considered himself powerless to help others because of the way he was born? It wasn't like All Might, like Izuku, could help being born the way he had been. For a moment, Izuku wondered how All Might have been if he'd learned to use magic, instead of inheriting a quirk to call his own. The thought of a youthful All Might considering himself weak and powerless saddened Izuku a great deal. He could understand what All Might had gone through, even if the man wasn't displaying any grief or melancholy over his past situation at the moment. Izuku took in a deep breath, straightened himself where he sat, and looked back at All Might as best he could so he could give his answer. All Might, Izuku began softly. I can't even begin to describe how honored I am that you consider me worthy enough to inherit your power. I've always wanted to prove that I had what it took to be a hero, and hearing you say I did it meant a lot to me. More than I can possibly express. All Might smiled, bright and genuine. Well, that's very good to hear, young Midoriya. But I cannot inherit One for All, Izuku said softly. The room fell quiet enough for the rustling of Strange's cloak to appear loud and distracting. Both men were giving Izuku astonished looks. But Strange's face had a twinkling of pride in it. I am sorry, my boy, All Might stuttered. I'm afraid I'm not sure if I heard you correctly. I can be your successor, Izuku repeated. I cannot inherit your quirk, All Might. Seeing that both men were expecting a more thorough explanation, Izuku pressed onward. Back on that rooftop, when I had argued with you that I wasn't powerless, you countered with me being quirkless. You can understand my predicament and my feelings very well, can't you? The desire to do good despite not having a quirk to help in any way. I understand completely why you inherited One for All. And I likely would have jumped at such a chance myself, if not for where I am now and the effort I've already put into all this. This is a path I've already started walking down, and it's one I want to see to its conclusion. I'll prove to you yet, he said as a deluge of tears trickled down his cheeks. And I'll prove to myself that quirkless and powerless are not one and the same. And I'll do it all with a smile on my face, just like you, All Might. Izuku. Young Midoriya. The room was silently stiff once more until the walls reverberated with All Might's raucous and jubilant laughter, surprising Izuku out of his tears. They All Might. That was quite a response, young Midoriya. All Might roared, poofing back into his buff form with that mighty grin of his etched on his face. Even though I hardly expected being turned down, your speech has moved me immensely. You're not upset I refused your offer? Izuku asked as he wiped his cheeks clean. Heavens, no. All Might exclaimed as he stood up. If anything, I'm even more convinced of your worthiness, but if you are already set on your current path, then my only option will be to support you every step of the way. He flashed Izuku a thumbs up. I may not always be by your side, nor will you be my successor proper, but I'll always be in your corner to support you if you'll have me, young Midoriya. All Might continued. Also, please keep the true nature of my court to yourself just like your magical training, understood? Fewer people know about my secret than about Strange's job as Sorcerer Supreme, after all. Why yes, All Might. Izuku said excitedly, feeling thrilled at the prospect of All Might supporting his endeavors, while also trusting him with his secret. And Steven, my boy. All Might turned his attention to Strange, giving his back a resoundingly forceful pat as he stood up, which almost knocked him down. You've got yourself a fine protege. I'm surprised you managed to snatch one up before me even. I'm not that much younger than you are, Toshinori Strange grumbled as he rubbed his back. Come to think of it, I'd received correspondence from Stark not too long ago that he'd also managed to nab a protege of his own. All Might said as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What was his name again? Spider-Boy or something like that. Boo? Boo? You mean Spider-Man? Izuku piped up excitedly. Yes, that's it. Thank you, young Midoriya. All Might laughed as he turned back to Strange. Well, I think we've settled everything nice and properly, don't you think so, Steven? How about opening a portal for an old friend? Strange and All Might walked out into the front lobby of the sanctum, where Strange obliged Toshinori with a portal directly into his meager apartment. Toshinori, Strange spoke upright as All Might deflated back into his true form and strode on through. I just want you to know that I wouldn't have had a problem with Midoriya also wanting to be trained in your quirk, in addition to what he's learning here. I would have supported Midoriya's decision no matter what. I just wanted you to know that so you didn't think I was upset at all. Toshinori gave Strange a grateful nod. I appreciate it, old friend. Young Midoriya's words have only further inspired me to continue my quest for a worthy and a willing successor. I was thinking about branching out further east from here. Perhaps I'll head to Chiba Prefecture and continue my search there. I wish you the best of luck, Strange said before closing the portal, allowing Toshinori to see a smiling and waving Izuku beckoning him off before it closed completely. Hey, sensei, Izuku said. Did you mean what you said? About me supporting your decision if you'd wanted to inherit All Might's quirk? Strange asked with a knowing grin. Yes, I did. Izuku ran forward and threw himself into Strange, wrapping his arms around his torso in a tight hug, as he buried his face in his blue vestments. The two were silent as Strange slowly returned the embrace. I'll never be able to thank you enough for what you've done for me, Izuku muffled. Don't trouble yourself with thanks and things of that sort, Strange said as he gently pried Izuku off his tunic. Let's get you home before your mother gets too worried, alright? Ah! Izuku exclaimed as he pulled open the nearest curtain, thankful that the sun had not fully set just yet. I'm sure she'll be calling my phone any minute. I need to get home right now. Strange chuckled and quickly summoned a portal to the living room of Izuku's home, and the boy rushed in to face the panicked shrieks of his mother, and he was following close behind his student to explain the situation and assuage Jinko's worries. The rest of the week had passed by with little incident, although things at school were made tense again. The Kuga was as aggressive as ever, but tilted right on the border of open hostility, which meant the rest of the class did, too. Midoriya was grateful when the weekend had finally arrived, which meant he could sweep his worries away by drowning himself in one of Strange's many books within the depths of the sanctum, rather than schoolwork for a change. He flipped through several pages of a particular book he'd been looking forward to reading for quite some time. Lessons on astral projection he drawled to himself as he descended the grand staircase toward the dining room. He never made it to the bottom step. What? Izuku exclaimed as a blazing lasso suddenly wrapped around his body from behind, forcing his hands to his sides, which in turn forced him to drop the book. He turned his head to look at who was assaulting him from within the sanctum. It was not someone he recognized. A rather portly-looking Asian man, with a sternly intimidating face, was approaching from the direction of the rotunda, as he kept Izuku tightly ensnared. Who are you? Izuku exclaimed in a panic. I am Master Wang, intruder, the none too pleased Wang said. And I am the guardian of all mystical books under the purview of the Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 10. Test of Heart. Casey Kinmon let out a groan as she stretched her limbs out, forcing herself to resist the sweet temptations of her wool bed. But the morning cold swept into her barrack and nipped her into alertness, and so she grudgingly slipped into her crimson robes as she freshened up for the day. She tried patting down several sprigs of calyx jutting out of her blue hair before giving up. She would just have to tolerate Master Wang's derision if he found her not properly presentable for training today. Fixing her glasses on her face, she strutted out of her bear cried as another female companion of hers exited as well. Morning Zelma, Casey grumbled as politely as she could. No amount of time spent here at Camertage was going to make her a morning person, but she did her best not to impose her moodiness onto others. What kind of sorcerer would she be if she did that? The darker-skinned gal turned and flashed a friendly smile at Casey, flipping her smooth black hair out of her face. Morning, Casey. You look a bit worse for wear. How could I sleep when all have to look forward to today is another grueling studying session? Casey grumbled as she slowly pulled the front barrack door open, shielding her face momentarily, as the full Himalayan breeze swept down this stone corridor. I'm no good with books. I wouldn't be too worried about that, Zelma said knowingly as they stepped out of the barrack and into the courtyard, only to find it practically barren aside from a handful of fellow apprentices, making their way toward the great library. Master Wang departed not too long ago. Casey turned toward her friend in surprise. Master Wang left. He almost never leaves the compound when there's training scheduled. Do you know where he went? He went to check on Master Strange, I believe, Zelma replied. I guess that's as good a reason as any, Casey said glumly as she looked around the nearly empty training courtyard. Daily lessons were only postponed under rare circumstances. Master Strange has been away for well over a year. What do you suppose he's been doing? Zelma shrugged. We're just apprentices, we're not exactly privy to the responsibilities Master Strange has as the Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. We should merely have faith in his abilities and carry out our training dutifully if we wish to do right by him. The entire compound suddenly shook. The vibrations seemed to come from outside the compound, as Casey and Zelma looked in the direction of a faraway mountainside that was still in view. See, Rincher's got the right idea. Zelma exclaimed as she waved her hands and opened a portal to said mountainside. Let's go spectate while we have some time to ourselves. Yeah, right behind you, Casey muttered softly as she followed her friend through the portal. She would enjoy her time off today, though she remained eager for her Master Strange's return. Izuku slowly flexed his arms, trying to gauge how strong this Master Wang's ethereal bonds were, as said master approached him carefully and cautiously down the stairs, like a hunter about to ensure his prey's demise. Why, you've got it all wrong. Izuku tried to say as calmly as he could. I'm not an intruder. I'm a student of Dr. Strange. The likely story, Wang responded, wrapping the fizzling rope tightly around one hand to keep it taut as his other hand shimmered. The energy he summoned forth took the shape of a town mandala. Izuku recognized that Strange had shown it to him many times, and he had practiced shaping mandalas and using them as basic shields, enough to be somewhat competent at it. But what unnerved Izuku was the edge of Wang's mandala. It was spinning rapidly, sending bright orange sparks flipping through the air, as Wang raised his hand threateningly. It gave Izuku the impression that the edge of his magical shield was sharp. Like, a cut off Izuku's head cleanly kind of sharp. Think fast, Izuku. He mentally screamed as Wang rushed him, ready to end it with one decisive blow. But Izuku responded not by trying to distance himself, but by leaping up and toward Wang, which certainly caught the elder somewhat off guard. He twisted his body midair and let the spinning edge of Wang's mandala slice through the luminous threads keeping him ensnared. Izuku managed to land on his feet, though not very gracefully. He channeled magic through his hands freely now, knocking them together as two brilliantly radiant mandalas of his own materialized over his fists, ready to defend himself from further attack. Wang looked equal parts irritated and impressed. He didn't leap into action just yet, instead calmly studying his quarry like a hawk does a tiny snake. You did well to avoid that, child. Izuku, on the other hand, was shaking erratically, adrenaline coursing through his veins. I can't believe that worked. If I hadn't timed that just right, I might have been cut clean in half. You're not some mystic vagabond, after all, Wang continued, taking a step forward. Izuku instinctively took a step backward. You've had a modicum of training. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Which means you're an even more dangerous intruder than I anticipated. Wang yelled as he lashed his hands toward Izuku, materializing several more crimson bands his way. Izuku flinched, raising his shields to deflect the bonds, but he hadn't anticipated them sticking to his mandalas. Wang yanked his hands backwards, literally ripping the shields Izuku had summoned from his hands. I didn't know you could do that. Izuku thought in a panic as he hastily summoned two more mandalas to keep himself somewhat protected. You can bond your magical energy to that of another person's, and effectively use it against them as a larger extension of your own body. That little tidbit was definitely getting added to his notebook on magic if he survived, of course. Wang didn't make that seem like much of a possibility. He clasped his hands together and swung the mandalas he'd ripped from Izuku's grasp, before crashing them back down on the boy like a flail. Izuku gasped and again raised his shields up high to block, but they shattered like glass as Wang's makeshift magical flail made impact. Izuku yelled out in pain and crashed down on the stairwell. Wang was standing over him in an instant, his spinning mandala of death already prepped and pressed just above Izuku's throat. Izuku weakly raised his trembling hands as he yielded. Please, Izuku weakly croaked. Don't beg, Wang said sternly as the mandala suddenly fizzled out of existence, and he roughly pulled Izuku to his feet. A real enemy will have none of it. A real enemy? Wait, what? Izuku asked, incredulous that he wasn't about to actually die. Quite an interesting one you've chosen, strange, Wang suddenly called out as he turned heel and calmly descended the staircase. But based on what I've already seen, I remain unconvinced. Izuku blinked and looked just past Wang. There, at the bottom of the staircase, stood his sensei with a hand rubbing his chin, as if he were brooding and deep in thought. Are you saying you believe my student performed poorly? Wang paused as he approached Strange's side before continuing onward into the dining area. No. Just that I remain unconvinced that he deserves further training at Camertage. Izuku felt his gut sinking at the prospect of being denied further training. The entrance exam was still only 10 months away. Going by the timetable that had been set by Strange alone, he wasn't even 50% completed yet. The thought of the possibility of being forced to quit Izuku gulped hard. Strange gave Izuku a look that said stay where you are as he turned and followed after Wang, ensuring their discussion could be held outside the range of Midoriya's prying ears. Don't you think you're being unnecessarily harsh toward Midoriya? Strange asked. Don't you think you're being hasty taking a boy under your wing while you're already in the middle of an important task? Wang retorted. With the forbidden tomes stolen from Camertage, not the reason you temporarily relocated to Japan with the New York sanctum in tow in the first place. Strange took a seat, feeling exasperated. And I have been following what clues have been available with due diligence for the year, and some change that I've been here. The Book of Cagliostro was recovered after that disaster nearly 5 years ago, Wang said. But the Tentoria Tenebris, the Scriptum Mortem and worst of all, the Darkhold. All were lost. All were scattered. They were not the only things lost, Strange said morosely, tilting his head down. And I am reminded of Cassilius's treachery and the monstrosity of all for one every day. Even my dreams are not untouched by their influence. And yet not only have none of the books been located, Wang pressed on, taking a seat across from Strange. One is missing from the second floor study. Wang continued as Strange gave him a knowing look. And I don't mean the book on astral projection your student has right now. There's another that is missing. Strange knew precisely the book that Wang was referring to. He also mentally chided himself, knowing it would have been fruitless to try and keep such things hidden from Wang. The man was not the guardian and keeper of the mystic texts for nothing. If a book goes missing, he would find out sooner or later. The Somnum Exorare, Strange said at last. The Book of Nightmares. What happened to it? Wang inquired, although Strange thought the man might have already had an inkling as to what his answer would be. Before I took Midoriya under my wing, he was pressured into sneaking through the sanctum by some unruly companions of his, Strange explained. He went through, found the book, and felt compelled to take it. Wang wryly chuckled. That shouldn't have been possible. I thought the same, Strange concurred. It should not have been possible for anyone not mystically attuned to see through any part of the illusion I had cast over the sanctum. No one should have been able to interact with anything inside, let alone remove it from the premise. And yet Izuku. Midoriya had. If that boy saw through the illusion with little to no exposure to magic beforehand, Wang said, stroking his chin contemplatively. Then he was surely born with an aptitude for the mystic arts. Strange nodded solemnly. And by the time I had realized what happened, and rushed out to procure it, it was already too late. Midoriya was swept away, along with the book. I only managed to recover one of the two. All the more proof that you were too hasty in taking him on as a student, Wang said. Now there are 4 texts that must be recovered. Now, you can hardly hold what happened against Izuku, Strange said defensively. Besides, you saw how he fared better against you than you had anticipated. His progress has been nothing short of astounding. Even if I did believe that training him at Camertage would be worthwhile, would he be able to continue his lessons here until you saw fit to bring him over? Wang asked. The sanctums are not meant to be kept out of alignment for extended periods of time. You will have to soon return the sanctum to New York if your search fails to bear any fruit, lest the mystical shield protecting the earth weaken. Strange could not argue against Wang's reasoning. He, too, had felt the uneasy shifting in the magic that protected the earth from extra-dimensional threats over the past few months. But he had thought it would be possible to postpone his return until at least the summer, when he was sure Izuku would be ready to continue his training at Camertage. Still, he was more than willing to compromise, since distance would not be an issue. Moving the sanctum will not impede on Izuku's training, Strange said. He is well acquainted with the interior, and he can open portals just fine with a sling ring. Strange. Why are you reluctant to allow him further training? Strange asked a bit more aggressively than he had meant. What have you seen that I haven't? I believe I've seen only what you have seen, Wang said cryptically. I am merely interpreting it differently than you are. What do you mean? Strange asked with a bit of hesitation in his voice. What I'm trying to say is that Izuku is too much like that boy. Izuku is not like a Kiji, Strange quickly interrupted Wang. Oh? Wang asked, unconvinced. A boy with crippled hands taken under sorcerer's wing and tutored in the ways of magic. That boy, once powerless and alone, was given a taste of the power offered by magic and he only craved more. His lust for power for his selfish ambitions allowed himself to be corrupted by Caecilius's influence, and that boy soon became one of his most devoted zealots, turning his magic and his quirk against Camertage without hesitation. Strange sat, silently, brooding, as Huang recanted the tale of one of his biggest failures in life. But he would not make the same mistakes with Izuku, he swore. And now you've begun cultivating another boy who parallels Akiji to a startling degree, Huang went on. I saw Izuku's hands. Did you also promise to alleviate his powerlessness just as you once promised Akiji? Is he not progressing nearly as quickly as that boy did just a few years ago? And should Izuku follow the same path, will you be able to do what you could not do before, and end his life? Strange looked down at the table and said nothing. That was not all I saw, Huang continued still. I too looked into the rotunda. I saw what you saw in there. At that, Strange nearly jolted to his feet, the color drained away from his face as he turned toward his trusted friend, speechless and shocked. I assume Izuku hasn't been told, Huang said, a bit gentler as he saw how affected his friend was. Has the boy ever glanced through the rotunda of gateways by himself? No, Strange said at last with a firm shake of his head. He's been forbidden to use it until I deem him ready for a lesson on its proper use. He had only used it once with Izuku to provoke the boy into opening his first portal with the raging river, but the boy was not allowed to skim through the rotunda by himself, lest he see what Strange had discovered. And when will his curiosity eventually get the better of him? Huang asked. Akiji, too, was forbidden from freely using the rotunda, and we both know what happened shortly afterwards. Izuku Strange took in a deep breath to calm his anxious heart. Is not like Akiji. Nor will he ever be. And how can you be so sure? Huang challenged him. Izuku has what Akiji didn't, Strange said with a smile. A nearly indomitable heart. Heart, Huang repeated slowly, as if mostly to himself. He stood up, clasping his hands behind his back as he contemplated something to himself. Then that is what I will test him for. I want to see his indomitable heart for myself. If he does as much, then I will gladly support his training at Camertage. Strange now grinned a grin that was filled to the brim with confidence. Sorcerer Supreme he may be, but Strange cannot so flippantly ignore the concerns of his fellow masters, especially one as loyal and steadfast as Huang. A chance was all Izuku needed. And Strange knew Izuku was not one to waste them. Izuku fidgeted in his white novice tunic as he stood at attention before Huang, who patrolled back and forth before him. The prospect of having his training finished so soon filled him with dread, but now he was being given an opportunity. An opportunity to test his heart as his master had described. Inhale. Exhale. Izuku steeled his resolve and determination. He was no longer ignorant to the fact that the road to becoming a sorcerer would hold many trials and tribulations. This one, like many in the future, may have been unexpected and sudden, but he would get through it all the same. He would win this test of heart and continue on with his training. This, Huang said while holding a wand-like object before Izuku's eyes, is a relic. The wand of Watum, to be precise. Relics such as this are objects imbued with magic, sometimes magic so powerful that a sorcerer's body alone cannot handle the strain of it. There are countless relics, and while many can easily be used by most sorcerers, it is generally a rite of passage for sorcerers of Camertage to have their own unique relic. Izuku's eyes brightened up. Are you saying I'm going to get to choose my own relic? No, Huang replied with a wry smirk. Today we are going to see if a relic here, within the sanctum, is going to choose you to help you with the test of heart that you will need to complete. Choose me? Izuku asked confusedly. Correct, Huang said, holding the wand out for Izuku. While relics do not typically discriminate, there is no denying that some sorcerers are more compatible with certain relics than others. Hold out your hand. Try to feel the wand and see if it deems itself compatible with you. Izuku did just that, closing his eyes and extending an outstretched hand toward the wand of Watum. Izuku nearly flinched as he felt raw power emanating from the wand in endless, ceaseless, undulating waves. Like a geyser with no end, Izuku felt the limitless possibilities that the wand offered. But there was nothing that suggested a truly compatible connection between it and him. It did not come to him. The wand itself felt apathetic about Izuku reaching out to it. I didn't feel a very strong connection, Izuku sheepishly admitted as he withdrew his hand. It would have been surprising if you did, Huang said earnestly, handing the wand back to Strange. As far as relics go, the wand of Watum is potentially one of the strongest out there. And so Huang and Strange guided Izuku throughout the sanctum, all 3 floors of it, leading him from relic to relic, to see if Izuku could sense a connection that was being extended to him by any artifact he came across. To his dismay, he felt no inherent connection with any of the relics being kept stored within the sanctum. Strange and Huang, surprisingly, did not seem too displeased over this revelation. It was almost as if this were expected, Izuku thought. Izuku, Strange finally spoke to his student as they descended back to the first floor. I understand if you are feeling disappointed, but know that a relic isn't required for the test Master Wang has in store for you. This was merely to see if one had deemed you worthy by this point in your training. Do not fret. One will choose you, in time. You will still be allowed the use of your sling ring, Wang added as strange-handed Izuku said ring. So what exactly will be this test I have to complete? Izuku asked as he slipped the sling ring on the appropriate fingers. Wang rotated his hand and opened a portal at the top of the staircase, parallel to the floor. A large metallic object slipped through and landed on the floor with a dull gong. Izuku narrowed his eyes to get a better look. It seemed to be a furnace pot of some kind. It was brightly bronze, with 3 legs and what looked like a lid that was in the shape of a golden pagoda of some sort. You will have to face off against that relic, Wang said before snapping his fingers, a dark elongated scepter suddenly appearing in his hands. As well as this one. The flaming Fu furnace of Fujian and the Stygian scepter of Seamless Shadow Strange, whispered as he realized precisely what test Wang had in store for his fledgling apprentice. Wang isn't going to hold back with this test. He really does want to test Izuku's heart. Those names really roll off the tongue, huh? Izuku thought dryly. Your test, Wang exclaimed, will be to reach the top of the staircase and close the flaming Fu furnace. He gave an arcane posture with his fingers, and the furnace lid suddenly levitated above the relic. An eldritch flame erupted from the depths of the furnace, roaring to life as its flames flapped and flew about, but strangely enough, they gave off no heat that Izuku could feel. Walk up there and close the furnace. Izuku furrowed his brow. No, it can't be that easy. As if reading his mind, Wang elaborated. Izuku looked on in shock as the flames formed 2 semi-hulking flaming beasts that flanked either side of the furnace. Are those Fu dogs? Izuku thought frantically. Fu dogs made of fire. The flaming Fu furnace of Fujian is a relic that was designed specifically for the protection of areas deemed sacred, Strange thought to himself, as the flaming Fu dogs roared and stared down Izuku from atop the stairs. The furnace is the source of their power, and only by closing it can the Fu dogs be dispelled. Izuku Midoriya. Wang yelled as he slammed the bottom of the scepter into the ground, clouds of darkness pulsing from the tip and racing toward Izuku, as the boy switched glances between the Fu dogs before him, and encroaching darkness gathering behind him. This is your test of heart. Begin. Izuku wasted no time in bolting up the stairs, intent on closing the furnace before the inky cloud behind him could catch up to him. The Fu dogs had other plans, unleashing another mighty roar. Both beasts simultaneously rushed down, slamming into Izuku's body, before the boy could properly rotate his fingers and open a portal with his sling ring. Izuku croaked out painfully as he was sent flying backward, straight into the waiting depths of the Stygian cloud below. Izuku thrashed momentarily before realizing that the cloud wasn't obstructing his breathing in any discernible way, just his vision. He could only see a few feet in front of him. At least, he began to think the cloud would only affect his vision. He began rushing back up the steps, trying to be cognizant of the sounds of the Fu dogs, as he waved his fingers before him to open a portal directly to the furnace. Again, the beasts intercepted. Izuku yelled out as a large paw swiped his legs, knocking him off balance and back down several steps. Just as Izuku tried righting himself back up, the second beast's head appeared out of the swirling darkness, clamping its jaw down on Izuku's hand, as the boy uselessly tried to thrash it off of him. The beast suddenly released his hand from its flaming maw, and Izuku realized to his horror that the Fu dog had yanked off his sling ring with its fiery fangs. Oh no. The Fu dog leaped out of the swirling cloud, and promptly spat the sling ring out of its mouth. It was deftly caught by Wang, who grunted as if this was all going according to plan. Strange grimaced as he saw that his student was now disarmed. Your real test begins now, Izuku. No? My sling ring. Izuku yelled out as he got back to his feet. Deku, a familiar sneer hissed in Izuku's ear, causing him to freeze. Keikakin. Izuku turned his head to where he'd heard the voice, only to be blindsided by another swipe of a Fu dog's massive paw. What was that? Izuku thought as he tumbled back down the stairs, grunting in pain. That was definitely Bakugo's voice. But how? How can you even play the role of a worthless one-up hero when you steal things like a villain? He heard Bakugo's sneer again, and whirled his head around only to find darkness. He remembered when Bakugo had said that to him. It had been that day. The day his hands had been crushed. The day that started it all. No, you're wrong. Like a villain, Bakugo's shadowy voice hissed again. I'm not like a villain. Izuku yelled out, swiping around wildly as if that would dispel the taunting voice of his tormentor. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. That was his mother's voice. It was from nearly 10 years ago, when Izuku learned that he was unequivocally quirkless. Izuku recalled her cheery embrace that day as tight, but ultimately cold. Not reassuring. Empty. What's going on? Izuku squeaked out before bowling over from a blow that landed on his backside, knocking him down onto his knees. Mom, can I be a hero, too? Izuku clenched his eyes shut as his despondent childhood voice filled his ear next. He clutched his head, as if trying to literally squeeze every disdainful memory out of his head. Shitty Deku. I'm so sorry, Izuku. Can I be a hero, too? As Izuku cracked his eyes back open and stared out into the whirling darkness, he saw all the terrible memories he could think of dancing through the clouds, mocking him. He saw his weeping childhood self, his mother who until his training with Strange began had all but given up on his dream to become a hero, and he saw all the times that Bakugo and his cohorts tormented him for daring to dream, daring to hope. I can't handle this, Izuku whispered, feeling the darkness before him part for what was undoubtedly one of the food dogs rushing in to land another heavy blow. But that hit never landed. Whoa! Izuku exclaimed as something firm tugged on his shoulders, lifting him into the air, and letting the food dog pass by harmlessly underneath. Izuku flailed about wildly to try and ascertain what had attached itself to him, but he found himself focusing on a familiar warmth that began spreading throughout his body from whatever was clasped to his shoulders. Please. Izuku heard his voice echo throughout the darkness. Teach me. Izuku peered through the sea of disdainful memories, and saw the memory of himself in the hospital bed, begging Dr. Strange to teach him magic. That was the start of it all, wasn't it? Izuku tearfully thought as other memories began floating out of the shadows, pushing the tormenting voices and sights away. As of this moment, we are master and student, young Midoriya, he heard Strange's voice ring out, and he saw the memory of his mother embracing him and sobbing joyously over her son's revitalized dream. You look dashing. He heard his mother's joyous cries, and Izuku saw himself from when he'd first put on his white training tunic, standing tall and proud as his mother snapped pictures. I did it. Izuku turned and saw himself from when he'd successfully opened his first portal, and a look of sheer pride on Strange's face nearly drove him to tears as the warmth consumed him fully. I may not always be by your side, but I'll always be in your corner to support you if you'll have me, young Midoriya. All Might's words of endorsement bolstered him, and the last vestiges of doubt broke down entirely, as a swath of resplendent energy coursed through his body. From outside the cloud, Wong and Strange stood back in awe, as Izuku's luminous magic shone through even the Stygian scepter's nearly impenetrable fog. Yes, Izuku. Strange grinned widely, almost dumbfounded by what had just transpired before his eyes. Show that indomitable spirit that will make you a fully fledged sorcerer. This won't stop me. Izuku steeled his determination as he jumped straight up over another rushed by one of the food dogs. He angled his fingers as if he were still using the sling ring, and envisioned the top of the staircase, narrowing his thoughts into a singular focus. Not Kakin. Not anyone. Not even my quirkless status. Izuku grit his teeth as the golden sparks whirled before him, opening up and showing the floating lid of the furnace beneath him, as he dropped toward his target. Nothing will stop me from becoming a sorcerer. Izuku triumphantly roared as he planted his feet on top of the lid, shoving it down, and shutting it tight with his body weight. The shadows immediately dispersed back into Wong's scepter as the food dogs howled, disintegrating away in a mist of fizzling embers. And nothing will stop me from becoming a hero. Izuku screamed as he fell into a hysteric crying fit over his victory. You know, Wong, Strange called out to his trusted ally as Izuku cried. Out of all the relics we tested Izuku with, it seems there was one in the sanctum that we missed. Wong nodded his head dumbly, no doubt equal parts impressed and thunderstruck at Izuku's victory. But more shocking to Wong than Izuku's victory was what had aided Izuku to rise up above the tormenting shadows. Clasped firmly to Izuku's backside and shoulders. But hovering above the ground as it was a tad too big for the boy, was Strange's cloak of levitation. The cloak of levitation, though closely bonded with Strange after many years, had also chosen Izuku. Both Wong and Strange approached Izuku's sobbing form, which was being tended to by the ever-so-gentle cloak that was dutifully wiping away the never-ending deluge of tears from the boy's cheeks. Did I pass? Izuku hiccuped between sobs. Strange and Wong gave each other a knowing look before snapping their fingers. Izuku looked down in astonishment as his previously white tunic was suddenly washed over by a scarlet bloom, turning his garments a deep beautiful crimson. Izuku Midoriya, Wong said with a curt yet respectful nod. You have passed the test of heart. You may now rise, Strange said elegantly. No longer as a novice, but as a formal apprentice of Quirks and the Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 11. Quirks. Izuku knew very little about Quirks. Nearly half his time training for the entrance exam had passed by before it was ever even mentioned to him. All he knew was that it was the place where Dr. Strange, being the Sorcerer Supreme, held council with the other masters of the mystic arts. It was also the place where he had come to expect, ever since his first encounter with Master Wong, his training would continue throughout his summer break between terms. A step up in training was something Izuku was particularly looking forward to. After passing the test of heart, Strange put his foot on the brakes slightly when it came to his training regimen, putting more of a focus back on some of the more basic skills in the 3 months that had passed since meeting Wong. Sure, Izuku didn't think it was necessarily a bad idea to do that, since now his practices moved on to manipulating magic without the use of a sling ring, but he was still more than a little bummed out. I was looking forward to learning astral projection sooner rather than later, Izuku had sighed to himself many times. Training over the course of these last 3 months also felt odd to him. Not because of what he was doing during said training, Izuku felt that it had more to do with the sanctum being returned to New York shortly after Wang's visit. Izuku could freely admit to himself that it was an odd thing to get weirded out over. The interior of the sanctum hadn't changed in the slightest, and he arrived to it the same way he always had, through the use of portals. But having to look out the windows or the front door to see a bustling street instead of the relative quiet of a forest, was a change Izuku thought he'd never have to acclimate to. It was a change that was comparable to walking into his own bedroom, and somehow feeling as if all of his possessions had been replaced with exact replicas the same, but also not quite the same. It was indeed a bizarre feeling. But as he felt bizarre about his training at the sanctum, Izuku didn't really know what to expect about training at Kamertage. Sure, he was excited about the prospect of honing his mystical skills further and adding to his repertoire of spells, but not knowing many facts about the place where it was located, how living there was like, etc. left him feeling anxious. Unknown variables, while fun to think about, always made Izuku feel anxious. Slipping into his red apprentice tunic made him feel better, though. Izuku couldn't help but always feel a surge of pride whenever he looked at himself in the mirror in his new garb. The red tunic was real, tangible evidence of his growth. His mother seemed to think so, too. "Oh, Izuku." Inko squealed as she snapped what had to be her 100th picture of him that day. "You look positively dashing in your new tunic." "Mom, please," Izuku said bashfully. They were currently waiting for Strange to come and pick him up. Today was the day Izuku was to be taken to Kamertage and begin his training there at long last. He was granted a couple of bags to pack with some of his belongings. 6 weeks. That was how long Izuku was expecting to stay at Kamertage. When Strange had approached his mother to pitch the idea of keeping Izuku under his wing there, he'd expected more open resistance from her. Doubtless, there was some hesitancy on Inko's part, though Izuku couldn't narrow down what she was hung up on more. The fact that she'd be separated from him for 6 seemingly agonizing weeks, or the fact that he could tell his mother would be worried about the risks that might be involved. Strange had told her straight up that there would always be risks when it came to training with magic, and Izuku knew his mother had never really forgotten that. Still, after a few days of deliberation and contemplation, Inko had granted her son permission to go along with this training trip. "You're going to call back often, right?" Inko asked worriedly as she brushed her son's hair, much to his chagrin. "I don't know how great the service will be there," Mother Izuku said embarrassingly, trying to wave off her motherly hovering. "Kamertage has Wi-Fi," Strange's voice sounded through the room, as his portal opened up with a dazzling display of sparks as usual. "We're sorcerers, not savages, after all." "Sensei," Izuku called out before looking behind Strange with some confusion. "You came from the sanctum. We're still going to Kamertage, correct?" "Oh, yes. There are just some things I have to get in order at the sanctum before we leave," Strange explained. "The sanctum will require some spells in place, so as to not remain completely unprotected in our absence." "Dr. Strange," Inko said, getting the man's attention. "Make sure you watch over my baby boy while he's over there." "I'm 15, Mom," Izuku whined. "I will take care of your son to the best of my ability," Strange said with a chuckle. "Always. I swear. Shall we, Izuku?" "Yes, Sensei," Izuku said as Strange walked back through his portal. He turned back to his mother only to have her scoop him up into a crushing hug. Mom. I'll be okay. I promise." "I know, it's just," Inko trailed off. "This last year has been so hectic. Things are moving so quickly. I just want you to be safe if you're so determined to do this." Izuku smiled. Beneath all her anxiety, worry, and even doubt was just a mother who loved her son to the ends of the earth. Slowly he managed to pull away. "I promise I'll stay in contact as much as possible," Izuku said as he stepped through the portal after his master with his bags in hand, waving goodbye to his teary mother, as the portal finally closed between them. "I hope mother will be okay," Izuku whispered to himself as he looked around for Strange. "Sensei," he called out. Said Sensei was up on the 2nd floor, approaching the rotunda of gateways where Wang stood, peering through the windows contemplatively. "Thought I might find you here before we leave," Strange said as he stood by Wang's side, looking through the window before them guardedly. "Have you contacted Drum?" Wang asked, not straying his eyes from the ghastly sight on the other side of the window. "Yes," Strange said with a nod. "He's agreed to watch over the sanctum in my absence." "Good," Wang said, switching the window before them to a different, albeit equally abhorrent display of blood and death. "Now what about the cloak?" "Izuku will not be allowed to use it over the course of his training at Kamertage," Strange said, throwing a glance over his shoulder at the red cloak clasped comfortably around his shoulders. Despite choosing Izuku during the test of heart, Strange was still able to return it to his side. I want to avoid Izuku coming to rely on it until I give him hands-on training with his own cloak. His own cloak of levitation? Wang asked, finally drawing his eyes away from the bloody window to Strange. You had blueprints for a new cloak. It took a while to find them, but yes, Strange said with a small smile. I sent them, along with my request, to Anatharman the Weaver. It should hopefully be done within a few weeks, fewer if Anatharman is as excited to weave it as I think he is. Wang grunted in acknowledgement before turning his attention back toward the rotunda. I thought we were past this, Strange spoke cautiously with a frown. Midoriya was impressive during the test of heart, but my worries cannot be assuaged over the events of a single day, Wang responded before turning the dial of the rotunda, and finally turning around to walk back. Strange took one final glance at the mound of corpses, and the figure standing atop it, that were being shown through the window before turning after his comrade, trying to shake the sight from his mind. Izuku, Strange called out, looking down the staircase at his pacing apprentice. It is time for us to depart. Sensei. And Master Wang. I wasn't expecting to see you again until I got to Kamertage, Izuku said. Midoriya, Wang said with a curt nod. I was only here to help ensure that the sanctum would remain safe. Now that his safety can be assured, I will join you and Master Strange back to Kamertage. Are you ready, Izuku? Strange asked his student, and upon receiving an excited nod from him, promptly weaved his hands and opened a portal before the boy. Izuku was practically bounding in anticipation as he peered into the stone courtyard on the other side of the portal, only to have his enthusiasm somewhat curbed when a frosty breeze blew through and smacked him in the face. It's nice to see the place is still standing since I've been gone, Strange said as he strode in behind Izuku. Well, some of us do take our job here seriously, Strange, Wang jokingly chided. As the two masters bantered back and forth between one another, Izuku glanced all over the compound in wonder. In the center of the courtyard stood a massive dropping willow that seemed mystical, even though it bore no greenery whatsoever on its dangling branches. The courtyard was wide, very spacious, with various buildings surrounding it entirely. Izuku took note of the Tibetan architecture and the sloped ceramic roofs in particular. There seemed to be various stairwells that led up to the roofs, perhaps training was even done up there as well. Another sharp breeze blew through, and Izuku instinctively wrapped his arms around himself. Despite it being the middle of July, it was still relatively chilly here. Izuku pondered where he was exactly. He at least knew he was somewhere mountainous, judging from the rocky and misty peaks he could see in the distance over the roofs of the compound. Master Strange has returned. A voice suddenly called out from across the courtyard, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Looking over, Izuku nearly jolted as a multitude of men and women of various robe colors began rushing out of the surrounding buildings toward them. I hope your training has been going well. Strange tried to talk, but he was effectively drowned out in a chorus of greetings and questions. Izuku shrank behind Strange, feeling very uncomfortable at the close proximity of the students, and generally disliking having attention drawn to him. Please, one at a time. Having finally quieted down the crowd of practitioners, which Izuku noted as comprising of students who looked to be about his age as well as those who were older, Strange finally began to speak. I know that I have been away for quite a while, Strange began as he looked across his many followers. My mission away from Kamertage has been long but not entirely fruitless. I have returned with a new apprentice, Izuku Midoriya, in tow. He will be training with you all for the next 6 weeks. A sea of curious eyes fell upon Izuku as Strange gave his explanation. The boy tried to introduce himself properly, if only to give off a strong first impression, but all he could was give a weak, nervous smile and shaky wave. Hello there. And in the blink of an eye, the chorus of questions and greetings that crashed against Strange soon battered down on Izuku instead, ranging from introductions to questions about his origins to inquiries about his skill in magic. Izuku could only shrink under everyone's intense scrutiny. Quiet down. A voice boomed over all the others. The students immediately hushed up and also backed up, giving Izuku the space he craved, as he looked over to who had spoken up. To his surprise, he saw that it was Master Wang. The other students bowed apologetically as Wang effectively took command of the gathering. I understand everyone's excitement at Master Strange's return, but do not let such enthusiasm undermine your attention to training. Wang spoke firmly, with that intimidating gaze of his. If you have studies and practice to attend to, then stop dawdling here. Nearly all the students, some respectfully and some fearfully, bowed in response and began filtering out of the courtyard, much to Izuku's pleasure. He took in a deep breath as the courtyard suddenly opened up once more. Jack. Wang suddenly called out to a tall, lanky young man. Escort Izuku to the barracks and help him get situated in an available room. If Master Minoru questions your lateness, explain that you were merely carrying out a task at my discretion. With a bow, Jack approached Izuku and helped him carry his bags toward the barracks that were on the other side of the courtyard. Turning back, Izuku saw that Strange was himself being approached by a small cadre of figures that had emerged from the largest building in the compound. The other masters. Welcome to Kamertage, Midoriya, Jack said as he extended a hand to Izuku. My name is Jack Holyoke. It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku stuttered, taking his hand and shaking it nervously nonetheless. He took note of Jack's garments. Jack, unlike most of the other students, was wearing a purple tunic with gold edges. Which had to mean, you're a disciple, right? Izuku suddenly asked. Sorry, I just couldn't help but notice your custom tunic. No worries, Jack said with a chuckle. Yeah, I just ascended to the rank of disciple recently. And your red tunic means you've reached the rank of apprentice. Jack gave Izuku a quizzical look as he continued. It's pretty uncommon for Master Strange to take students under his wing personally when he's away from Kamertage. So what was it about you that caught his eye? If you don't mind me asking, that is. I stole something from his own sanctum, and then he pulled me out of a watery grave, Izuku thought but certainly didn't say. He saved my life, was all Izuku said, motioning to the scars on his hands. Jack seemed to get the gist of it. Say no more, friend. I understand. With that, he pushed open the large wooden door, and led Izuku down the long dimly lit halls toward his personal barrack. His room was small, but not claustrophobic, fitted with a bed and desk. Lighting in the room was minimal, but there were additional candles to help compensate. If it makes you feel any better, the master's rooms are no different, Jack said as he gently set Izuku's bags atop his bed. Oh no, I wasn't going to complain. Izuku said, waving his arms. I'm perfectly fine with this. Jack chuckled. I'll be right down the hall if you need me. I assume Masters Huang and Strange will give you the day to settle in before starting your regimen tomorrow. With another quick bow, Jack departed, leaving Izuku with naught but his own thoughts now. So this is Kamertage, Izuku thought as he peered through a small rectangular window etched in the stone wall, peering down at a row of hovel-looking buildings below. He was much higher up than he had initially thought. Mountainous, chilly even in the summer, moderately populated urban sprawl beyond the compound. Izuku had guessed he was somewhere in the Himalayan region, perhaps Nepal. Home of the masters of the mystic arts. I'm just an apprentice, and I'd be willing to bet that most of the students here have far more experience than I've had so far, Izuku mused as he sorted through his belongings, setting the Soul Silver Age All Might figurine he'd decided to bring with him on his desk, keeping its smiling visage facing him. It helped calm his nerves, as silly as it may have sounded. I've only had roughly a year of training so far, after all. Izuku plopped down on his bed, staring up at the ceiling as the anticipation for the next day racked his brain thoroughly. If he was going to be given the day to settle in, Izuku guessed he'd be better off getting as much rest as possible in preparation for whatever Wong and Strange had in store for him tomorrow. He wanted to make a good first impression on the other training students, after all. Chapter 12. The Eye of Agamotto. After getting hurled to the ground for what had to be the 1000th time that week, Izuku wasn't feeling like he'd made a good first impression on the other practitioners whatsoever. Not that he was feeling bogged down by thoughts of inadequacy, he just really wasn't expecting the training regimen that Strange and Wong had thrown at him. Or rather, the training regimen that was currently throwing him around the courtyard like a certified draggle. Pure, physical conditioning, without magic, to boot. And Master Minoru always made sure to pair him with the same training partner each and every time. That green, lumbering behemoth, Rinter. Izuku's brain fried the first time he'd been introduced to his sparring partner. Rinter, unlike the other trainees, didn't look human in the slightest. Hell, he was hardly humanoid. He was a bull of a figure, literally. Large and brawny cloven feet, covered in coarse green fur, and with a bull's head, complete with horns. Rinter looked like a minotaur straight out of ancient mythology, and Izuku was expected to go toe-to-toe with this guy. Puny green, meet big green. Rinter roared as he charged toward Izuku, who futilely tried to evade his massive grappling hands, which were easily the size of his head, Izuku noted, which twirled him through the air like a skinny twig before dropping him unceremoniously onto the stone tile below. I yield. Izuku cried out as he clutched his aching abdomen. Respite. Master Minoru called out, and all the other partnered-up trainees present ceased their physical sparring, walking and talking amongst one another as the slender, silver-robed master helped Izuku to his feet. Not bad, Izuku, she said, patting him on the back as Rinter approached. You've lasted a little bit longer and longer against Rinter with each session. Master Strange said you had a never-give-up attitude, but even I'm impressed. Izuku's cheeks dusted a bit red at what he thought was undeserved praise, although it also felt nice knowing that Strange was essentially bragging about him to the other masters. But I haven't even managed to land a single blow against him, Izuku said with more than a hint of frustration. And my hands, well, it's more than a little difficult to throw a proper punch. Then don't throw a punch, Master Minoru said knowingly before skipping off to speak with the other students, leaving a slightly confused Izuku to ponder her words. "You rush too much," Rinter bellowed in his low voice as he sat beside Izuku, who was rubbing his sore side. "You are new to magic, correct?" "Why yeah," Izuku muttered. "I've only had roughly a year of training with Master Strange. The use of magic can be exhilarating, this I know for fact," Rinter continued with his heavily accented voice. "Magic is tool for sorcerer. Is source of power for sorcerer. You are also frustrated at being forbidden to use magic all week. Was it that obvious?" Izuku blinked, surprised that the hulking Rinter seemed able to pick up on his frustration so easily. Izuku always did his best to not make such emotions evident. Rinter nodded and exhaled through his flared nostrils. "This no doubt why masters started you here. You know how powerful tool magic can be, but you know little of most important tool of all." "The most important tool of all," Izuku repeated. "What would that be?" This Rinter spoke as he gave Izuku a hard poke against the boy's chest. "Body is most important tool of all." "My body," Izuku muttered as he glanced down at the pitiful state of his hands. "You underestimate body," Rinter continued. "You see only hands and deem body as no good in fighting. This why you anticipate progress with magic instead. But too much magic will strain body in fight. Break body, no use of magic. No body, no magic. Use magic to support body, not other way around." Rinter continued to silently listening and contemplating Izuku. "Let magic guide body against enemy, instead of just body guiding magic to victory. Tomorrow we add magic to lesson. You think on my words. Let magic guide my body instead, huh?" Izuku spoke quietly. "Yes," Rinter said with a solemn nod. "Sum is greater than whole of parts, after all." "I think you mean the whole is greater than the sum of its parts," Izuku chuckled. "That too," Rinter said before hoisting himself back to his feet. "Tomorrow brings more training. Rest and think, Izuku. Body is strongest tool of all." The next day brought about as much clarity as it did pain. Izuku was thrown back by his burly green-furred partner, but managed to deftly roll to the side and avoid a charge from Rinter, who struggled to skid to a halt with his cloven hooves. "His strength is in his arms," Izuku thought as he rushed at Rinter while his back was still facing him. "And he may be fast, but his movements are linear enough for me to dodge." Rinter pivoted back around with a roar, swinging his thick arms at Izuku, who only narrowly managed to slide beneath his monstrous hands. He doesn't employ kicks in his fighting style, only for his mobility. Izuku raised a foot and slammed the sole of his shoe against Rinter's calf. That makes his legs a potential weak spot. Rinter grunted as Izuku's foot collided with the back of his leg, but failed to fall down to even a knee. Snatching the boy by the scruff of his tunic's collar, Rinter sent Izuku flying until he landed on his backside once more, wincing in pain. "No good." Izuku wiped his chin clean as he studied Rinter's posture, and vice versa. "His legs may be a weak spot for a more physically able person, but they're much too thick for me. Any more kicks will hurt my legs more than his." Rinter snorted and geared up for another charge, leveling his horn straight at Izuku. "What I need is a weak spot that's not too thick. One where a solid blow should bring him down." Izuku scanned Rinter for possible weak points as he rolled out of his way again. As the ball skidded to a halt, Izuku spotted one. The back of his head. Izuku brought his fingers together and then dragged them apart, fiery magic sparking out as he formed an eldritch whip in his hands, and hurled it toward Rinter's neck or horns, hoping to hoist himself onto his backside to deliver a blow. Rinter wasn't having it. He reached behind and grasped Izuku's lasso with one hand, and yanked the boy forward, while extending his arm out, letting Izuku collide with it and fall to the ground. "Would work against me, puny green," Rinter chided him. "Dang it." Izuku picked himself up and jumped back, dodging a potentially match-ending punch from Rinter. "He's quick to turn around whenever I dodge a charge, so his backside is never facing me for too long, think, Izuku. Let magic guide body against enemy, instead of just body guiding magic," Rinter's advice rang through his mind. "I have to use my magic with precision in order to land a blow from behind," Izuku muttered to himself. "But how?" Rinter readied himself for another charge, angling his horns down low. Izuku widened his eyes as an idea struck him. Instead of waiting for the perfect moment to dodge roll out of Rinter's way, Izuku instead charged right back at him. Rinter certainly looked surprised, but only stamped forward faster. Only a few feet in front of his horns, Izuku suddenly fell his knees and leaned backwards, sliding across stone tile and between his hulking opponent's legs, as Rinter charged over his diminutive foe harmlessly. Before Rinter could even process what had happened, Izuku was already ensnaring his legs with two fiery lassos, using his superior weight and momentum to pull him up into the air with a backward somersault. Izuku grinned as he smashed his feet against the back of Rinter's head before he could reach around, bringing the colossal bull down to the ground with a deafening crash as he skidded to a halt. The other training pairs ceased their sparring and looked on in amazement as Izuku stood atop Rinter's backside victoriously. "I yelled," a dizzied Rinter snorted out, and Master Minoru called the match amid a wave of audible gasps and cheers. Izuku Midoriya had done what few new apprentices had ever done before. He toppled the brawny Rintra and gotten him to yield. Now you know, Izuku, Rintra grunted at a sheepishly smiling Midoriya. Now you know how to let magic guide body. This Jack Holyoke showed Izuku a slender wooden staff marked with undecipherable engravings in his hands. Is the staff of the living tribunal, a powerful mystical relic. Master Strange says you've already had a relic choose you, correct? Yes, Izuku said as he admired the staff. But he doesn't want me using it quite yet. Says he wants me to have a basic understanding of relics first. That is because there are always risks when employing relics in combat, just as there are risks with using magic in general, Jack said with a nod. Gripping both ends of the staff, Jack channeled it with his magic and pulled from each end, causing the staff to extend into many glowing interlinked sections. He flicked the extended staff, and it bended like a whip as it crashed against the ground, letting off an explosion of amber sparks upon contact. Naturally, Izuku jumped back in surprise. The staff of the living tribunal allows its wielder to channel magic into it continuously, and then release all of that stored energy with a single, explosive blow, Jack explained, as the staff retracted back into its normal state. The extendable sections allow it to be used as a whip or flail, granting the user a greater range of motion while in combat. Here, why don't you try? Wait, what? Izuku started to ask, but stopped short as he clumsily caught the relic in his hands when Jack tossed it to him unexpectedly. You want me to use it? Correct, Jack grinned. Channel all the magic you can into the staff and see what happens. Izuku exhaled and straightened his posture, gripping both ends like Jack had done. He focused his magic into the relic, feeling it flow from his hands into the staff. After several tense moments, Izuku could feel a building pressure of energy, and decided then to unleash it. Extending it into many glowing sections like Jack before him, Izuku whirled the whip-like staff into the air, and crashed it against the stone tile only for the released energy to burst forth and send him sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath. What just happened? Izuku groaned as Jack helped him back onto his feet. You see how it's not so simple? Jack asked as he retrieved the staff from Izuku's grasp. You see the risks involved with a relic such as this. I put in too much magic, Izuku said as the realization dawned on him. And releasing it all at once caused it to backfire on me, instead. Astute observation, Jack replied. Yes, the staff's limits when it comes to storing magical energy are difficult to pinpoint, making it potentially dangerous for a wielder to use while in combat. Therefore, it's safest to channel and release minute doses of energy instead, so the user is not harmed. It must take quite a bit of training to use a relic like that efficiently, Izuku panted. That's why Master Strange tasked me with giving you the basic rundown on relics, Jack said, sitting beside Izuku. Learning about the relic and its potential drawbacks is just as important as learning how to actually use it in the heat of battle. It's a lesson I learned the hard way. What happened? Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, Jack trailed off, looking off into the distance with a look of embarrassment. I once turned Master Strange into a frog. Izuku chortled. A frog? How did you manage to do that? I swear it wasn't intentional. Jack waved his hands defensively. In fact, that was the whole reason he had me study on relics for so long afterwards. He had guests arriving at the sanctum, but he was out patrolling through the astral realm and was unaware. I used what I thought was an astral wand to summon his astral form back to his body, but it was actually a transmogrification wand, and well, you can guess the rest. And how did you get him to turn back to normal? Izuku said with barely restrained laughter. Well, being a magically enchanted toad and whatnot. Jack trailed off, seemingly unsure of how to continue. He had to be kissed to be returned to normal. Izuku howled with laughter, unable to keep it contained any longer. You gave Master Strange a kiss in order to turn him back. No. Jack waved his arms again. As embarrassed as I was over the situation, all I had to was get his wife Clay to turn him back. The mood seemed to drop sharply as Jack turned away with a frown and fell quiet. Probably shouldn't have mentioned that. That little tidbit sure caught Izuku off guard. Master Strange is married? He asked in surprise. In the near year that he'd been training at the sanctum, he'd never met a romantic partner of Strange's, nor was she ever brought up. Was married, Jack quietly corrected Izuku before talking more to himself. I think it's been over 5 years now since that day. Izuku gulped. He wasn't liking where this conversation was headed. Listen, it's really not for me to say, and I fear I may have already said too much, Jack said, suddenly standing up. Just if I were you, I wouldn't even bring this up with Master Strange. It's something that everyone here at Camertage would much rather forget. Just then, Izuku looked out across the stone courtyard and spotted Strange conversing with several students and masters alike, as they congregated toward the great library. Giving the man a hard stare, Izuku thought back through the year he'd spent training with him, and realized that still, to this day, there were plenty of things he didn't know about his relatively enigmatic sensei. That much he understood. Hello? Izuku called out as he peered into the dimly lit depths of Camertage's great library. The front desk was desolate and empty, and Izuku dared not venture in further without Master Wang's express permission. Izuku clutched a stack of books he checked out close to his chest. "Hello, right back at you." A perky voice sounded out from behind a bookshelf. "Come on back here if you have books to return." Following the voice through the labyrinth of shelved tomes, Izuku stumbled upon a dark-skinned girl who had several tomes splayed out on the table before her in a messy, disorganized fashion. "Right over here," she called out to him with a brisk wave. "Zelma's the name. Zelma Stanton at your service." Izuku. Izuku Midoriya." Zelma interrupted with a wide grin. "The talk of Kamertage himself. Practically everyone's been wondering about you around here. After all, being handpicked by the Sorcerer Supreme isn't something that occurs regularly." "Oh, I see," Izuku said nervously. "Were people really talking about him a lot around here?" He hadn't really noticed. "Got books for me to scribe?" Zelma asked. "You can slide those over here." I'm just here to return these to Master Wang," Izuku said, setting the stack of books he checked out on the desk beside him. "Do you know where he is?" "Probably out chiding Master Strange over something or other," Zelma said dismissively. "Great for me though, that means I have full reign over the library. Being the official scribe and secretary of Kamertage has its perks, you know." "What do you do as the scribe?" Izuku asked as he took a seat beside Zelma. "Watch this." Zelma ran her fingers across the page of a particularly archaic text she had laid out. To Izuku's amazement, the words lifted off the page and, one at a time, pressed down on an ink pad before floating over and pressing down on a cleaner, blank page, before returning to the text they had originated from, albeit slightly splotched. "With my quirk word lift I can effortlessly transcribe written spells and information from tomes ravaged by time and battle into newer, more sturdy facsimiles." "What a useful quirk," Izuku exclaimed. He'd be sure to jot this one down in his journal later. "I bet a lot of information has been saved here because of what you do. It just goes to show how varied and diverse the world of quirks really is." "You flatter me, Izuku," Zelma said with a somewhat conceited grin. "How about you? Do you have a quirk that caught Master Strange's attention?" Izuku felt his breath catch in his throat. He remembered then. No one in Kamertage had been told as far as he knew that he was actually quirkless. He knew Dr. Strange was quirkless, as he had confessed that when demonstrating his power back in the hospital, but he also didn't know how many people here were privy to that fact. How would they react? Would you be spurned here like in junior high? "I'm actually quirkless," Izuku said softly, bracing for imminent rejection. "Ha," Zelma said after several tense moments of silence. "You're even more impressive than I thought." What did you say?" Izuku asked incredulously, unsure if he had heard it right. "Did I stutter?" Zelma asked with a teasing smile. "You don't have a quirk, yet you still managed to catch Master Strange's keen eye. He must see quite the potential in you. Midoriya, whoa, are you alright?" Zelma had caught sight of Izuku's tears before even he had realized he was crying. "What is it?" Izuku asked as he gingerly brushed a tear off his cheek before quickly wiping the rest away. "Whoa, get it together, Izuku. You okay?" Zelma asked gently. "Yeah, that just really meant a lot to me, is all," Izuku sniffled. To actually admit that he was quirkless to a stranger and be called impressive for what was a widely pitied status, Izuku could hardly comprehend his own joy at the moment. This was how he wished Kakin and the others would treat him. "I'll say he's impressive," another jaunty voice rang out from behind them. "Casey," Zelma said exuberantly. Izuku turned as a blue-haired girl approached them, pausing to peruse through the stack of books Izuku had brought with him. "Casey Kinmon," the girl introduced herself. "These books you checked out, most of these are ones that apprentices would normally be hard-pressed to get a hold of. Master Wang is a stickler when it comes to the books he lets us check out." She skimmed through some of the pages at random, eyes wide in surprise. "Some of these spells are forbidden to anyone lower than the rank of disciple." "Why yeah, I convinced Master Wang to let me read through them after I completed my training with Jack," Izuku said. "I read through, but they weren't exactly the spells I was interested in learning at the moment." "You should read over the spells you choose carefully, Izuku," Zelma warned. "It's a quirky thing about spell books, especially those at Kamertage. The warnings usually come after the spells." "You would definitely know better than anyone," Casey said with a right chuckle. "Oh?" Izuku perked up. "What spell did you use?" "God, I hate telling this story," Zelma muttered. "Okay. One day a little while back I woke up with a massive migraine. I combed through a spell book that may or may not have been above my rank, and found a spell that dispelled migraines. And it backfired on you horribly," Izuku guessed correctly. "Hell yeah it did," Casey snickered. "Shut it," Zelma barked. "Anyway, I cast the spell and boom. Migraine gone. But a few hours afterwards, I start to feel this itch on my head and then another. And another. And before I knew it, I had maggots crawling out of my head. Mind maggots. I didn't read the warnings on the next page that detailed how the spell would summon magical mind maggots to literally eat my migraine, and they were now popping out of my head by the dozens. You should have seen Master Strange in particular, zooming around the compound trying to collect all the little bastards, Casey chortled, eliciting a chuckle from Izuku. Alright, since we're telling stories at our own expense, how about you tell Izuku about the vanishing spell you abuse? Zelma pointed at Casey accusingly. Damn it, Casey straightened right up, her humor quickly giving way to irritation. Fine. About a year ago I was assigned to help clean up the compound's barracks, and thought I'd pull a fast one over Wong and Strange, by using a vanishing spell to get rid of all the garbage and dirt. But, Izuku cracked a smile. But, Casey grit her teeth. The spell, I would soon discover, didn't just cause things to vanish. It was actually a very specific teleportation spell that sent vanished items into another dimension. And the demon in charge of that dimension was not happy with me sending garbage into his domain. You were in deep shit over that incident, Zelma teasingly chided her friend. Master Strange was infuriated. Don't remind me, Casey groaned. Infuriated? Izuku blinked. Was Master Strange really that angry? Yeah, but I think his anger was caused more by the demon than Casey, Zelma added. The demon in question Barashtak, he and Master Strange don't get along in the slightest. Because Casey was abusing a spell into his domain, the demon Barashtak caused it to rain squid over Kamertage for a week. No, Master Strange was still plenty angry with me, Casey grimaced. I don't think I've ever seen him get to the level of anger you're describing, Izuku said. I mean, sure, he scolded me, or I've disappointed him from time to time, but I've never caused him to be infuriated. Zelma and Casey shared a look between the two of them. And we hope you never see him like that, they both said simultaneously. Master Strange's rage is like a cold yet righteous fury, Zelma shuddered. His judgment against those that would abuse dark magic or threaten Kamertage or the sanctums is swift and oftentimes merciless, Casey added. Such judgment and swiftness is befitting of our sorcerer supreme. A stern voice of Wong suddenly spoke from behind them, causing all three trainees to nearly jump out of their seats. Casey, Wong focused on the blue-haired girl first with his intense gaze. Are you here to check books out? And no, Master Wong. Then you're dismissed, Wong cut her off. Casey needn't be told twice as she scurried out on her way. Zelma, are you finished transcribing the tomes you were asked to? Almost done, Master Wong. Finish quickly. Wong then turned his attention to Izuku, who was shivering where he sat. Midoriya. And Master Wong. Wong said nothing as he reached over to the stack of books Izuku had checked out and slid them over to him. He scanned through the books one at a time. The Book of Benediction, Wong began with the top book. The Cryptic Codex. The Ledger of Ashes. He placed a hand atop the stack of tomes, and gave Izuku a look of both skepticism and incredulity. You read all of these? Why yes, sir, Izuku squeaked. Follow me, Wong said after a few seconds of silence, motioning for Izuku to follow him further into the library. Izuku and Zelma offered each other a meek wave of goodbye, as the boy followed the master to the end of the library, and then down a flight of stairs into a deeper section of the library Izuku had no idea existed before now. A room more dimly lit than upstairs, it had markedly less shelves and an abnormal pedestal, with a familiar relic resting in an even further back room. This section is normally reserved for masters, but others may study these books at my own discretion, Wong explained as Izuku moved from shelf to shelf, perusing the tomes with wonder. You should start with the Flamebound Primer, Wong continued as he pulled an orange grimoire from a shelf. Izuku gravitated to the back of the room toward a wrought iron shelf with books chained and hooked into place. What are these? He asked Wong curiously. Those books, Wong said as he approached Izuku with another stack of tomes. Are Master Strange's private collection, which he inherited from the previous Sorcerer Supreme. So they're forbidden, right? Izuku asked, feeling slightly disappointed. No knowledge in Kamertage is forbidden, Midoriya, Wong responded with a wry smile. Only certain practices. Izuku certainly perked up at that, and he quickly unhooked a golden blue tome from its chained resting place, before scanning his eyes across the rest of the shelf. Some of these slots are missing tomes, Izuku said. Does Master Strange check out his own books for study from time to time? Wong paused, giving a look over toward Izuku and the shelf with missing tomes before speaking. No, those books are missing because they were stolen. Izuku immediately shrank back, feeling a pit open up in his stomach, as he was instantly reminded of his own unwitting theft of a tome from Strange's sanctum. Over 5 years ago, Wong explained. A great battle took place here between the masters of the mystic arts and a group of zealots led by one named Caecilius. He led the zealots that had defected from our own ranks into dark and unsavory practices, and in the aftermath of the battle here, several great tomes of power were lost. The only one that was returned was the tome you now carry. The Book of Cagliostro, the Study of Time. It was with the forbidden rituals in that book that Caecilius was able to sway many others under the ways of black magic, Wong continued. But not before, of course, relieving the past librarian of Kamertage of his head. Izuku gulped nervously as Wong leveled his intense gaze toward him. I am now the guardian of Kamertage's lore. And should anyone try to steal a tome from this collection, not only would I know about it, but they would be dead before they could ever leave the compound. Wong snatched the book of Cagliostro out of Izuku's hand, just as the sound of footsteps could be heard coming down. Master Wong. Zelma raced downstairs, panting. Master Strange is requesting your presence. Your timing is as odd as ever, Stephen, Wong muttered before placing the book of Cagliostro back onto the chained shelf and turning to Izuku. You have your tomes, so you may see yourself out, Midoriya. I expect those tomes back by the end of next week. And with that, Wong turned heel and headed out with Zelma in tow, leaving Izuku alone in the master's section. Izuku straightened the small stack of books Wong had handpicked for him, but he felt an enigmatical lure coming from the book of Cagliostro that he couldn't quite shake off. Master Wong might be gone for a while if Sensei called him away, Izuku thought as he approached Strange's collection. The quick look wouldn't hurt, right? Checking back to make sure no one was coming down the steps, Izuku foolishly allowed his curiosity to take command, as he unchained the book of Cagliostro down from its rightful resting place, and set it on the nearest desk. Izuku skimmed through the book, reading through spell after spell, ritual after ritual with fascination, until he stumbled across one that seemed highly familiar to him. The Eye of Agamotto. Izuku uttered as he perused through the ritual more carefully. The eye that opens a window through time. Izuku glanced up toward the pedestal centered in the back of the room. Is that what I think it is? It was. Sitting forlornly atop the pedestal was the relic described in the book. The Eye of Agamotto. Does Sensei leave it down here with his personal collection when he's not using it as well? Izuku briskly walked over and, ensuring that Wong or no other master was descending the stairs, quickly scooped up the relic and brought it back over to the book. Why did it seem so familiar? Then it hit Izuku. Strange was wearing this relic back when I was in the hospital. Izuku studied the relic curiously, and then glanced back over to the ritual he had stumbled across in the tome. His curiosity was getting the better of him again. Just one try couldn't hurt, could it? Izuku quickly draped the eye round his neck and read through the first steps of the ritual that had enraptured his interest. First, open the Eye of Agamotto. He wasn't perfect with his Sanskrit, although he still managed to make out the proper finger movements, connecting his fingers, and then sliding them past one another as the tome described. Izuku gasped as the desk and tome before him were suddenly radiated by a resplendent emerald light that he'd seen before. He had successfully opened up the eye. He couldn't find it in him to stop now. Bring your hands together, like so. Izuku read off the next list of instructions, rotating his open palms until he had constructed a brilliant emerald mandala. He pulled back one hand, dragging the shimmering energy until it formed something akin to a bracer over his other arm, just as Strange had shown him nearly a year ago. Shaking with excitement, Izuku decided to proceed. He directed the eye's energy to the desk before him. As he rotated his hand to the right and slowly clenched his palm shut, Izuku stared on in amazement as the wood of the desk seemed to crumble and rot before his eyes. Reversing his hand's movement reversed the damage, restoring the desk to its normal state. Oh my goodness, Izuku whispered incredulously at his feet. He had to make sure he was doing what he thought he was doing. Directing the eye toward the book of Cagliostro itself, Izuku again repeated his hand movements, causing the book to crumple and wither with a full turn to the right, and restoring it by turning back to the left. Izuku had no doubt now he was definitely controlling time. The Eye of Agamotto allowed the user to manipulate the flow of time itself. What else can the eye do? Izuku muttered as he scanned down the page. Time slips. Removing people and objects from forward or reverse motions through time. Izuku's mind was positively spinning now. It was all simply too much to take in. Izuku brushed his hand across the page, accidentally flipping it as something on the new page caught his eye and his terror. Dormammu? Izuku asked unsteadily as he gazed down at the new ritual. The dark dimension realms beyond time. It was with the forbidden rituals in that book that Caecilius was able to sway many others under the ways of black magic. Wong's words echoed through his mind, as his hands began to shake harder and lose control over the eye's magic with nearly disastrous results following. Izuku flinched as the emerald brightness seemed to burst with greater illumination. A multitude of shimmering threads erupted from the eye, running into the walls and ceiling, as Izuku desperately tried to futilely rein the relic back under his control. Looking through the sea of threads, some movement on them caught Izuku's attention. On every thread he saw he could make out himself. He saw himself also handling the Eye of Agamotto. It didn't seem like a reflection. Izuku reached out to grasp the nearest thread. Stop. The severe voice of Wong sounded out. Izuku flinched back as the magic ritual ended abruptly, the eye snapping shut as the various threads dissipated in an instant. Whirling around, Izuku saw Wong, Strange, and Zelma rushing over to him. Tampering with temporal continuities is forbidden. Wong rasped. I was only doing exactly what the book said. Izuku cried out, bewildered. And what did the book of Cagliostro say? About the dangers of performing such a ritual. Wong asked as he snapped the tome shut. I hadn't gotten to that part yet, Izuku said meekly. What did I tell you about warnings in spell books, Midoriya? Zelma chided. Do you not know the risks that could have been incurred with what you did? Unstable branches in time. Dimension-breaking spatial paradoxes. Never-ending time loops. You could have been stuck reliving the same moment over and over, or worse, never having existed at all. You know, the warnings really should come before the spells, Izuku muttered. Foolish boy, Wong scolded. Your curiosity nearly had you killed. The Eye of Agamotto does not allow one to manipulate the space-time continuum, it allows one to break it. How did you even manage to do that? Zelma asked wearily. The litany of magic required to pull off such a ritual is beyond what apprentices are normally capable of. I had just read what was in the book, Izuku said timidly. What you just did takes more than a good reading comprehension, Zelma retorted. Izuku has a knack for the mystic arts. Strange spoke up for the first time since they had arrived to cease Izuku's meddling with the eye. Izuku looked up, expecting his sensei to be furious with him, but was surprised to see that Strange was relatively calm, looking him over with an inquisitive eye. Yet my hands still shake, Izuku muttered under his breath. Why did you really go through the book of Cagliostro? Strange asked his student. Why did you use the eye? Izuku sighed in defeat. I guess the idea of studying time itself seemed impossibly appealing besides just sating my curiosity. Magic that can reverse time. I guess I was thinking that the Eye of Agamotto could be used to save lives, is all. Sorcerers of Camertage do not abuse natural law. Wong rebuked. They defend it. Strange's eyes, however, gleamed as if pleased by Midoriya's answer. Zelma. Wong turned to his assistant. Escort Midoriya out with his books. See to it that he makes his way back to his barrack. Yes, Master Wong, Zelma said, motioning for Izuku to follow her. Giving a deep, apologetic bow, Izuku gathered his books and swiftly followed Zelma up the stairs, only for her to elbow him in the stomach lightly. Ow? Izuku grimaced. What was that for? You're crazy, you know that. Zelma snickered. Going through Master Strange's personal tome and using the Eye of Agamotto. You're the wildest student we've had here since Wiccan. Huh? Izuku blinked. Who's Wiccan? I'll tell you later, Zelma said. First, I just have to tell Casey and Jack about what you did. Not gossip, Izuku thought miserably as Zelma led him out of the library. He did that on purpose. One whirled on Strange the moment Zelma and Izuku were out of sight. Leaving the Eye of Agamotto down here, something you never do, and then calling me away just so Midoriya could be tempted by his curiosity. I wasn't exactly trying to hide my intentions from you, Wong, Strange replied. Midoriya could have gotten himself killed. Wong said angrily. If he had grasped any of those temporal threads, he would have been sucked into the gaps of space-time. If he had, I would have retrieved him, Strange said calmly, a bit too calmly for Wong's liking. He seemed pleased by this result, Wong said quizzically. I am, Strange said before continuing with his explanation. You see, like you, I still worry about Midoriya's penchant for the mystic arts, and his parallels to Kiji have not wholly escaped my attention. So you let him perform the ritual in the Book of Cagliostro to see if it would affect him, Wong filled in the gap, but remained displeased. That was reckless of you, Strange. Izuku did not view the eye as a relic for personal use, or as a means for carrying out selfish desires, Strange continued. But instead as a means of saving innocent lives. That's Toshinori's influence for you, Strange said with a chuckle. Wong seemed to ponder over that. He couldn't deny that Izuku's heart and capacity for goodness continued to distinguish him from Akiji. Still, Wong said, I would have appreciated being informed of this extra test you had in store for the boy. I know, and I apologize, Strange conceded. I suppose I was in a hurry and wanted to see this play out before I traveled to Enetharman's realm tonight. Oh? Wong asked. Enetharman has already completed Izuku's cloak of levitation. Strange nodded with a smirk. He was adamant that he cease all current projects and work on that without delay. He promised perfection with every weave and thread of his. I'm sure Izuku will be surprised when I return. If Tamura Shigaraki were to be asked if he preferred the dirtiness of Yokohama City or that of Kathmandu, he'd choose Yokohama without missing a beat. His choice didn't necessarily stem from the long-standing familiarity he had with Yokohama, either. The Yokohama Camino ward in particular just had a certain seediness to it that lurked just underneath its otherwise plain streets and neighborhoods. It was appealing, to say the least. The decadence was charming to him. Kathmandu was just filthy. Filthy roads, filthy buildings, filthy people. It irritated him to no end how time seemed to march in place here so long after the advent of Quirks. He couldn't even understand why his sensei had sent him here with Kurogiri and their new cohort to begin with. Well, that wasn't entirely true. They and the rest of the league were here to carry out an operation, but since he wasn't in charge, what was the point? Being told that he wasn't the leader of the assault was bad enough, but being informed that he was to carry out a strictly non-combative role as well. Shigaraki scratched his neck in agitation as he forced his way through the throngs of people, turning a corner and descending past a row of hovels. It's basic aiming logic, Shigaraki growled to himself. You need to fight in order to gain EXP. Kurogiri. Shigaraki yelled as he kicked the door of their rundown hideout open and sauntered in. I grow impatient. When are we carrying out this little assault of his? His black-misted companion, Kurajiri, sat beside a desk with a small monitor as he read through some papers while methodically cleaning a wine glass. Perhaps to soothe his nerves since he was so far from home and his precious bar. Who could say? Keep it down, Shigaraki, Kurajiri calmly chastised his young charge. Our companion is still resting. I am awake, a gravelly voice called out. Both Shigaraki and Kurajiri turned toward the voice. The young man in question was currently levitating in the middle of the room with his back facing both of them. His brown and golden robes fluttered as he gently bobbed up and down while in midair, his jagged white hair remaining motionless all the while. And we attack tomorrow, Shigaraki. Shigaraki's hands twitched vehemently, wanting nothing more than to strangle that man, and watch him disintegrate into dust all at once. Still, he growled in annoyance. I don't understand why I am being kept from the fighting. It's simple, Tamara, a sickeningly sweet voice flitted from the blank monitor. This is all a necessary part of your training. Sensei, Shigaraki and Kurajiri spoke in surprise. The robed meditating man inclined his head, silently acknowledging their ringleader. I understand your desire to jump straight into the fray, Sensei spoke. But one must learn to follow before they learn how to lead. I understand, Sensei Shigaraki spoke with a deflated voice as he took a seat beside Kurajiri. Besides, Sensei spoke up again. You are too important of a piece to risk losing in this match. You are necessary to opening the point of entry into Kamertage for our comrade here, but you will go no further than that. You are king and castle both, Tamar. Remember that. The monitor fizzled as it finally went silent. There was a tense quiet that settled between the three individuals in the rundown hideout, all mentally going over their role for the upcoming attack. Very well then, Shigaraki spoke as their companion finally settled on his feet and turned to face them, his eyes fierce and full of vengeful fury. I guess I can tolerate you being tomorrow's player 1 Akiji Kakatsu. Notes. I'll add this note here like I did on French Franks. The character known as Master Minoru shares no familial relation with Mineta. Minoru is Mineta's first given name, and Minoru is the surname for the character in this chapter. Sorry for any confusion.